A very good afternoon to all our viewers who has registered for this session of Mindfulness by Tanaz Irani. This is our third edition of Future is She, an initiative by Times of India. Tanaz Irani, 3 decades in the entertainment industry, Tanaz Irani is well-known personality that everyone who connects with would love to work with and associate with as well. She has touched the heart of many people from different walks of life through her acting. Her career in acting began with a TV serial called Zaban Sambal Ke. And her movie, oh God, her debut movie, which I think is my favorite and everyone's favorite, Kaho Na Pyar Hai. And after that, there was no turning back for this pretty lady. This Parsi girl made a niche for herself and went on to win many awards of Best Comedian and Supporting Actress in a comic role. Every challenge, every opportunity that came her way, she always embraced it with grace and glamour. Her career also allowed Tanaz to elevate herself from external beauty to her inner beauty, where she harnessed aspects of manifestations and mindfulness by becoming a certified life coach to empower people around her. I'm getting goosebumps. Amazon's best selling book, If I Can, So You Can, is written by her, which is blessed by Sri Ravi Shankar, her guru. Her social media presence draws hearts of 7 lakhs fans who eagerly wait to personally and professionally connect with her in India and globally. 3 times and a TEDx speaker and a woman who has surpassed all limitations and boundaries of social norms, has now entered into the world of coaching with her new curated course called Awaken the Power Within. I welcome Tanaz Irani for all of you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shobha. I've known you for ages and you've just not changed ever since the first day that I met you. So
Thank you
lots of
so
love
much.
to you. Happy Women's Day to everyone. And I'm so delighted and honored to be here to address all you wonderful people. And Times of India has given me this opportunity. And today for a change, I'm not addressing you only from the arena of being an actress. I'm not here to tell you how challenging my job is and how, I made it from the age of 8 and how I, pursued it when I didn't have the resources, but I became resourceful. I'm not here to tell you all that. You know who Tanaz Irani is. You can Google it, right? But there's some things that you can't Google. There are some things in every individual's life that sometimes breaks them. Something that happens in their life which suddenly they have to have a different perspective on what is going on around them. Now, just to take you a little bit, 2 steps back for me to take you into my life and to take you into that zone, to make you feel comfortable in what in what I'm going to speak about right now. For the last 30 years, you'll all know I've been an actress, successful, leading my life, dream life. Everything that I ever manifested in my life was coming true. And suddenly 2 years ago, I had this very bad health issue, a problem with my leg, where all of a sudden, I just couldn't walk. The pain had become so bad in my hips. And as usual, we think that, nothing is going to happen to us. We are going to live forever. So we avoid it. We think we're putting on weight. So we join classes. Then, bahut ho gaya, so I just went to the doctor and I did MRIs, CT scans, and then it started becoming very serious. And nobody was able to tell me what exactly was going wrong. And I, in the bargain, to just keep on working because we're overachievers, nobody has ever taught us that we can take a break, we can relax. And I went on and on and on, pushing myself, thinking that how can this happen to me? मतलब 30 years में कुछ नहीं हुआ ऐसा, ये मेरे साथ नहीं हो सकता है. And I started taking steroids to kill the pain. I was continuously on painkillers. killers and I started taking steroids to kill the pain. I'm like, no, I am able to take over this, positive thinking, positive mind. And a time came when I had to travel. So I went for one more steroid thinking that, okay, this is the answer. After this, I'll be able to walk. Okay. And that man took a look at my MRI after all the gazillion doctors that I had gone to. And he said, without intervention, Tanaz, you will not be able to walk again. And that's when the siren in my head just totally went off. And I said, Tanaz, this is a moment which you have to think about yourself. And, it fell on me straight on my face in such a alarming manner that I just didn't know the whole earth had crumbled from under my feet. And he said, you go, you take this travel vacation and you come back and we'll have to do something about it. I went for the travel on a wheelchair. I was traveling in any case everywhere on the wheelchair because I couldn't walk till the gate of the plane. I was on the wheelchair. I used to take buggies everywhere. I came back. The pain was so excruciating. I attended my events. You have to know this, that everything you see on Instagram is not real. And I am proof. Every time you see me smiling and laughing and dancing, I have taken a lot of painkillers to actually run the event, go to the event, please the producers, please the event manager, pressurized by the manager, secretary. Okay, so everything you see on Instagram is not real, and you should understand that. I did all that, and then I called him up and said, 9th October, hip replacement, book it. I had to do everything, take the decisions, because I just felt that all my dreams were crumbling. And this life-changing incident taught me how to be mindful. It taught me everything that changed in my life then on, from a little bit before October, was only because I was mindful. And I just want to tell all of you all and explain to all of you all, what is mindfulness? Let me explain to you right now in an example. What is your mind full of right now? Right now. Go into your mind, think. Right now, what are you thinking? Are you present at this moment? Mindfulness is about being present at this moment, focusing on what is happening around, taking cognizance of what is happening in your body, feeling the feeling. I am in this moment, somebody is talking to me, my heart is beating fast. Am I feeling good? Am I feeling bad? That is mindfulness. I'm watching a movie and I'm getting thoughts of my parents, my child, something bad that happened to me. That is mindfulness. What has happened is we associate automatically mindfulness with what? Meditation. Mindfulness matlab meditation. सीधे बैठे रहो और meditate करो, matlab mindfulness. But what is meditation? Meditation is nothing but bringing you to the present moment. That is why they say when you have to be mindful, meditate. But let me introduce you to one more variation of that. We all are working women over here right now. We all lead a busy life. We all have children to take care of, our own personal hygiene, health, go to the parlor, buy some food, go out, personal commitments, family commitments. उसमें ये mindfulness हम लोग कैसे घुसाए? How will we become mindful in such a busy schedule? Very easy. That is what I had to do. That is what I was pushed to do. That is what I was forced to do. Imagine you go through your surgery, you come out of surgery, and after that, life has a very different meaning for you. Because what we took for granted, like just walking to the washroom, going to the washroom, having a bath, getting out of the bed was something that I couldn't do. Someone had to help me. And I was just thinking that I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to tell them my problems, and definitely not share it on Instagram, because that is not the platform where you will share something as deep as this. So what did I become? I became again mindful of my problems, mindful of my situation, because now I was meeting a Tanaz that I could not recognize. I was meeting at a Tanaz who did not want to be the life of the party. I wanted to know more about my life. I didn't want to be there and chat with anyone. I didn't want anyone to ask me any questions because I had so much to ask myself. I had to get aligned with myself. I had to once again become mindful with a mind that I did not recognize. On one side, there was an actress, expectations, a vision that someone has of me. And now there was a Tanaz who had transformed because of NLP, had become a life coach, was asking different kind of questions. There were two people living inside me. I wanted to be mindful. Lekin kaun sa mind? I had to make that fusion consciously. And it was going to take me time. I took a 1 month sabbatical from everything while I was recovering. God has been kind that He aligned everything in the correct way. I started becoming mindful once again to the new 2.0 version of me. And those were so many vagaries and so many topics that I was facing again and again. I was able to battle them because of neuro-linguistic programming, which I had learned and I was a practitioner. And that's when I realized, just be present at this moment. You are washing dishes, be present. Be aware of your body. Be aware of things that upset you during the day. It's like all these files we're filing, let's say in a filing cabinet, like that your neurons are filing all the emotions, handling the emotions, handling the sadness, handling the craziness that you've been facing, handling all the triggers. While you are meditating, you can take each one out peacefully, look at it, and understand that. Either throw what is not serving you, which will not go into the next day, and keep what will serve you, then go and attend to it. Now you will say that is going to take so much of time. Yes, but your mind knows what to bring in front. Your mind knows what to bring to your notice so that the triggers do not come up, so that your neurons are calm. The minute you do this for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the neuroplasticity starts getting formed. What is neuroplasticity? Routine for your neurons. Simply put, I know all of you all are busy. All of you all have to meet targets. March is coming. और ये तनाज आके हम लोग को इतना इतना सिखा के गई. बहुत आसान तरीके से, बहुत प्यारे तरीके से मैं आपको कहती हूँ, because we are women. We are women. We can do the most impossible thing. 10 चीजें कर सकते हैं हम लोग एक साथ, because we are like that Durga Ma with 10 hands. And we can kill the shade. Like in a man's world, the future is she only. Okay, let me tell you that. Don't let anybody undermine what you can do. Because we have been conditioned since a very young age. All the limitations have been put from outside. You just have to remember, you are a clean slate, which had conditionings written on it, limiting beliefs written on it, negative self-talk written on it, people telling you their perception. Perception is what? Personal reception. उनके एंटेना से आके हमारे स्लेट पे गिरा है. Okay, their perceptions and the way the world is looking at you. अभी इस स्लेट में, छोटे से स्लेट में सब कुछ फुल तो हो गया है. बाकी कहाँ बचे हम? There's no place for the real me. Rub it out. Rub it all out. Start writing again. Because the script of your life is in your hands. Pen is in your hands only. It is still there in your hands. Only thing people have put is lock on it. Open it. Mindfulness. Get in the practice and start writing. It's going to be tough. It's going to bring out emotions that you never thought you had. Suddenly you're going, all this while people thought you were a doormat. Suddenly तुम बोलोगे नहीं मेरे को doormat पसंद ही नहीं. I want to be showpiece. There are going to people who are going to put you down and say, what are you thinking of yourself? बहुत smart समझते हो. Suddenly you're talking. Don't worry. The minute your mind accepts these things, you will learn to draw your boundaries. Of course, NLP is such a vast subject, but enough to say, take the baby steps. How to be mindful? Be in this present moment. In the office, somebody is irritating you. Don't start off writing your script. Okay, we all love a pity party. अरे इसने ये बोला, वो बोला, ये हुआ. We are already planning कि हम लोग अपने friend को phone करके क्या बताएंगे. No, that is no more needed in your life. Cut out all the old drama in your life. You want to take care of yourself? You want to be mindful? Then let your mind be full of what you want, what you need that will serve you. A situation is happening. It is untoward, maybe on a traffic, maybe family outing, something is going wrong. Neighbor has told you something. Children are upsetting you. Husband has told you something in the morning. You will carry it till you reach home. Huh? You'll carry that thing till you reach home, and then you will again start from there. I know how we women think because we are wired like that. We need to just rewire. इसलिए हम लोग बोलते हैं ना, आज मेरा दिमाग का फ्यूज उड़ गया है. फ्यूज क्यों उड़ गया है? बिकॉज सारे वायर्स अलग तरीके से इंटरट्वाइंड हो गए, और वो अनट्वाइंड कौन करेगा? तुम करोगे. कैसे करोगे? स्लोली 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 यू विल टेक टाइम टू टेक आउट ऑल द वायर्स एंड पुट देम इन द करेक्ट प्लग, करेक्ट सॉकेट. वो सॉकेट क्या है? तुम अपने आप. Nothing will move until you move. You can do it while ironing. Everything is a form of meditation. You don't have to sit in one place with your eyes closed and meditate. It doesn't work for you, no problem. छोटा छोटा चीजें करो पहले. Start small things. Maybe while housework, maybe you are writing something for the office, because here everybody is a working woman. So am I. I'm handling a home and my career and Tanas 2.0, which is my new life. Take out time for yourself and absolutely center yourself through mindfulness. And you will find that you don't have to chase the butterflies. You will become such a beautiful garden because you have worked on yourself, because you have made the prettiest part of you come out, that all the butterflies khud ba khud aake aapke paas baithenge. Because let me tell you, everyone in this world is fighting a battle that they do not speak of. Everyone in this world has a facade. Everyone in this world is wearing a mask. Everyone in this world is actually hiding, not from you. They're actually hiding from themselves. इसलिए जब आप एक इंसान को देखोगे जिसने सारी बुराइयों को लेके अपने आप को समेटा है, you will automatically get attracted to that person. कि हाँ यार, मेरे लाइफ में भी इतना सब कुछ हो रहा है. Yeah, even I am like that, but still she's a celebrity. She's in front of everybody. Still she somatofied herself. Still she learned something new. She was sitting at home. She couldn't walk. So she made her mind walk. I started making this walk because I couldn't go anywhere. I could not attend shootings. I could not serve myself, my passions, my dreams. I had to make new dreams. I had to make new passions. And that's why I wrote the book. If I can, so can you. Because everything I lived by was actually being taught to me in NLP. मतलब मैं सब कुछ कर रही थी, लेकिन उसके पीछे जो साइंस था मुझे पता नहीं था. All these years, why was it serving me? Because I was actually following a science which I had no clue existed. In the book, I've written it very simply, instances in my life, and I've shown you what is a technical term and how it served me. So that every woman can relate, every man can relate, every person who wants to live a better life can relate through small, short stories. You know, the most genuine you will be with good intentions to help somebody will go faster and reach that person right in their heart, rather than making something very grand, something that they cannot understand. People today are looking for an answer. They are going crazy on the internet and social media, trying to get information. But what is it culminating into? No knowledge. From last week to this week, I'm sure each one of you beautiful women must have read, seen, and heard lovely stories about life quotes, about women empowerment, about well-being, mental well-being. हाँ या ना, सभी ने सब कुछ देखा होगा इंटरनेट पे, इंस्टाग्राम पे, wherever you might be going. लेकिन आज अगर मैं आपको बोलूंगी कि आप प्लीज 10 मिनट, 15 मिनट, आधा घंटा मुझे वो सब सिखाओगे, whatever you learned, how you've integrated, can you please teach me? What will be your answer? No, matlab I had read this. Means I had seen this. No, means I had liked this. There is no mindfulness in that. You can read all you want. You can do all you want. You can listen to mantra, tantra. You can listen to bhajan. It's a feel-good factor. It's like smoking weed. You can sit in a corner, smoke weed. Same feeling you will get. Where is the change going to happen over here? Where are the neurons going to learn new lessons in life? That, my friends, is mindfulness. So, for a baby step, half an hour talk में मैं बस इतना ही आपको सिखा सकती हूँ. Mindfulness मतलब जो हमारे कप में जो सारा कचरा है ना, उसको आराम से धीरे 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 से हम लोग एम्प्टी करेंगे और वो एम्प्टी कप में फिर दोबारा हम लोग कुछ अच्छा करेंगे. क्या डालेंगे? खुद का काम. You will have to do this on your own. Become mindful of where you are. Be at that present moment. Take cognizance of what you are feeling at that time. कोई आपको कुछ बोले या कुछ incident हो, as soon as it happens, deal with it. So that file becomes cut, saved, and thrown away. What you want to keep, what you don't want, you can throw. And that's exactly how I have been able to, at my age, come through with a solution for where I want to now go. Don't hold on to things that don't serve you. Don't hold on to the past. You know why? Because it's not there for you right now. Your address has changed. That incident had been given to you to learn the lesson. It came into your life for you to learn a lesson. What is the bigger picture? कभी भी कुछ भी बहुत खतरनाक होता है, traumatic होता है, of course you will cry, of course you will be upset. लेकिन 2 दिन के बाद ask yourself, what is the bigger picture? And you will get the answer. It happened because I had to learn this lesson. Better you learn it now than again 10 years afterwards. Think 10 years back where you thought you'll almost die or you'll almost feel upset or you're like, "Arey, main ek aur din bhi nahi dekh paungi." Think 10 years back when that incident happened. Think today you're still surviving, you're still living. So suppose 10 years ago you had learned mindfulness and you had taken that advice or you had taken a class or you had taken that whole, structured way to move ahead, where would you have been now? Much better, much better. Outside incidences will happen. They will happen, but you have absolutely enlarged your consciousness. Right now, all of us are living with a very contracted consciousness, like a shape V. We are here. Contracted consciousness is when we are upset, jealous, when we have hatred, unfinished business, incidences which have not yet gone out from our mind. We have harnessed it like a lasso of a horse. And today also we can cry 50 years ago what has happened. Because we are in contracted consciousness. What do we have to do? We have to increase our frequency and go into expanded consciousness. That can only happen baby steps. First step, be mindful. I just want you all to have a good day today. Just a small takeaway. Do it daily. Whatever you like while you're sitting, eating, breathing, just be conscious of that day. And I especially wore my best flower dress. Naya dress मैंने पहना आपके लिए. If no one is giving you flowers, I am giving you all the flowers today. So just be happy, be in this moment, enjoy this moment. नहीं कि lunch पे क्या बनाऊंगी, dinner पे क्या बनाऊंगी, husband has not given me this, not given me that. No. The first class of consciousness starts now. Be in this moment. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much, Tanaz. I must say that we have something in common. Even I wore a new dress today. So,
hey, you have got butterflies. I've got the flowers.
So let's begin it new. And my takeaway from your session is like, So if I can, so can you. So that says it all. And be present, be mindful. So I think like this, all our viewers must have taken, many, takeaways from you, and I'm sure they will implement in their day-to-day life. So I'm very, very happy to mention, Tanaz, we are almost on 1,450 viewers while we are on talking to you. And I'm very, very happy to, that all of them have joined on time, and really, really
Wow.
thankful to each and everyone who has registered with us and logged on to for this session, which was so important for everyone in day-to-day life. So I have got a couple of questions which has come in. So just wanted to ask you a few questions, and I hope we are on time and we have some time to go with. Yeah, we got around 4 or 5 minutes more.
Yeah.
So Tanaz, in your experience, what are some common challenges people face when initially trying to incorporate this mindfulness into their lives, and how can they overcome these obstacles?
Yeah,
So
very
just
good
a brief
question.
this, yeah.
As soon as you try to become mindful, all the kachra starts coming out. That's why you feel uncomfortable. You start getting headaches. You start feeling vomiting. You don't want to, approach it. Why? Because the minute you will start going inside, like I said, you have a lot of kachra in your cup. First, you have to empty it. So when that is happening, don't get dissuaded. Don't go back and say, oh my God, it doesn't suit me. No, go through it because it's all coming out. Once it's empty, then all the nice, fresh things can happen. Challenges are that even when you're doing it, you will not feel like meeting people. You'll not feel like speaking to people. Your aura will change, and your old friends will not mean the same to you. Doesn't mean they are wrong. It's just that you are getting elevated. If you're doing it in the correct manner, if you start really taking yourself seriously, some things छूट जाएंगे, so कितना भी तुम कर लो बने, कुछ ना कुछ छूट ही जाता है.
I think that's really a beautiful answer to this question. Could you share any personal anecdotes or stories, individuals who has experienced significant transformation through this mindfulness practices, in case if you have any?
You mean people? Yes. There was Virat Kohli when he could not perform in the 90s, and he took on NLP to become mindfulness. I'll tell you what, when you mention very high performing people like cricketers, presidents of countries, what happens is they know their job, they know what is happening, but they've forgotten to become mindfulness in the sense your neocortex, which is in front, due to stress, due to tension, due to negativity, due to all things that are surrounding you that you don't like, you get disconnected from your neocortex. Your neocortex is what makes the decisions. And that is why you must have heard commentary people saying that, "Arey, aaj ye falana falana form mein nahi hai." But basically, he is in form. He knows how to play the game. He is a good ruler. He is a good, maybe football player, basketball player. But you know what? At that moment, because of stress, maybe some personal incident, maybe some trauma, he is not connected to the front part of his brain, the neocortex, which makes the good, valuable decisions. That's why he needs a coach. He needs somebody there to help him to be in the present moment. ऐसा नहीं कि वो गेम भूल गया, like you've forgotten your life. नहीं, ये है कि you've forgotten how to think correctly. The minute you will have the correct way to go, you will again get back into form, and you'll be able to perform.
Thank you, Tanaz. The next question is, what advice would you give to someone who may feel skeptical or hesitant about trying mindfulness for the first time? And how can they approach it with an open mind?
The first thing is to understand that mindfulness is not some scary movie. It is not something that is going to overtake you. It is not some black magic that you will not be able to think the way you used to think. Why are we scared? Because we're ignorant. Why do we shout? Because we're scared. This is a big corollary that everyone has to understand. So the first thing you will do is first read up on it, because you must be a AD person, like by nature. Your psychological thing must be, you must be trying to find out information on everything. Go online, find out what is mindfulness. Once you will find that out, you'll not be scared of it anymore. Once you're not scared of it anymore, you're a grown-up person. You can make a choice. You want to do it, you don't want to do it. It's your choice, because you have seen what the benefit is. If you want the benefit, very good. You're educated, please take it. If you don't want it, that is also your choice. Then you live by your choices.
True. One last question. How can individual, there are many questions, but we're running short of time. So I may send it to you so that you can answer and give it back, and we can share it with our, via email to our
Please
person
tell
who has
everyone
sent
to
it.
please join me on my Instagram page, which is Life Coach Tanaz Irani. And I'm having a seminar just for this on the 16th and 17th. So they can join and it's free. So Aram say they can learn all this.
Sure. Just send me the link. I will definitely forward it to
Sure,
all our people.
sure. Yeah.
How can individuals integrate mindfulness practices into their busy daily routines to maintain consistency and reap long-term benefits,
Very simple. I also lead an extremely busy life, given my traveling, my children, my 2 careers, and obviously my personal life and my personal feelings. So what I do is some days don't let it get overwhelming. कि सुबह को ये करना ही है, रात को ये करना ही है, like we read on Instagram. No, certain few days in the morning you can journal if you're feeling like it. Just start journaling what you feel. Okay, even 5 points, no problem. You can't write properly, write in little points, but it is important to write because your memory, muscle memory will go only when you are writing because that pressure is on the pen. So scientifically must write it. I know a lot of my clients come and say, oh, but we're praying every day, we're thinking positive. Doesn't work like that. You write it down. Sometimes in the morning, write. Sometimes before going to bed, write something. Sometimes listen to some good alpha waves, the 428 frequency, you can do that. Small things. Maybe your day is very busy in the kitchen while you're cooking. Just become mindful. Just start talking to yourself. Go through the day. Just be by yourself. एकांत में जितना तुम करोगे उतना तुमको ही benefit मिलेगा. And don't feel scared of being alone because that's the time you meet yourself. Imagine when you meet yourself, you don't like it. Imagine other people are meeting you every day. Then you must like meeting yourself also, no? Yes.
Correct. So
Yeah.
it's me and myself first. Yeah, right. So thank you so much, Tanaz. And on behalf of the entire Times of India group and all our viewers who have registered here, around more than 1,400 plus, I really thank everyone for spending their valuable time here and attending this valuable session, I must say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Gratitude.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining She Unstoppable, a session that explores the journey of women entrepreneurs. We have 4 lovely ladies on the panel who've chosen to take a path out of the ordinary, some starting out early, while the others finding their calling much later. Let me begin by introducing my panelists. Madhura Dasgupta Sinha is the founder and CEO of Aspire for Her, a unique startup to motivate women to enter and stay in the workforce. Madhura has been a banker for over 25 years, holding leadership positions in Stancy, ANZ Grinleys, after an MBA from XLRI. She was one of the 12 women across India to be awarded the British Chevening Scholarship in 2003. Since its birth on Women's Day 2020, and that's so beautiful to start something on your own on Women's Day, the rapidly growing community at Aspire for Her has become a movement for women in India and across the world, getting together members, supporters, mentors to really unleash the trillion-dollar potential in the Indian economy. Madhura's work has been widely covered in media, including the Times of India, and she has been honored with awards from the UN Women, the Economic Times, and many more. Aspire for Her is proud to be a part of the first ever cohort of women founders launched by Google India. So welcome to our session, Madhura, and a heartfelt salute to your spirit.
Thank you so much, Vinny. It's a pleasure and honor to be here.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sarla Singh. She's the founder of QSS Global, founded in 2008. Quality Staffing Solutions is a business and HR consulting and staffing company in India, with most of its clients based in Japan and France, and we'll get to that. Sarla started the consulting and staffing firm from home, continuing to work remotely until 2018, while being relocated every couple of years, being the wife of an army officer. QSS Global encompasses two brands. There's Recruitment 4.0, that specializes in recruiting technical talent across AI, ML, and data analytics. And the second brand being Felicity. It's a unique venture formed in 2021 through the Niti Aayog and UN Investor Consortium with a profound commitment to diversity and inclusivity. Truly commendable, Sarla, and welcome to this panel.
Thank you, Winnie. Thank you.
Our third panelist for the day is Meghna Ghai Puri. She's the president of Whistling Woods International Institute of Film, Communication, and Creative Arts. She's been associated with key businesses in the Indian entertainment industry through prominent projects such as Cinema 100, which is organized by NFDC India. She's also been at the forefront of business development and international alliances for Mukta Arts. An honorary fellow at Bradford College in UK, she has won many accolades in media and entertainment education. Awarded as the Women of the Decade in Cinema and Education by Women Economic Forum in 2022. Times Leading Icons Award 2021 for Excellence in Media and Creative Art Education. And Super Woman Achiever 2019 at the 6th World Women Leadership Congress and Awards are some of her many, many achievements. Tal, Pardes, and Yadi are a few of the prominent projects that she's really led at Mukta Arts. Meghna remains determined to make Whistling Woods International the thought leader in film and media education for the world. So welcome, Meghna, and it's fantastic having you on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Our fourth panelist for today is Neha Arora. Neha Arora is a pioneer in the Indian wedding industry. She's the co-founder of Saffron String. Since starting her career in the hospitality industry nearly 2 decades ago, she has been curating events and experiences. With Saffron String, some of the most influential families in India and overseas have actually trusted her with their weddings, intimate celebrations and special occasions. However, very interesting, she wears many hats, including establishing an ice cream brand, Bono Boutique Ice Cream, and starting a funeral services company called The Last String. She's a trailblazing leader dedicated to driving innovation, empowering her teams, and shattering glass ceilings. Welcome, Neha, and lovely to have you with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me get started. Yeah? All set?
Yes.
Yeah. So let me begin with Madhura, right? So Madhura, what inspired you to take that leap into being an entrepreneur after 25 years of corporate life? would you think it was a bold move? And more importantly, you also included your mother and daughter in your business. So tell us your story. We're very interesting to listen to your story and your life so far.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vinny. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. And it's even better because two of our mates that aspire for her, Meghna and Sarla, are also on this panel. And it is a pleasure to meet you, Neha. 25 years in banking after a fairly conventional career, Vinny. That's the life that I led, that of a boring banker. But I was actually looking at data, and I would say that your organization had a big part to play in actually making up my mind. I was looking at gender data emanating from India, and I realized that in terms of women's economic participation, India was absolutely at the bottom in many countries. And currently, if you see the gender gap data, it's across 146 countries, and we are fifth from the bottom. I was also looking at the women's workforce participation, and it was actually a conference at one of your organizations that opened my eyes when I saw that there's actually a declining trajectory of women in the workforce in India. Here I was seeing the best and the brightest women around me in India, and I felt this was a waste. It was a wasted opportunity because this could be $1 trillion potential for the Indian economy. And one day I was complaining about it. And, I said the government should do something, the policymakers should do something, the corporate world should do something. And my mother, who was an IAS officer, turned around and told me, "What are you doing about it? You're blaming the whole world." Absolutely. So I said, I do appreciate that point, and let me think about doing something. So that's where it really started. But there were 2, 3 other reasons. One was that I was turning 50 years old, and I truly felt that I hadn't lived the life that I wanted to in the corporate world. I mean, it was great. And I think the corporate world has given me, has enriched my life, has given me a lot, has enriched my life in more ways than I could have ever imagined. But I truly wanted to leave an impact and a legacy. And that's the reason why I thought that this was the year, 2020 was a year that I turned 50, and that was when I started. And my message to all entrepreneurs is that it is never too late to start.
Yes.
So that's how it started. And it started with my friend, my very dear friend, who actually one day in the morning told me that she was feeling very depressed because she was not able to contribute to her father's cancer treatment because she didn't have any money of her own. She had left the workforce after the birth of her child. She got along very well with her husband, but didn't want to ask for money.
Wow.
And the same day, another friend of a friend of my daughter's informed me that she had put in her resignation at a top MNC because she was getting into an arranged marriage and the boy's family did not allow working women.
Oh.
And I was so frustrated. I wanted to tell her that, do you not know that you're going to become my friend Priya in 20 years' time and you're going to feel depressed? So don't do this. So I wanted to set up a space, a safe space, a community where women would be able to talk to each other, motivate each other, elevate each other, and ensure that they aspire for great careers and financial freedom. And that is what Aspire for Her is. And that's our story, Vinny.
Wow, that's truly inspiring. More to your tribe, really. So, Sarla, let me come to you. One has heard of a lot of startups starting out at garages, and yours was from home up until 2018, and a home that moved every second year, being an army wife. So, how did you navigate through these challenges and continue to stay on course?
So thank you very, very much, every one of you. It's a pleasure to be here. And Vinny, you have to really spare me if I'm not structured in my answers.
Don't worry.
Because I'm not a seasoned speaker.
So coming to see, I started in 2018. The first office I have acquired ever after the inception of QSS Global. The very, the obvious reason of starting QSS Global was just because my husband was posted to Lebanon for next 2 years. My daughter was 2 years old. I was working in the one of the corporate sector, left the job because I had no other choice but to leave the job and start with. I was completely in dark after taking this call that I virtually have to sit back and just raise my 2-year-old daughter. So I was brutally honest, during that ambiguous period of what is the next and how to go ahead from here. Trust me, that was bad period of 6 months for me. So, but then things rolled on, and that's how the inception of QSS Global has happened. And I operated from home for close to 7 to 8 years. Now, coming to answer to your question is how I operated from work from home for that long a period. So,
Especially when the workspace moved so many times, right?
yes. So I had a backend set up somewhere in a place called Jaipur. So 20 odd people were operating from there. So I had developed my backend operation in Jaipur and I was operating remotely. So I was traveling very often for the client meetings, but the coordination and the day-to-day working was entirely, I was carrying out remotely. So it was working fine for the fact because I think I was lucky enough because the kind of clients I got during the initial period of my life, they were Japanese and French. They were fairly open and they were not conservative or the conventional method of, they were not conventional in their working style. They were fine if it was web or I was not available till the time work was getting executed. So I would say the unconventional style of coming up with the, clients solely with the Japanese community and French community has helped me and enabled me to continue with this remote setting.
Wow. Yeah, I have a question. It's a follow-up question on that, but I'll come to that later. Let me move on. Let me move on to Meghna. So, Meghna, daughter of a highly prominent personality, Subhash Ghai, cinema would be in your way. But what inspired you to actually take the course of cinema education? I mean, was there a lacuna that you found because you studied abroad? And then you came back to India. So, would you want to throw some light on that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the lovely introduction and thank you for having me on this panel, really inspiring women here that I'm sharing space with. So thank you so much. I was listening to Madhura and I was thinking that my journey is the complete opposite of hers. I was all of 21 when I decided what I wanted to do. And I actually did find, my ikigai almost in what I do today. So yeah, I think as you read in my profile, I had a lot of opportunities to learn being born in the film business. And as we all hear about nepotism, and some of us criticize it. Some of us who've been part of the journey know the burden that it comes with. But that's a different discussion altogether. I feel that for me, I was very fortunate to have parents who were very keen on me, first of all, building a career, really doing something with my life. Because most of my friends at that time, the first priority for parents was that, okay, let's get them married, then they can build their careers. But for my parents, marriage was never a priority. So education and, further education. And I went to the UK to study. I did something completely different. I did business management rather than film. And I think it was that really, gave me the opportunity that while I was learning by interning with my father or being on films on the creative side, but also being educated in a completely different sector. And it really gave me that opportunity to think about what I really want to do. So first of all, I think without supportive parents who were really encouraging for me to do what I wanted to do, I don't think I would have found my ikigai. And then it really wasn't my brainchild. To be honest, I was really happy in London, having fun. And at 21, my dad decided that you have to come back. So at that point, I was a grumpy 21-year-old who was asked to come back to India. And he said, I have this dream. I want to build a school, because he saw the lacuna. So I definitely can't take credit for this. But he said, I want you to be here. And I was like, I don't have any experience. I'm only 21. Main aage karungi kya? And he said, no, I want you to be the first person, because there are going to be people here who are going to have 20, 30, 40 years of experience ahead of you. And this is going to be your baby. You need to take this over, and you need to do this for me. So honestly, at that point, I was just being a very, very, very good daughter. And I was just following my, and trying to help my father build his dream. But as I started building that dream, as we started looking into education, looking at the industry, seeing how many people the industry employs and how many of them are actually not trained. So many people come to Mumbai looking for opportunities in this field, but they have no direction. They have no place to go to. So I think the heart of starting this institute was really so that, we could become that one place, one space for all those talented young people who don't have families to support them, who don't have, godfathers or people who can really help them in the industry, but they have this one safe space that they can always come back to. And that is how I got into Whistling Woods, and I cannot even imagine doing anything else, because I think with my education and management, I always was more keen on human resources, people management, and that's what I do here. It's such a fulfilling job to be able to really be in education as well as use my experience as a child in the film and the creative world. So yeah, that's a little bit about it.
Yeah, daddy's girl, and that resonates very well with me as well. But great, it's very, very refreshing. Yeah. So moving on to Neha. Neha, 8 years with Saffron Spring, investing in an ice cream brand, starting a funeral services company. I read somewhere you're also contributing to a tourism marketing agency, and besides being a mother of two. How do you pack in so much?
So firstly, thank you for putting us together, and happy Women's Day. And today in office, we were celebrating and wishing each other. And on every note, I wrote Happy Women's Day today and every day. And we really just don't need a day. But so starting off from there. So I think I've been working since I was 17, because that's when you graduate from hotel school. And my first job was with a prominent 5-star hotel chain in India. I worked there for about 8 years, and I remember I was the youngest associate director, and there was my appraisal day, and I went up to my boss and I was like, what's next? So he said, I'm 2 decades older to you. I don't know my next, so I don't know your next. And I was like, okay, well, this doesn't work for me. And I had a very close friend, so we had about 200 coffees, and he said, maybe you do a shift and, we run the wedding business together. So actually for the last 15 years, we've been running the wedding business together, where I think, between both my kids, bringing them up, being pregnant on events, expressing in office, having a little mini fridge in there, doing all sorts of crazies. I think the last 15 years in the wedding industry has been great. Off late, we spoke about inclusion, and, also as you grow older, this on-site sort of job and events, is very hectic, and you want to have, some sort of diversity. So just last year, a year and a half back, we invested in Bono, which is also run by 2 very talented women, Alyssa and Simone. And I just love the brand in terms of the inclusion, the people working for it, the product. It's preservative free, and it's got like a whole story going for itself. So I'm working on the brand, the strategy, developing it and, taking it to the next level. The most interesting one, which, you mentioned lately, the last ring. So 2 years ago, I was in London, and looking at a funeral where everyone was uptight, dressed up, so well. There was a band, there was an orchestra, everyone was seated, and, people were rather having a decent time. So when I was looking at it, I was like, in India, we don't get time to grieve, because when somebody passes away, there is just so much stress and chaos right from that first message which you have to send out to even getting like 100 bottles of water in your house, to getting the right ambulance, to getting the right people, because you don't know what to do, right? So I said, this is such a gap in our industry, in our society, and nobody's really addressing it. We do have a couple of players who are ambulance services and things like that. But, so the whole message and even the tagline of our brand is celebrating life and afterlife, because
Nice.
the whole concept of making these packages, helping people in other things like will making, legacy planning, when you do a Shraddh, like we don't even know what happens to our grandparents' Shraddh. So we've thought of, stuff like that. Also celebrating your 80th birthday, your 75th birthday, you say thank you to the world while you're alive, rather than regretting it later and letting your next in kin do something which maybe you don't want to. Like my funeral is planned. My partner knows exactly what I want done on my funeral and how it's going to be. It's also a topic which people don't want to talk about right now, and it's not very, front of the line and easy as a conversation. But yeah, I think between all of this, it's been a great journey. I've had great family, friends, support to, sit here and talk to you about this so easily today. But yeah, the last 2 decades has been one hell of a ride, and I love it. And just very, very looking forward to the next few to see what's coming up.
Wow, yeah. Stay with that, Neha, because I would be coming up with a question around the main bastion, right? So Madhura, so what's your raison d'etre with Aspire for Her? What is that purpose, or what's that ambition that you're looking at for Aspire for Her?
So Vinny, it's like this. When we started, we wanted to have a very clear vision. And thanks to being a banker for so many years, it couldn't be a vision without numbers. So we're adding 1 million women to the workforce by 2025 and
Wow,
10 million by 2030.
wow.
So that's our number, that's our vision, that's our dream with a deadline. How are we going to do it? We motivate women to enter and stay in the workforce. We want to create a generation of financially independent women, and we want to do that by using the power of communities and networks. So that's our mission, and that's how we see ourselves doing it. Very happy to tell you that today is our 4th birthday. We
Oh,
just,
very happy birthday.
thank you.
Beautiful.
We were
Yeah,
just
2020, you were
calculating
mentioning.
2020, yes.
Yes,
And we were calculating how far are we on that path to the 1 million. In terms of community strength, we are actually 500,000 today.
wow.
And we have unique members touching 400,000. So we're very, very proud of the journey so far, but we know that the best is yet to come.
So what's that model that you follow? You were mentioning something about the mindset, and
Yes.
that's a lot of work, right? Around.
Absolutely, there is one thing and there is one element that needs to change in our country, and that's mindset.
Yeah.
Mindset of the women themselves, of the people around them, and of society in general. So we work on a very unique model, and we call it the mindset change model. And we have stolen a formula from a much more famous formula, and we call that E cubed is equal to MC cubed.
Okay.
You know which formula we have stolen it
Yes,
from,
absolutely.
and E is equal to MC square, and E cubed is where we want every woman in India to be, either in employment, in entrepreneurship, or in education, which leads to one of these two. So we are very, very clear about the destination of each woman in our country, and M, C, C, and C are the 4 critical success factors that are needed to build communities and change mindsets. What's M? M is mentors and role models. So we have about 300 women leaders, CEOs, CXOs, founders, unicorn builders who do one-to-one and one-to-many mentorship at Aspire for Her. 4 out of 5 girls in our country have no successful, relatable, professional woman role model. So we give them access and opportunity. Very proud to have 2 of my
Outstanding.
mentors over here. Both Meghna and Sarla are part of our mentor community, which we call Trillion. And we call it Trillion because of the $1 trillion opportunity that India is missing out on because enough women are not working. This is not our estimation, it's McKinsey's estimate. So we hope it's right. The second pillar that we work on.
So I'm
Yeah.
sure there is a way for people to access you and your organization to be a part
Absolutely.
of the work. Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. I'll mention that. It's a good time to mention that. We are at www.aspire.com. We have a presence on LinkedIn, the most, so we'll be happy to welcome our social media, or please do sign up on www.aspireforher.com to be part of the movement. This is absolutely free of cost and takes about 2 minutes to fill up the form.
Right.
So that's the piece, Vinny. The other 3 elements that we work on, other than mentorship, are courses, cohorts, and learning. We're all about skilling, upskilling, and reskilling for the jobs of tomorrow's India. The next pillar is all around career previews. This is about celebration of women and their careers, telling their stories. We are only about women and careers, and we have no other distractions at Aspire for Her. That's what we like to be. And the last piece is the community. The community connects with each other, motivates each other, elevates each other, and also tries to solve problems creatively and collectively so that no one ever feels alone in their journey. We've built 18 communities so far, starting from students to corporate citizens, to women in sports, women in technology, women in banking, women in fintech. And we work with a bunch of fantastic organizations, forward-looking and diversity-focused, and they walk with us on this journey of building communities in India, women's communities in India.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much for that. Sarla, you had mentioned that you have 2 brands, right? One sec. Yeah, 2 brands that we were talking about, right? So Felicity being one of those unique brands, which is in the space of diversity and inclusivity. So do you like to, give the audience, an understanding of where you were motivated to start something like that and where it is today as a brand?
Yeah. So see, Vinny, the journey started in 2001, and this was just for the primarily, we happened to be the finalist for the WEP Women Entrepreneurship Program by the Niti Aayog and United Nations. One sec, I'm supposed to join this, Vinny?
No, just ignore that. No.
So just ignore this, huh? All right. So I feel I was lucky enough. I got one mentor during this 1 year's journey and being given by Niti Aayog after the selection of this Niti Aayog and women entrepreneurship. During this journey, we framed this entire framework of this brand called Felicity. And that's how the Felicity came in, as an idea of brand. So, so this is how it has started. And the entire framework has been carried out under this mentor that was given by Niti Aayog. And now, as on today, we have, 20 women who are working under this Felicity brand. And 90% of them are the returnees. And they are falling in the age bracket of somewhere between 40 to 55. So this has been done intentionally. And they are not.
And these are women who were in a career break and planning to come back.
Yes, yes.
That you're talking about. Okay.
Yes, they are 20 in number, and they are very much working with us as a whole soul team members. So we have a solid, framework and the infra now to, take up this to the next level. And also under Felicity, we have a lot of research work from our existing clients wherein they are really brainstorming how to work on the inclusivity, how the corporates are facing the challenges. So we support them with some sort of research and the data work being carried out by these 20 women, to facilitate these services. So I think we are pretty settled here, though it's a new idea, it's a year old only.
Yes,
but
just a year old. Yes.
Yeah. So we are pretty settled down. So broadly, I would say what we are doing is we are doing a lot of research services for the corporates, and we are placing the women leaders in the unconventional areas under Felicity.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah.
So, Meghna, as the president of Whistling Woods, and really being young at that, I know that you did diversify the business. You looked at business very differently. So what were some of those challenges you faced, being a woman at the helm of it and trying to, maneuver business
Yeah.
in the way you had kind of, conceptualized?
Yeah. So I think as a country, or maybe not even a country, as just society, we are not just sometimes sexist towards women in leadership roles, but we are also very ageist. So I had to deal with both. I was very young. I was in a position of power, so to say. And there was a lot of judgment around the fact that, my father owned the school and he was starting it. So there was a lot of proving for me to do. And I understood that a lot of people were just being nice to me because of who I was, where I came from, rather than my own kind of, my own qualities and positives. So I think that for me it was a lot. I had to take a lot on at a very young age, and really like train myself to believe in myself. And I think that as I went along, I saw that it was just not me. A lot of women go through it. So one of the big changes and shifts that has happened over the years at Whistling Woods is that we've had a lot of women in leadership positions. And I feel that that is something that I have driven very consciously. And I think sometimes maybe that it's not like I've been unfair to men, but yes, I do have a preference for women leaders because I believe that they can bring a lot to the table. I believe that we are our emotional quotient, in that sense, is very high, and especially in an institute like ours, where we do need empathy, we do need compassion, and we need to be prudent about expenses. It is extremely important to have women at the. So I think that the issues that I faced were generic in nature. I didn't make a big deal about them in my mind, but I think that over time I realized that all women face this. So when I get opportunities like Madhura's offered me to mentor other women, I take them on immediately because I think that's important. I think it's important for us to share our stories, to wear our vulnerability on our sleeve, to let people know that it wasn't easy. There were times when I felt low as well. But we do need each other to kind of take ourselves forward. So I think that is what some of the things that I have tried to do, and I'm hoping that at least at my workplace, women don't face those kind of challenges. So yeah.
Right. No, so you said that, so Meghna, actually that is one of the questions that I would be asking the panel as well about, fostering a culture of inclusivity, and does that come very naturally for women? But before that, Neha, you spoke about the last string, funeral services, and I know that's kind of in the space of, events and weddings and, funeral services. That's the male bastion, right? So, do you find it challenging do biases still exist in your field, or have you cracked the code?
So, I love what Meghna said because, she used two words, which is, ageist and sexist. And when we started working, maybe, 2 decades ago, 20 years ago, and, I walked into catering college and somebody asked me, Bawarchi banna hai? And I was like, really? No. And then when you walk into a hotel, largely you see, even today, general managers of the hotels are mainly men. It's not that there aren't women, but there is no comparison and there's no number to how many female general managers we have or people in high positions. So to kind of, working towards the age, trying to prove your mettle every time, because you're young and you're dealing with people in hotels, generally, people at that age stuck on 20 years, you're in the same job. 30 years, that Taj waiter is still the same waiter. So you kind of had to break through the barriers saying that, okay, I am young and I am, a woman, but I can prove my mettle and I can still get a happy customer. And I think working in the hotel made the eventing journey and the wedding journey very easy for me because there also you had to prove your mettle saying, but you're so young, how are you going to manage my daughter's wedding? You enter a world where all the vendors, suppliers, the light wala, the decorator, the florist, they all were men earlier. Last last decade is when you've seen, women coming in and, the whole scenario changing. I also remember one of my clients telling me, if you're pregnant, I don't want a pregnant planner. And I was like, really? So, we've kind of dealt with all of that. And I think you just need to stick with
Nobody
what
vices,
you believe in and then just move on. And the same with, the last string. And yesterday when I was having a conversation, I said, I'm the face of, getting people together. And even if I have to go and stand in a cemetery or, talk for more than 10 minutes, the person there is uncomfortable that I'm standing there. He's saying, Madam, aap jaiye, abhi aapka kaam nahi hai. So it's going to take me a while to crack this code. The others, I think we have cracked over the years with, creating a team. In fact, I have 21 people working for me, 18 are women. So, giving them that little playing field and creating opportunities for everyone, working with like-minded people and all of that's happening. So, but yeah, this new one, I think I'm going to work on it and use a lot of help of people on this panel. And yeah, so I'm going to work on that. But otherwise, I think, once you really believe in what you want to do, then there's no looking back, come what may. So that's been the mantra.
Yes, keep to the knitting, absolutely. So there are a lot of questions that have come from readers as well, and I think we can take a couple of them. One which I think is very relevant is, do women entrepreneurs really struggle to get funding? And why is that struggle, right? And a related question to that, what should be the course of action when men start doubting the expertise of women founders to steer the course of business on the path of growth, even after the business has started making money, right? And that's a question come from Madhumita Guha. She's one of our readers. So I'm opening this to the panel. Any of you can answer that for me. Yeah, maybe the banker.
I can take a stab at it, Vinny.
Yeah,
So
maybe
this
the
is
banker, I will
absolutely
start.
true. Absolutely true.
Yeah.
And if you see not only India statistics, but if you see global statistics, globally, only 2% of the formal funding opportunities find their way to women-owned businesses or women-majority businesses. And this is something that we cannot say that India stands out, because India is just part of the global gang over here. So yes, it's absolutely true. But there are, and let me talk about the positives, and let me say some of the areas where there are organizations like ours which are trying to actually help in making this problem, at least alleviating this problem to some extent, if not making it go away. Making it go away will take a lot of time and effort. So Entrepreneury is our community for women entrepreneurs, and I'll just talk about 3 things that we are doing for entrepreneurs. And because it's a forum where we're hoping a lot of people will it will reach a lot of people, so I'm just talking a little bit about these 3 things so that people can access these opportunities as and when they want. These are all opportunities which are absolutely free of cost. The first is a cohort called She Exports. So we are actually getting women who are mature entrepreneurs here and in India, and they want to look at cross-border. We're doing a special program for them. The applications have just closed for the first cohort, but we've got an overwhelming response. And this is to open up doors to US and other countries for these entrepreneurs. These kind of programs we keep on running. And I'm sure that there are many opportunities, not just at Aspire for Her, but across the ecosystem there. The second piece that we are working on, and Meghna, you'll like this. This is still not announced formally, but I'm using this opportunity to give you a sneak peek into that. A national television channel has come to us and said that we want to do a session on entrepreneurs, and every month we want to run stories of 2 entrepreneurs on national television. This can be a huge boost to women entrepreneurs.
Absolutely.
So we're very excited with that, and when we're going to send out the calls for that and the appeals for that very soon within our community and outside. We'd love for you guys to be all part of Entrepreneurs, so you'll get to know when it's really opening up. And the third element is also very interesting. We're partnering with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and Global Alliance of Mass Entrepreneurship to actually open up an accelerator for aggregators. Now think artisans who have thousands and thousands of women who are preparing these beautiful kantha work, beautiful kantha embroideries and other kinds of embroideries and work. And we want to not look at only one entrepreneur at a time, but we actually want to look at the entire aggregator, and we want to ensure that we elevate their capacity, their productivity, their digital requirements, and transform the way in which they work. This has also not been launched. It's going to be launched on 15th of March. So I thought that I'll use this opportunity, Vinny, to open up
I
some
love
of
such,
these things.
we're all about the breaking news, right, Madhura? So I love this when you say,
Right,
you're
right,
going to
right.
start
It is
with-
breaking news. Yeah, it is breaking news. Absolutely. Thank you for that. So these are some of the small ways in which we're hoping that the whole inequality in expanding ecosystem to yes, a lot and a lot of work thankfully is being done by people like yourselves and Times of India. Thank you for taking this initiative. I think it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhura. Thanks a lot. There's another question which I thought maybe we could end the session with, and of course closing remarks after that. It's a question that's come from Rani Nalam. She asks, what are some conceptions or stereotypes about women in entrepreneurship, and how can they be challenged? Any of you could take that.
You want to file a cabinet? There are lots of stereotypes against women.
Lots of
Yeah, it's something that
never ending.
Never ending, right? Yeah, but I think that for me, what I've learned, honestly, is that we need to do what we do best. Just keep our head down and work. I think there's nothing better than a person who can just prove their mettle through their work. So I feel, women need to not get flustered when they are stereotyped with. I think we need to just make sure that we truly believe in our own selves. I think a lot of the problems that happen while we're in the workspace, even people leaving work after having children and not being able to join back. I have 2 children. Even though this was my baby, like this thing was my first baby, when I had my kids, I had, the jitters. I didn't know how I would get back to work. So I can just imagine for somebody who doesn't really have what I had. I feel very, very strongly that we must not let people or what people think about us get into our heads. I think mentally, we need to really work on ourselves. We need to be strong, mentally, spiritually. We just need to be so centered that, we have it all in us. We just need to have that balance and we will be fine. So yeah, that would be my hack towards.
Well spoken, yeah. Well spoken. Yes. So any closing remarks for all of you all? I mean, I'm sure there's words of wisdom in this panel. So please feel free. We have a minute.
So I would like to add here, Vinny. See, I personally feel that most of the entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurship specifically, is a situational entrepreneurship. So, they learn all these finances, sales, and everything after they have entered into it. Men grows with this. So this is a basic and primary difference.
Wow.
And it's only if we have the ecosystem and we don't use it, the inclusivity as a buzzword only, and we really work towards it, we don't capitalize it, this can do wonders, because the woman potential is unlimited and it's really unlimited. So I think we all owe this to this ecosystem, and let's take a pledge to have some sort of contribution from each of us at least.
Yeah, I'd like to add to what Sadhla said. I think we have so much potential in our bit, even if we do that little bit, create the equal opportunity, support each other, invest in each other. And I think in the last few years, I've really seen that happening, that women are actually, nobody's envious. I mean, they're actually making an effort to invest in each other, learn from each other, and help each other grow. And I think if we continue to do that, we're going to be home anyways.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Lovely. Thank you so much, all of you.
I'll take a few seconds, and this is to actually take a line from my favorite superstar who talked about entrepreneurship, the 1,000th episode of Kaun Banega Crorepati, with his granddaughter Navya Naveli Nanda, who works very closely with us on entrepreneurship, and they said, "Entrepreneurship sab pe bhari." That's what I'd like to leave you with.
Good.
Yes, and how, of course. Thank you so much, ladies. Thanks a lot. This has been really fun. Lot of words of wisdom, I must say. I am a corporate woman, so for me, yeah, this seems like an amazing space to be in. I know that it comes with a lot of challenges, I'm sure. Right, but I think we're invincible in some ways or the other, right?
And how you manage this energy, Vinny, I don't know. We still have to find out.
Okay. When you don't have your daughter in the country and there's a lot of time at hand. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks a
you.
lot.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Same here. Thank you very much. God bless. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Big thank you for VFS Global for sponsoring this section. And as we know, our session is called Daughters of Mother Nature. And this session is about women and environment and sustainability. So when we speak of environment and sustenance, there are some words that automatically come to our mind, which is nature, earth, regeneration, nurturing, and all of them are feminine words associated with women and mothers. And over the years, women have played a pivotal role in environment movements. Let's take the Chipko Andolan, where women actually hug the trees and refuse to let go. This is a childhood memory that most of us have. But ironically, we have a very minuscule role to play on global stage. For example, let's look at the climate talks, the G20 summits, or other international forums. Where do we see the women there? Where are the decisions that are being taken by them about where the environment is headed? Very few women voices is prominent in this area. It is therefore the need of the hour to include and listen to the female voices around us. After all, we are the daughters of Mother Nature. So today, it is a pleasure to host 4 most poignant voices from the field of environment, sustainability, social activism, and entertainment. These are women who don several hats and make each one of them count. So let us have a quick round of intros here. We'll start with Ms. Palak Khanna. She's the founder of Break the Ice. She is the youngest member in the group. She's a youth change maker and environmentalist. In fact, she was featured at the Times Square recently. She's a Gen Z who is here to make a difference. Welcome, Palak. Next, we have Ms. Dhenuka Srinivasan. She is the AVP Environment and Sustainability Affairs at ABB India. She's a Fulbright's Environmental Fellow. Her past experiences as a senior consultant at Ernst & Young's Climate Sustainability Services and TERI allows her to bring a deeper understanding of environmental issues to this table. Next, we have Anusha Srinivasan Nair. She is the founder of Make the Earth Green Again, also known as MEGA Foundation. She's a journalist, writer, director, a brand builder, an animal lover whose rescue stories have made to the news several times. And last and definitely not the least, we have Ms. Yukta Mukhi. She's a former Miss World. She practices Siddha Yoga Sadhana, an advocate of sustainable living and educator. She's the one who walks the talk and has made sustainability a part of her life. Welcome all, and we look forward to have some exciting insights from you. I've written some questions and I'm going to start with Ms. Dhenuka here. So what I wanted to ask was, you're associated with one of the world's leading manufacturing companies, ABB. So do you think as a woman, you bring a different perspective to the table when it comes to decisions regarding sustainability?
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Just wanted to say where I'm coming in from. I work for one of the leading technology players in the world dealing with automation, and our products and services actually aid sustainable development and focus for other customers. So within ABB as an organization, as an MNC, there is tremendous focus, the highest level of commitments from our leaders with focused approach on addressing sustainability. When I talk about sustainability, we have multitude of focal areas, starting from our commitment to greenhouse gas emission reductions within our operations. We look at aspects of gender diversity and inclusivity within the organization, and also trying to do a bit in terms of community engagement on that space. We also have a lot of work that is going on in terms of green infrastructure, focusing on building rating system for both our manufacturing units and plants. So with a large agenda, we have almost about 2030 sustainable development goals to be achieved in the next 10 years with a renewed commitment to 2050. So that's how our vision is to aid the sustainable world as a manufacturing leader in the space. To give some examples on the sustainability space, I would take this opportunity to say that, we've had several initiatives over the years focusing on sustainability, and that happened not just by luck or by chance, but a very, very clear framework that was set, of course, with the commitment of the top leaders on what we want to achieve, immediate, midterm, long-term goals. We've reduced our energy consumption to a large extent. We completely replaced it with renewable energy. 100% of our operations are through renewable energy power. We've also looking at greenhouse gas emission reductions within operations and across the supply chain, which is a huge task by itself that we are embarking into it. From an angle of, because it's an International Women's Day and we're talking about diversity and inclusion, I think we've got a lot of, activities around inclusion and diversity, with gender diversity, of course, within the organization. And also we're trying to do a bit in terms of empowering women through education and skilling in communities. We run a flagship program that focuses on girls who are extremely meritorious and talented, but due to financial constraints are not able to move up the education ladder. So we run a special program that allows young girls to pursue their dreams in education, especially in engineering field, STEM education. And thereby we hope that we'll have much more young women, talented members who can join organizations like ABB. So from an angle of, you do mention very clearly that what role do, women play, especially in the sustainability agenda. And I think diversity does add value to any dimension or any topic that you want to discuss on the table. And I think gender diversity and sustainability have more so close synergies. Research do show that women have innate characteristics of care, empathy, responsibility, and resource conservation that make it much more easier for them to be influencers or anchor the different aspects of sustainability for decision making that we bring onto the table. And I think within the organization, there is tremendous focus on gender diversity, and women have been in most fields within the organization and also in the sustainability domain. And I think this starts from the community upwards, and also when you're integrating into an organization, various facets that empower and let women to perform is a critical role, especially in organizations like us.
That's true. Next, Palak, I wanted to ask, environment as an issue is closest to the heart of youngsters, I feel, because you are the ones who are going to bear the brunt for a longer time than all of us here. So, as a young woman, what's your take on fostering a green and a more sustainable future? As in, how do you live your life? I'm sure youngsters I've seen, they live a more sustainable life than most of us do right now. As you and your peers, what is it that you want us to do, and what are the things that you are incorporating in your life?
Perfect. I think thank you so much for the opportunity again. I think number one, since you mentioned young people and women and sustainability, I think one thing that I always highlight is that there are intersectionalities that most people do not understand. I think a lot of people look at sustainability as an individual thing, gender equality as an individual thing, and even youth empowerment is something separate. But when we find intersectionalities between all of them, and again, since ma'am also mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals, I think it's very important that you realize all of them are very connected. When we empower women, we are able to also make them more aware about climate change. And ultimately, the first step to bringing change is awareness. So again, if we are able to bring quality education to a marginalized community, maybe someone who's living in a remote area, essentially you are also hoping and helping them understand how can I be a part of taking climate action, understanding climate change. And since you said young people, I think a lot of young people are now becoming aware of it, which is a good thing. But there is also a fine line between how it has become a buzzword and how people are actually implementing it in their daily lives. And again, when I have conversations with my friends and young activists, climate change activists, we understand that what is lacking is maybe one is awareness, and second is proper information, so that it doesn't become a buzzword, but people actually realize, okay, this is what sustainability means. This is what I can do to improve my life. And in extension, understanding sustainability is not a term, it is a lifestyle. And again, it will take time to implement it in your own ways, in your own journeys. Everybody cannot change everything about their lifestyles, but I think it will gradually happen. One sad reality is that climate change is now not something that we are scared of, but it's here. That is the sad reality. It's a reality now. So we need to work towards sustainability. And what do? I always also talk about sustainable fashion. I think I try to bring it in my own space, and I try to ensure everyone, at least in my family, in my peer groups, try to be a little more sustainable in terms of their fashion choices. Again, it might not be possible to completely replace everything in your wardrobes with something which is made of sustainable fabrics, but you can be very conscious of how much you're purchasing. Is what you're purchasing even necessary? Because something that you would definitely see in all Gen Zs is that we are very conscious about fashion. I think that's across generations. I think young people are always very, very interested in fashion. But if you bring forward more sustainable choices, and if you are aware that, okay, this is something maybe I don't need, this is something I'm getting into because it's a trend, maybe I can buy a more sustainable option to it. I think that's the first step. And since sustainability is a lifestyle, bringing those choices, but this is a constant part of my lifestyle. So fashion for me, I knew, is a very important part of my lifestyle. Maybe let's replace it with something sustainable, a little more sustainable, if not completely sustainable. And the second thing would be also being aware. Again, we were talking about renewable energy. We always talk about, how can you protect the environment? Try to switch off the lights. We've heard this in so many projects and so many posters in schools. What we can do at our own levels is monitor our energy consumption. And this is something I started roughly 6 to 7 months back in my own house, where we just simply monitor, because it has so many benefits. You're more aware of where you're consuming it. You're more aware of how am I preventing that energy consumption, how am I preserving it. Because again, the sad reality is climate change is already here. We may not be able to put a stop to it. What we can do is reverse it. So for that, we need to be very, very conscious of what we do. So yes, that's what I've been doing. And I try to make sure that young people, number one, get more aware and get the real information, so that then they can know this is a part of my lifestyle. Maybe this can be more sustainable. So yes, that's pretty much it.
When you say, Palak, sustainable clothing, what give some examples so that others can figure out and then go out shopping?
I wouldn't take names of brands. I think, again, it depends on your personal choices and also the budget. I think with sustainable fashion, what has happened is that brands are coming up, but the affordability will become better when there is more awareness around it. Again, because when people become aware, they will demand. That's when people will, start purchasing it. So one is buying sustainable clothes from sustainable fabrics. The second one, in which you can be more sustainably fashionable, is reusing clothes. I think it's a simple step. It's very, very basic. And I think we talk about it in our daily lives, but when we really have to wear something that we've already worn, we're constantly thinking, is this the right choice? Do I have something different to wear? Am I also repeating an outfit? I think that mindset can definitely change. And of course, the third thing is even re-upgrading your outfits. That's something unique I learned from my sister. My sister is 11 years younger to me. And whenever I used to talk to her about, reusing our outfits and, them looking very similar, she used to say, why not just improve the existing one and, upscale it and just upcycle it? And that is something which is very innovative, because again, it is contributing to a more sustainable fashion output. So yes, something like that. If you have the right brands that you feel are sustainable, go for that. If you have the right awareness, maybe upskill or upcycle your clothes. Or maybe if you feel like maybe those are not possible for you, just be conscious about what you're buying and how much are you consuming. Is it necessary or not?
That's an important fact. And I'm glad youngsters are paying heed to that. Takes care of the parents' pockets. Hi, Anusha.
Hi.
So, hi. So you run an NGO called Mega. Let's Make Earth Green Again. So how long has it been since you started it?
It's about 2 years now, but we've been doing it forever. So we just started an organization because it comes together now.
Okay, that's great. So I wanted to ask you, you've been working with various people with the lens of Mega. Then what change have you seen in people towards sustainable living? And can you tell us of some innovative strategies and initiatives which you have heard, which are women-led, and they are addressing the pressing environmental issues that we are facing right now?
See, the first thing that we do is tree plantation. We started it with the cyclone. And what made a difference was that, you and me just standing out here and saying environment doesn't make a difference. If a Yukta says it, it makes a difference. So what we normally do is we pick up people who make a difference. We organize a tree plantation drive along with the BMC, and we bring in celebrities. Along with the celebrities who plant it twice a week, we get other people to come and join the initiative who are non-celebs, like maybe the COP. Sorry, just like maybe my dog has decided to kick my phone today 3 times and is not sleeping anywhere except next to me.
We are talking about inclusivity, so everyone's on board.
A lot of inclusivity. So what we did is with Mega, we did a tree plantation drive where twice a week we have celebrities coming in. Twice a week we had the cops, we had people from the system coming in and joining us. Okay. And the third we had got is common people who joined us with them. Common people like, people who live in the same area where we've got this initiative happening. Maybe outside the society where we are planting the tree. Because planting a tree is easy. To maintain it and to see that it survives is very difficult. And in case the tree dies, so somebody has to tell us the tree is died, so we replace it, right? So the cyclone has killed trees which were like 40 years old. But right now you're planting a tree which is hardly 10 years old or maybe very small, maybe just 3 feet, 4 feet. So when you do that kind of an initiative, You need someone to maintain it, take care of it. The first thing we did is we planted local trees that grow fast, that do not have a problem with this environment or conducive, and will do a good, the tree will grow. And also we planted trees which help the birds and the bees, which were herbal, which would bring in more oxygen, that kind of stuff. The trees were all made in such a manner that they are the trees from the area, they are local. It made a difference. We got the local people to get involved as much. And it made a very big difference because Anupam Kher planted with us, Abhishek Bachchan planted with us, Anil Kapoor planted with us. These are a few of the many people. It was initiated, we did the first launch with Hema Malini.
Nice.
So where we grew, it made a difference. Like when Hema Malini is planting a tree and there is a neighborhood society person who's coming out and planting trees with us, and she tells him, please, ye jhad ka khayal rakhna, ye aapka bachcha hai, make sure that it happens. Like Anil Kapoor and all planted trees with us in a garden. So we planted much more than just one tree.
Okay.
So we had local corporators joining in, local MLAs joining in. So whoever came in with us brought in a whole set of people who could do. Now what we are planning to do is we're planning to do a tree plantation drive, which will be worldwide, and we would set a world record. So anyone who plants a tree with us in it will be a part of the world record. So that is enough initiative for people to start planting. We also do seed bombing with children, where we get little kids to make seed bombs and then they can put it before the monsoon wherever they like. The seed bombing has a 50% chances of the seed turning into a tree. So that is one more interesting initiative. The third thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to do small terrariums. So if a child is making a terrarium and making a small forest in his own house, then the chances of him looking at forests in the future makes a very big difference. And the other things that we work with is not just environment. I have a very soft corner for animals. And I feel that they own this earth as much as we do, though we try our level best to be inhuman and vanquish the species. They have as much, my house itself is a sanctuary. The dog I told you about is one who got thrown out of a car after her children were taken away, and she broke her leg in the process and it broke her spirit. Now she is the mad woman of the house. She loves dal chawal, she'll eat whatever she likes. She will beat up anyone she wants. And she will not move from the bed, whatever I tell her. Now she's moved 6 inches. So that kind of empowerment that we do makes a very big difference. And when you talk about women, women need to be empowered, because when they are not empowered, your future generation is never empowered. You always learn the best from your mother. The first woman who introduced us to the world is our mother, and our father was introduced to us by our mother. We wouldn't know why it's our father otherwise. So that whole thing of mother introducing us to what needs to be the future is very important, because mother, motherland, mother earth, they are all the same. And there is no mother earth, there is going to be no motherland, and there is going to be any mother. And in the future, none of us are going to be there.
Correct.
So that thing comes from women. So women are the base from which every child learns what to be. मैं Abdul Kalam बना के Abu Salam बना ना, उसकी नींव उसके माँ ने डाली. So that makes a very big difference.
That's true.
We work on small things, like, if you like, we work with street girls. So when they come in the beginning, they want everything that you give them. So we take recycled clothes, we buy things for them, we check out their sizes, and then we buy things. So when we buy at the beginning, they want everything. They try to snatch. Then you explain to them, don't snatch because you're going to get it anyway. After a point in time, they give. They tell you, "Mera size nahi hai, wo ladki ko dena." So
Right.
there is the change. And at 2 o'clock in the night, when they wait for you to come to the tapri so they can give you mangoes that they have taken from the trees, then you know you arrived. Sometimes you don't have to do anything. Yeah, you just find a girl crying, you get down from your car and you hug her. She will
Right.
cry with you for 2 minutes and say, मेरे को घर से रात को बाहर निकाल दिया, पर अभी अच्छा लग रहा है. And that अच्छा लग रहा है is the beginning that somebody cares. Because the only people who approach them are people who want to take advantage of them. And when you have a 4-year-old child telling you, तू मेरा best friend है यार, तू मेरे लिए सामान लेके आता है हर बार, इसको बोलना कि रोज मेरे को वो मोमो देता है, मुझे मोमो नहीं खाना है. So she's talking to you, tell the restaurant wala you don't give her momos, yeah, give her what she likes. And he laughs and says, but kabhi pucha hi nahi. So you give her a voice. It could be just this. Tomorrow she will talk about herself. And what I do is a very simple thing. I take these girl children and tell them, chal gaadi mein aaja. They come in the car, even the boys. Then I tell them, gaadi mein kyun aaya? Nahi aane ka gaadi mein. After a point, when you call, they know it's a catch. Then they don't come into your car. And the smarter ones tell you, tu hai isliye aa raha hu, nahi to gaadi mein nahi jata. So you teach them to stay away from abuse, because anyone who's taking them for a ride is not necessarily a person who's their friend. It's such a painful thing, but it's a truth.
Correct.
It's like I taught my children, Anybody touches you anywhere, hold your finger, hold your hand, touch your head, you don't like it, बोल देने का मेरी माँ आएगी तेरी वाट लगा डालेगी. My children still remember that line at 23 and 28. They know they are empowered because there is a mother behind them. So every child, when a mother is behind them, teaches them to be strong, teaches them to be empowered, teaches them to share.
Correct.
At some point, all this works towards a better earth.
Yeah, true. Just like Mother Nature also teaches us a lot of things, just that we are not learning from it. But Yukta
she
ji
did
has
teach us.
learned a lot from it, and she, in fact, is somebody who has been leading a very sustainable life. And when I read about you, I was very curious that we all didn't know of you for some years in between, and then we have heard there are certain very special things you are doing in the field of sustainability, and you're also living the life, not just talking about it. So please tell us about it.
Thank you, Padmini. Wishing everyone a very, very auspicious Mahashivratri. And I'm really honored to have listened to the other speakers as well. Anusha has really touched upon the core of, where we are today. And that is that how do we as mothers first take pride in our identity? There's a huge conflict today where women are trying to prove themselves in a masculine world by becoming something in a corporate fashion, which we are not biologically designed to do.
Yeah.
So I think for me, the key came in, and my inspiration and my whole initiation came through when I've become a mother. So, it's almost like a spiritual birthing. You start seeing who you are, you become selfless, you become caring, you think about the baby first, you think about the child first, usko kya chahiye. It's like your whole life completely takes a backseat, which is, as Anusha was also saying, and as we all know, our mothers have done it, generations of our grandmothers have done it. When we've lived in communities, Padmini, you and I, and maybe even Anusha, we've grown up in, and Dhenuka ji, we've grown up in a culture where we had aunts.
Correct.
We were so isolated and we were not living nuclear lives. So we always had somebody to go to, and we knew that the love and care and nurturing is coming to me from different sources.
Right.
But this woman is struggling. She's not finding that support, and she's not finding that feminine alignment within her because she's constantly on a battlefield. So for me, that whole thing completely dropped. Like that whole mask had to just be completely shattered. And I had to really rediscover who am I as a mother, as a woman, what are my needs, how do I play this role of being a mother, and what am I discovering in the process? So for me, the sort of the learning curves came when, I found that my son was sensitive to certain things. So I dropped wearing makeup and I said, no perfumes, no leather goods, nothing, like completely everything just went into basic.
Okay.
It's like you just come down to wearing simple plain muslin or khadi, and you say, okay, this is what is needed and this is what I will do. And this is who I am at the moment. I'm nurturing. This is my role and I'm embracing it completely. So I think for me, the key elements that have come is being in the present moment and seeing what is the moment demanding from me. Not trying to struggle too much and fit in too many things. And we're all great at multitasking as women. And we're all very instinctive and we're all very intuitive, and we know what the situation needs and what other people need. But here comes in, asking what am I bringing to the table and how am I able to contribute into the situation now? So when we hear Palak and we hear the new generation saying, or even voices not spoken, but through their issues, like a lot of young children today are having learning difficulties or having allergies or having food sensitivities, which was not the case earlier. So we're saying, where have we gone wrong? We've overlooked the aspect of consumerism to such a large extent that we've completely lost our connection with nature.
Correct.
And we really don't know what is going on into the soil. Even if I'm washing hands with a soap, which is supposed to be supposed to be marketed as a natural product, but it's gone into a packaging. So there's a carbon footprint right there. It's come to me. So there's a transportation footprint right there. Now, when I finished consuming it, first of all, that soap, how it's going into the water body and how it's polluting the river or the soil it's going into, and then that will go into my food chain is another story. But that plastic bottle is now another thing that I have to sit and discard or I have to look at. So, I mean, really looking at everything, what choices we're making and becoming very conscious. And as Palak said, really asking, do I really need this? Where is it coming from? So today, even if we're buying a piece of clothing, we always ask, ठीक है ये खादी है, but then I want to check with the farmer, is this desi cotton or is it BT cotton? Because then BT cotton has spoiled our soil. So we
Correct.
also have to do a lot of deep digging and research instead of waiting for Google to give me the information or some seminar or some expert to provide me. It's my journey. And when I feel we use the word empowerment, it's really more about saying, I'm holding the, the bull by the horns and saying, how can I ride this wave? Instead of saying something is coming towards me, it's almost like saying, how did my ancestors face their battles and their, how did they come through victorious with the situations that they were faced with? They didn't have half the technology that we have, but they had the wisdom because it came down through traditions. So for me, the other thing that came up in my journey as a mother and into the field of sustainability and becoming more aware environmentally was, what did our ancestors do? So for me, always the question goes back to whatever was true and written in the scriptures, whether it is water management, whether it was waste management, whether it was food storage, grains, whether it was cooking, how did they manage, going through the seasons and going through the different traditions and customs that we followed. So everything was marked through with festivals. And if we look at Mother Nature, what is also important to realize is that women are so already in tune with Mother Nature. We just have to come back into alignment with our menstrual cycles. So our menstrual cycles lead us into how Mother Nature goes through her seasons. Like winter is the dark season when we are menstruating, we're bleeding, we just need to rest and be in silence. So the more that we honor all these aspects within ourselves, the more we become examples for other people to say, okay, this is my space, these are the boundaries, this is how much I can take on, and this is what I'm going to do. And that's how we lead. And I think that's where women can come in and say, I'm empowering my family to not eat junk food. I'm not bringing this into my kitchen cabinet.
That's important.
Buy from the farmers. I'm only going to go research. Is this farmer truly doing what he's claiming to do? Let me make a visit to the Gaushala. Let me understand where this milk is coming from. How is mother cow being treated? Because Gaumata is so sacred to our whole custom and tradition in our country.
Correct.
So, as I said, it's been a journey of uncovering all these layers and understanding that, when I'm ovulating, when I'm mid-month, I'm able to be more available emotionally. I can nurture my community. I can offer myself better. Same like the summer months. So Mother Nature is showing me when she's in summer, she's full bloom with, flowers and with fruits, and she can give better to nature. Birds and bees and humans all are partaking in her bounty.
Correct.
Those are the few things that inspired me in my journey. And, there was a lot of interaction with farmers, and we moved cities, and we really went deep digging into how does our produce come to us and how can we eat better. So Ayurveda was a very, very key element in how we manage our dincharya. How do I practice my, daily rhythm and routine through the day? What time do I eat? What time do I sleep? How do I respect my body so that I'm better in a better space of mind and emotions to, be present for others? And that has led me into understanding how this also works towards the education of children.
Correct. That's right.
Yeah.
Coming to children and Google, I find today's children are paranoid about climate change. And I wanted to put this to Palak. Do you feel your peers and all, they're always worried about environment with the movies like 2012? Americans are also adding to the whole thing, I guess, the Hollywood movies. So I wanted to ask that climate change, in fact, it has been proven. Even if you look for the word anxiety in Google, climate change is one of the biggest triggers of anxiety in the younger kids. So how have you ever spoken to them on a platform where you have introduced environment issues in a constructive way? How do you do it if we want to explain it to our kids and it's not going to be fine, but you can tackle it without being anxious? So what is your take on it, Palak?
I think that's so true. I think that has happened again because people don't have the right knowledge. Like I was saying, when things become so, climate change today is definitely a buzzword. It's a big reality, but it's also a buzzword in conversations, right? And that's where the issues occur, because when you don't have the right information, then you feel anxious. And yes, when we also introduce climate or climate change or climate action, or even smaller concepts like deforestation, when I introduced the concept of deforestation also to younger children, even to my sister, when I introduced it, she felt like, oh my God, this is the end of the world. And to be honest, it can be if we don't do anything about it. I think that's also the thing that I always highlight, that we can't take it, of course, out of light, But what is important is we have to be optimistic as well. Like I was saying, if we are not able to put a stop to climate action, climate change, what we need to do is reverse it. Those are the steps we need to take. And I think that would be a more optimistic approach to it. That, maybe getting, rather than getting anxious about this is now a reality, instead understanding what can I do to reverse it. And ultimately, when I reverse it, I will also internally be able to reduce that nervousness, that panic that I have, that what if everything goes wrong? And I think that is a reality in today's world, because so many people, they don't have the right kind of knowledge about it. And another thing that becomes important here is, and again, I'm taking this in extension, is creating the right awareness. Whether that is through organizations, whether that's through youth-led change makers, whether that's through stakeholders, whether that's through the education system, it depends on how it comes to children. And I think the sooner they understand concepts like these, it's better. Because what happens is that, when they actually get to understand, when they actually get access to information like this, they start getting curious. They start thinking, they ask, they have conversations. And that is much, much better than misinformation. When you ask, you will learn from people who maybe have the knowledge around it. You will maybe end up, searching on Google. You will maybe end up learning from people who have the right kind of knowledge, have had experiences, anything. So ultimately starting those conversations, breaking the ice at that initial phase so that there isn't a chance of misinformation.
Correct.
And that, I think, can happen when stakeholders are involved. Again, a conversation like this already means stakeholders are involved. But if it comes into the education system, and I've always thought important topics like climate change, like menstruation, they need to be in the syllabus.
Correct.
And in a way where it's not about, learning those concepts simply for exams or simply for studies, but actually learning it as in, I will face these in the future. Maybe I'm facing them in my daily life. Let's learn about it in a way where it stays with me and I'm able to teach other people.
True.
So I think education becomes important, and awareness at a local level. I think at the grassroots level, awareness is the first step. And at a more gradual step, I think education and ultimately the curriculum, so that people, instead of getting anxious, they get the right information.
Like Yukta said, if the change begins with I, then I think it comes to the family, then the society, and then the world. So,
Absolutely, yes.
so I had one question I wanted to ask Denuka. It's about see a lot of women entrepreneurs now, even on Instagram and all, we see a lot of homegrown brands that have come up. Even when it comes to, say, organic cotton, people are making clothes out of organic cotton. They're terribly expensive on one hand, but then also people like us think, okay, this is environmentally conscious, let me pick one up. So there's so many startups by young women entrepreneurs. While a company like ABB, you have your own, you have to adhere to a certain set of rules and standards for sustainability. But the younger companies, they are not. For example, if somebody who has 5 employees, 10 employees, but they're still manufacturing something. So what are the key things one needs to keep in mind if they want to continue and start the sustainable practices? A small company, what is it that you would suggest that these are the key points that you should have?
I think it's a great question. So I think sustainability is not about a big organization or a small organization. I think any organization can do a lot to contribute towards preservation of the environment, And according to me, sustainability just cannot be a tick box exercise. And even small businesses can have significant programs that can reduce their cost and overheads in the long run, thereby addressing sustainability. And it not necessarily mean large investments for big projects. It can be smaller projects. Like, for example, I think the one I can easily think of is, and at ABB, we did an initiative of zero plastic free workplace, which means that none of our, work zones or factories or offices allow plastics in any form, single-use plastics especially. And this didn't require much of intervention in terms of financial inflow to run a project. It's pure management commitment, and the teams ensure that they follow and further monitor, and thereby now it's become an awareness for every employee. People immediately identify if a new visitor comes in with a plastic bottle unknowingly, and the question is says that we don't allow plastic. So this is something that improves the awareness on sustainability. It brings in an aspect of discipline among employees, And of course, in the longer run, it addresses a lot of sustainability initiatives. Similarly, would be water conservation. I think we are at a stage and we cannot ignore the grave crisis that is ahead in front of us. As we speak, several cities are running into kind of a water stress crisis zone. Summer hits in, right? And it makes a lot of sense for even smaller organizations to have systems in place whereby they reduce their consumption. So according to me, organization will have to start to have a framework where they identify, map immediate, midterm, and long-term activities that they work on, and thereby also address the cost saving. It improves cost saving, it improves the branding, and also the image value of the organization. And mind you, now no more organizations, big or small, will be spared from addressing sustainability, because there are a lot of compliance regimes that are coming in. Indirectly, smaller, large, government is asking for a lot of initiatives, be it extended product responsibility, or moving away from plastic use, or from chemical, resource intensive, to use much lesser polluting chemicals in your processes. So I think the big thing for any organization to start to have a framework. What is it in for the company to start the sustainability journey, and identify easier ones that they can accomplish with not much resources or financial input, but start something there, and then have larger, where it will also require like commitments going forward. For example, if you're a company, having a large customer, and they want the supply sustainability angle, and they want you to map your greenhouse gas emissions and footprint, then automatically you have to start somewhere where you start the exercise of mapping your energy consumption, both in-house and external. So I think these are the aspects that smaller organization or smaller companies to start with early. And I think it's a very interesting point that you brought in, that women entrepreneurs who are now pushing their limits to get into new markets. And I think it's a very interesting research that shows that women are more susceptible to procure sustainable products. They are the ones who seek products which have the right branding in terms of sustainability, be the way it is being produced, be the way the kind of raw materials that is being used in it. So I think it's a win-win when women entrepreneurs and smaller organizations are growing. I think they have a very clear win-win situation when they start addressing sustainability, and it can be very clearly mapped through a very systemic framework approach.
That's good. We have a couple of audience questions that have come in. I'll just pose it to everyone, actually. So one is, it's by a lady called Pooja Jain. She says, what is the role of a homemaker? How can she make her home, her kitchen sustainable? What are the few tips that each one of you would like to share about it from your own experiences?
Can I start?
Yeah, please.
See, the first thing is start using glass bottles.
Okay.
Replace your plastic. Try and do your cooking on the gas instead of the microwave.
Okay.
Otherwise, they heat water in the microwave also. It's become a very commonplace practice. The other thing that you do is use steel straws. Like my children went out and bought steel straws. So we don't do the plastic and we don't do the paper. And like my son very interestingly observed that as we move from paper to plastic, the world moves from paper to plastic. And when you want them to move again from plastic to paper, they are moving back. But we need to find different ways in which we do conservation. By beginning at home, stop using one-time plastics. That sabji wala bag has to be kapde ka bag. What we are doing is we're getting acid victims to make those bags. We're getting women in the village to have stitching libraries where they stitch those and you bring them to the cities and you move them. Small things which make a difference. Buy vegetables from women who come from villages. Buy them from tribals. Like we talk to the Mud Island tribals, we ask them to bring the vegetable over and have a weekly market where that makes a very big difference. And most importantly, educate your children that there is no planet B, there is only one planet A. और मैं नहीं हूं तो घर में कुछ होता नहीं है, मदर अर्थ नहीं है तो तुम ही नहीं हो सकते. So when you do this, that makes a very big difference. The biggest thing a homemaker can ever do is to make the earth a home and teach her child that the bigger home is the earth And if he doesn't conserve, it will remain like a house which doesn't have a heart.
Correct.
And tomorrow we will have a tsunami, we will have a pandemic, we will have earthquakes, we will have famines. Because somewhere Mother Earth will say, I have given you free air, I have given you free water, I have given you free fire, I have given you everything free. Now you start paying tax because you're not serious about repaying me back by being a good person.
Correct.
And the
Yukta ji,
best thing,
sorry. We are
one
running
last
short on
line,
time. I'm
the
sorry.
best thing the homemaker can, the best thing the homemaker can ever teach is to teach her child to be a good child.
Correct.
And
That's
in
important.
that, everything from women rights to environment conservation to helping people in need all fall together.
Okay, that's
That's
nice. Yukta ji, 5 tips that you would like to give us about sustainable life.
That's a very tough question because I have 500, so now I have to crunch it to 5.
That we can follow.
Yes, no, but I did want to close, earlier when I was saying that we are talking about women empowerment and women taking the lead. It's really also about women accepting what they feel is true. So we don't have to listen to the voices outside.
Correct.
I don't need to bring the latest fast food or the latest thing which is, out in the market. Same for, as Palak was saying, same for young girls. If they're not subscribing to the likes and the dislikes they get on Facebook or Insta, it should not matter what your fashion is, so long as you are honoring your life principles and what is true for you. So anyway, crunching it down to 5, I think what I wanted to say under the umbrella of how a child learns is through imitation. A child never learns through instruction. And that's where the difference has to come into the education system. The classroom has to be taken out into nature with the farmer. That's where the fear will go. Children are not connected to nature at all. A caterpillar is just a drawing in the textbook, or it's, as Palak said, it's just for an examination purpose. I've studied this much, biology ho gaya, physics ho gaya, chemistry ho gaya. I don't know what it is. So the way imparting of knowledge comes first from the mother in the kitchen. If she's making a little roti or if she's cooking, the child is automatically in the kitchen and wants to play with those utensils. So the first thing that we do as mothers to empower our children is that we start doing what we believe is good for the family. Cutting down on everything that is not natural in our food practices. I'll again highlight Ayurveda is the way to go. Ayurveda is the only way that we can stop medicines. We can have a proper rhythm for the family that's going to eat together, be healthy together and think alike. Yoga में कहते हैं कि जैसा अन्न वैसा आपका मन है. So our thought process is governed by the way that we eat and what kind of food that we consume. So that onus lies entirely in a woman's hands. And she sets the boundaries for what is okay in this family and what's not okay to be had in the family, and what our customs and traditions have come down to us from our ancestors. So when we're saying that women are going to be the leaders of not only the movement of environmental and sustainability, because we are so connected through our wombs, through our menstrual cycles to Mother Nature, we're also the first gurus and the first teachers for our children. And that's how we're going to raise leaders for tomorrow. By teaching them reverence and showing them this is how we respect resources, this is how we conserve things in the kitchen, this is how we don't throw food, or this is how we sit together, we eat in silence. There's a whole rhythm around it. Or we don't run to the doctor at the first instance of a sneeze. Main ghar pe kada bana deti hu. I can make a simple concoction, and then if it need be, then we really go to the Ayurveda doctor, or if it's an emergency, yes, we take some SOS tablets. And the other thing is also putting a boundary on what influences are coming to our children. So I am so blessed to have a son who is so wise in his adaptation and understanding of where we are today in society. Not only have we chosen to homeschool, so that takes off completely peer pressure from him in terms of what that friend is doing, or usne kya pehna aur wo kha rahe hain, partying. That's off the table. And secondly, we have a very, very clean, simple, media-free life. So we're not looking on Google and Facebook and the latest ads, and we're not getting carried away, influenced by the consumerism and the marketing market. And really connecting back to history, not only in terms of events as to what has happened with Matrabhumi, Bharat Matrabhumi, but what our ancestors did. How did they combat? So that will build the virtues and the values that they need. That will bring in the fortitude, the resilience, the courage, and the fearlessness, the love, the compassion that we want them to have for Mother Nature.
Correct.
So if I couldn't give 5 tips, but yeah, just keeping it simple, keeping food into a rhythm, keeping a media-free life, so there's more connection and there's more love and there's more bonding between mother and child. That's where the true parenting and that's where the true, Gurukula starts at home.
Yeah, true. And it all starts at home and with us.
That's the primary important thing is that we do our meditation, we do our practices, we follow our rhythms, and we stick to our, digging and researching what was ancient sciences. How did they solve this problem? How did they crack? So I feel for children, if they were just put with the farmers instead of studying a project, hai, ye problem,
Agreed.
crisis, hai, how will you, instead of making it like a very project report, like like a corporate kind of a terminology, if we just put them, children today are actually here to teach us. So they'll come up with far more out of the box solutions if they just sit with the farmers and say, the farmer has this issue, but we can do this, because they are not yet conditioned. So the more that they get conditioned, the more information that they're loaded with, their brain and their neural pathways are only going to be programmed in that manner. They're only going to come up with those answers that they've been fed. System में मैंने ये hardware में मैंने software download किया तो वही output आएगा. If I let them be free and creative, and if I bring my pedagogy through pottery, carpentry, cooking, knitting, all those skills which bring
your hands, basically.
coordination, then we have more grounded leaders for tomorrow, and that's where the change will come in through. So that's where we
trying to incorporate.
Yeah, so that's where I was wanting to conclude. That's why we were really on Adivasi women to teach us.
Correct.
Their children are far more resilient, and they don't get scared at
the Maasai tribe.
Sound of a tiger. They know how to face it. And they know how to. They identify herbs much faster.
True.
So that's where I think the whole river has to really be almost navigated into a way where education, children, and nature come together.
Because right now everything is in its own compartment. What we are learning is not real life. So I think we need to go back to basics.
We go back to our roots. We are so enriched in our Bharatiya parampara that we don't have to look far beyond. Everything has been laid out in our scriptures by the rishis. It's very easy for us. Just have to go back.
Padmini, I just wanted to share one thing here. In Maharashtra, 185 kilometers away from Bombay, there are water wives. A man is married, he marries one woman, two women, depends on how old his wife has become, to only fetch water. The woman doesn't live with him, she doesn't sleep with him, she has no rights, she cannot have any children from him, but she is the Pani Wali Bai.
That is true.
If the woman were educated, 185 kilometers from Bombay, and why they don't get water? Because the water is in a pipe coming to Bombay, coming to Mumbai instead of being given to the village. If the woman were educated...
1 second. Related to this, I'm just going to ask the question. This is an audience question. Iska answer aap abhi de rahe ho. Which is, are women more affected by climate change? And as a social activist, how do we ensure that women have a more say in climate change? So this is a question that has been asked by Rashmita Jaina. So please continue.
So to Rashmita, it's a very simple thing. If the woman were educated, she would not let another woman become a Pani Wali Bai. If the Pani Wali Bai were educated, she would never become a Pani Wali Bai. And if the child were educated, he would not allow this woman to have this kind of fate. So it begins there. When you educate a woman, when you give a woman her rights, then she doesn't do this. A farmer conveniently decides to take loan and commit suicide. Who worries about the wife who has to take care of the children, take the life forward? And from everywhere, wherever you see, the men own the farm. But the women, whether they are wives or children, they work in the farm. So 90% of labor in the farms in developing countries are women because they are denied their rights. The ownership is always with the man. Man is supposed to be the breadwinner, but it's like the lion in a pride. The women do the hunting and the man does the eating. So there has to be a difference. Like even if you look at the lions of Gir, the women are the ones who are the forest officers. They take care of the conservation and they are those typical homemakers who wear a forest guard ka uniform, par ghar jaake chula chakai phukte hain. But that empowerment of a woman saving a lion may not have come from education. When she goes back home, she's a lioness. So when you give them opportunity, when you give them an opportunity to do something, it makes a difference. If there is an education, they will find a better way to bring water. I mean, schools, colleges, any place you do rainwater harvesting, your groundwater level goes up. It's not a rocket science. Even a well that is not functional anymore, you do rainwater harvesting, ground level rises, water comes. And sometimes at the bottom of the village, you have a huge river that gets flooded. But at the top, there is no water. And you give them solar power, but you don't educate them. They don't know that वो एक basic solar का panel के ऊपर पानी डाला, it will bring the sun in. So these are basic things where even if you have technology, you have anything, your lamp है ना, if you can't bring light into this world and there is a darkness, our mother has taught us, एक दिए जलाओ, दो दिए जलाओ, पूरा घर रोशनी से फैल जाता है. We need to light ourselves. We need to light all the people around us. And it begins with that homemaker, it begins with that woman. Because if she is not lit, she is the one who's going to be most affected by it. Because you and I, if there is a holiday, we all chill at home. But it's our mother, she's like that police wala. Okay, whether it is Republic Day, whether it is Independence Day, whether it is Diwali, she's still working on Diwali. Sweets बनाएगी, शाम को दिए जलाएगी, सुबह मंदिर जाएगी, 3 बजे उठ के अपने बाल धोएगी और सबको उठाएगी जो 6 घंटे बाद उठे. But the woman is the one who's always most affected, and she is the one whom we give the least importance. So it is time we look at the women from a different perspective, start educating them, start giving them a better opportunity. So our future generations and our Mother Earth will say thank you one day.
Yeah, sure. So I'm so sorry, we'll have to conclude this session. We have overshot by 16 minutes. So it's been a pleasure hosting you all. Dhenuka, Palak, Yukta, Anusha, you have brought some amazing perspectives. And I think the key take that we have got out of is that let's restart from home. Ghar ka saman istemal kare, kam kharide. Let's listen to our mothers, make sure our children listen to us. And rightfully said, we are the daughters of the Mother Earth, and we are the ones who will be paving the way for a greener and a better future. And I look forward to seeing all of you shine brighter and spread your knowledge to all of us even in more ways. And it was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
you.
Padmini. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Wait. Let me just fix this. Better? Let me just see if I can. Okay, good.
For the next 45 minutes is investing in women's leadership. What an important subject. And to really talk about this most important subject, we have 4 extremely accomplished, extremely powerful, and extremely important women in this team with us. The first one being Susan Ferguson from UN Women. Then we have Nikita, an accomplished aerospace engineer. Then we have Namita Vyas, who is huge ex-banker who's into sustainability financing. We have Shaili, the most accomplished journalists that we have in our country. So what I'm going to be doing now is just allowing each one of them to talk a little bit about themselves so that they can introduce themselves, and maybe you will have a few seconds of an opening remark that you want to make on this subject of investing in women leadership. So to just go in the order of beginning with UN Women, let's begin with you, Susan.
Thank you so much, Sudha, and also for being on this panel. It's a great honor to be with my fellow panelists. Lovely to see you all. So I'm Australian. I grew up in a tiny country town in Western Queensland, if any of you know Australia. And I came to feminism in the 1980s because my mother was a great role model for me. She worked, she was very skilled in her working, and I don't know, I just absorbed this movement that was growing and thriving at that time in Australia. And since then I've worked in many different roles overseas, and most recently in UN Women. And I feel passionately about it. I'm so lucky to have a job that I feel I can understand and relate to and feel committed to, because I believe in what we're doing. And that's how I've chosen my jobs over the years, from a passion point of view. And it's led me in the right direction. So thank you for having me here today. And do you want me to go on and talk about why it's important to invest in women, or shall we introduce?
Maybe we'll just do the introduction and then come to that. Over to you, Namita, if we could.
Thank you very much, and it's such a pleasure to be here on this panel. And thanks a lot for inviting me here. As a part of my introduction, I'm Namita Vyas, and I come with 32 years of diverse experience. Started my career as a public policy person, so working on different kinds of policies, and then moved on to sustainability and climate, which became very important from an overall impact standpoint, and then finance. So my last role, as Sudha mentioned, was with a large private sector bank, CXO role. I was quite alone there, actually, along with one of my other colleagues. So gender diversity is something that really needs to be taken up in a big way. And especially as a part of my journey as a banker, I have been able to launch a few very impactful inclusive women products, so financial products. So that's the specialty that I brought to the table, where we focused on creating products for women. And of course, other than that, other sustainable finance and green bonds and products that fall under that purview. I started Optus ESG in 2020 to work on the aspects of sustainable finance, climate transition, but where gender equality and social inclusion play a very big role. So we work with financial institutions to do that. Obviously, from the way I've, past my life, you will understand that I'm very passionate about inclusivity, gender. 85% of us at Optus ESG are women. And I think, that's my contribution. And I'm so glad of this, about this theme on inspiring inclusivity. I think that's what we are doing, and we are all committed towards that direction. So I think that's my little background, and I'm glad to be here. So we'll get into the discussions later. But thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank
Over to
you.
you, Sudha.
Thank you so much, Namita. Over to you, Shaili.
Hi, thanks very much. Thanks for having me here. And also, it's really important to me that we are talking for so many aspects of diversity, inclusion, and from such varied sectors, including the one Namita and Susan mentioned, and we'll hear from Nikita. I'm Shaili. I have had to create my job. And I mean by that is that when I was a journalist for nearly 20 years, I used to ask myself, where are the women? I saw a lot of them working behind the scenes.
Yes.
See enough stories on the front of the screen. And that really bothered me. So I asked myself, what do we do? And that's how, my first platform, She the People, was born, with this absolute chronic need for us to tell stories of women and broad base the 10 women who we saw in the magazine, from 10,000 to 1 million and 10 million women in this country, who are actually moving the needle, redefining success, sort of passing it on, creating opportunities. So for me, that became like a very, very important element of how India, as the fastest growing economy in the world, would grow in a way that is truly inclusive, but most importantly, progressive. How can you become a $30 trillion, $5 trillion economy by 2030 if 18% of your women are working?
Yes.
So I think it was very, very, sort of compelling, the situation. That was sort of the main inspiration to set up a platform that speaks for and about different women. But I think partly I would also say that it has really been a telling story of the last 4 years, perhaps 4 years after we started, that the government, that stakeholders like UN Women, like the G20 Empower, or like climate, or what's happening in our missions across space and others, are talking about what the women do, how they do it, and why it's important for us to talk about what they do, not just that they're women. So I just think that it's so important that while we do get embarrassed that 2024 we're still talking about a Women's Day, I just don't mind having this day to drill the point further, that let's work towards not having this day.
Absolutely. You're so right. You're so right, Shaili. Let me now come to the youngest member in this panel, the lovely 28-year-old amazing aerospace engineer. Yes, over to you, Namita.
Great. Good evening, everyone. I'm Nikita. I'm based out of Bangalore. It was a dream of becoming a pilot, which took me so far, where I think we all face this several problems. So one of the problems that I faced was that I'm short. I was short, and I couldn't go on to become a pilot. So then I chose studying about it. So I went on to study aerospace engineering. So while studying is when I started my organization, which is to focus on space education, creating awareness about what are the different domains that are there and what are the opportunities that are there for everyone in the space domain. And coming to the topic for the special day, I have been focusing on girls in space, women in space domain from 2018. In fact, this is again one of the reasons being when we used to conduct programs, I see students and mostly there are like less number of girls or sometimes no girls at all, which made me feel like, what is the reason? And the reason was the girls were said space is not for them, it's for boys. So I went on to fight behind that thought and telling the parents, telling the community that space is for everyone through our programs. And now as an entrepreneur working in the space sector, I talk for several companies on how they can work on this diversity, or how to bring in the women into the limelight, and which inspires the next generation. So I'm very happy to be here on this panel.
Thank you so much, Nikita. Let's begin with the first question. There have been some questions that have even come in from women who have registered and they're following our panels. So I'll throw a mix of such questions to you. The first one, maybe to you, Susan. Are there any specific policies or initiatives that have proven successful in closing the gender pay gap and promoting equal opportunities for women? Is it something that you can briefly tell us about?
Sure. And actually, I think Namita is the expert in this one, probably. But I think that there are many policies, and one is to know what the gender pay gap is, so we need to understand what that is, how big it is, what the problems are with it. And sometimes it's around, women are segregated in lower income earning jobs that relate to the social norms, so often women are relegated to lower income earning jobs, for instance, in the humanities area rather than in science and technology, for example. So that's one reason there's a whole suite of policy things that can be put in place by government and then by the private sector to close some of those gaps. And I think that obviously education is really key, and encouraging girls to study the sciences and to finish school and study and then go back to work after they've had a child. And again, a lot of these things can be fixed by policy interventions from the private sector. And actually in India, there's very interesting things that many firms are trying to do to get women to return to work after they've had children. But I'm thinking maybe Nikita, who's worked in the equality sort of area in firms, might be good at answering this in a very practical way as well.
That's interesting that you mentioned that, Susan, because, the government can only do that much. So the private sector has to play an extremely important role in making this happen. What's interesting is that scientists, because women haven't been getting into STEM over a period of decades, for a very long time, innovation in R&D, research is being led by men worldwide. So every product that comes out with a very masculine perspective, a male perspective. So in every way, women have been kept out of this, growth that the world has seen all over, and we've been lagging behind. So it's so critical for women to get into STEM so that, we have equality even in the products, that come out.
Mm-hmm.
So Shaili, you also have a health platform. Do you want to just spend a couple of minutes about it?
Yeah, because I was just nodding when Susan said that, and to the point that you make about research. So, Gayatri, which is our women's health platform, is focused, very unlikely from what is there in our world today. We are preventative. We are not focused on the disease. We're basically encouraging women to say, solve for it, think for yourself before you get there. Why do I say that this is a critical space? Because it seems like, anyone should do this. It's logical, it's normal, it's common sense. But the truth is that women are conditioned not to put themselves first. So they land up at the hospital with the most chronic situation, endometriosis stage 4, cancer stage 3. They've not checked for breast cancer because, nobody cares about telling women to go do this. So often the onus is on them. But the reason I was nodding so much was twofold. One is the point about research, right? Healthcare is supposedly the oldest thing that existed since mankind, humankind, female kind were born. But all health is based on the male body. I'm currently reading a book called Eve, and it just basically breaks down how even the primates were stronger in many ways as women, as female. But we lost all of that somewhere because we send the men to go forage and get, the male went out and just the women stayed back. So women have inherent lower back problems because a large part of our humankind history is stuck with women staying back and feeding and not going up the trees to pull down the fruit. I mean, it's almost ridiculous how fundamental some of the things that we face today are. Having said that, to the point that Susan made about corporations, I literally am at the airport speaking at 2 corporations, big corporations in Bombay. The conversation was precisely this. When we talk about diversity, equality, now JEDI, justice and equality and all of that, what we forget? That in this rush to get ratios right, what happens when something has improved in the ratio? Let's say you managed only 10% diversity and you moved from 8 to 10. What have you done to retain that? That's where this comes around.
Yeah.
Getting the diversity number is not the magic. The point is, let's say you have 35 plus women, 35 years plus women. One of the organization has that. And our discussion was, how do you retain women when they get perimenopausal? Now think about this. They're not, it's not just the fact that we have diversity issues. So yes, that's the starting point. The point is when you fix the number even slightly, what do you do to keep that number there? I think some amount of effort has to be made where corporations invest in women's health, not just as lip service or as insurance, but get the right caretakers to look at women in different phases. So I think we have to go beyond getting the DEI in one place. I know it's a parallel exercise, but it's very critical to reflect on both what you, Sudha, and Susan said. Policy with fundamental change in how we research, they are going to help us get to a sustainable DEI effort.
Oh, that's so well put, Shaili. Thank you so much for that. Coming to you, Namita. You're working in this space of sustainability financing, which is, it's so important for the world not to, implode, so to speak. And somewhere I feel that if the workforce was more balanced with men and women, the focus on the green line will become automatic. Because there is a balance of energies that is coming into the focus, into business. And focusing not just on the top line and the bottom line, but the green line makes so much more business sense. And that balance, a woman's perspective can also bring in so much. And then your job can become easier. Is there anything you want to say about this or anything else related to this?
Yeah, I think, I'm just listening on to what Shaili and Susan said. I think, when we're looking at this overall advancement or moving towards a kind of a green line, I think we have to find ways to unleash the potential that women have to create and grow businesses. And we see that when it comes to financing women, So undoubtedly, women entrepreneurs have challenged the normal because it's not that easy, and demonstrated that, inclusive women growth, can lead to accumulation of earnings, assets, women economic power, because being financially free is very, very critical and important. And that is, I think, the key to the whole empowerment that we are looking at at one level, where then we are talking about reducing the inequalities and making it to that green line. And, if you look at just for a minute, the business case is very clear, because women invest their earnings in their families, children's health, education, thus improving the overall parameters for the family. Their businesses tend to uplift more women, creating more jobs for this spectrum. I mean, we are one example of that. We see many other businesses led by women who look at that. Shaili just mentioned it. And when we talk about research and innovation, any innovations pioneered by women entrepreneurs, they tend to disproportionately target or benefit other women who are often, as we said, poorly served by the solutions designed by or for men, So I think, what demand is on the table is really the enabling environment. And that is the key to success, because bringing women at the center of policy making would not just ease their legal, regulatory kind of constraints or address the biases, the gender biases or the stereotyping that we see, and constrain women to grow professionally, personally, but also, provide them with that kind of a support ecosystem to harness that growth. And, I want to make another point, which is very much linked to, the sectors or women-based businesses. If you look at women-based businesses, these are mostly concentrated within services sectors, which are either poor or low dependence on technology. And that whole research technology needs to be focused on. And, aspects like underrepresentation in STEM sectors also, or technological innovations, underrepresentation. I think all that needs to be really looked at. New technologies have been enabling businesses, have been enabling business growth. Therefore, deepening investments in women-led technology, finance, other non-traditional high growth sectors like climate. I mean, I think that's going to bridge that gap, or that's going to bring them to the center. And my last point, I think, we're not giving enough attention to training or mentoring of women.
Yes.
I mean, many of us find ourselves to be very alone at the top because there aren't networks. So we need to prioritize on, building the capacities of women at all levels. I mean, all levels of, in fact, the entire life cycle of an entrepreneur, because you are different levels. What got us here may not necessarily get us there. And therefore, that upskilling, that training, that fundamental support. So a YPO, which is so much supporting the young presidents, a WPO or a WEO, would be a great idea where, you are not just discussing business. It could be many other challenges that you look at. And, Shelly made this point on, it's not just about hiring women. It is about nurturing them, because they go through a different life cycle altogether. So how do we really provide that network, that ecosystem? I think that is, to me, will, connect all the dots and bring the right results to the table. I'll stop here. Over to you, Sudha.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for that. You've touched upon so many critical elements that we need to invest our, time, money, and effort into. Nikita, I mean, you are working at a very grassroots and a fundamental level. So you really, in your hands, have the power to make all of what, the rest of the three of them are talking about. If you're able to go to educational institutions, not just in larger cities, but even smaller cities, towns, and villages, and encourage girls to continue to be in school and to be interested, in STEM. And I must tell you that there are several organizations also who want to use their CSR budgets in this realm. So you should be collaborating with like-minded people everywhere so that your tentacles can become wider. So do you have any plans? I mean, what thoughts do you have in this space? Because while you do talk to people about space, aerospace and aerospace engineering, fundamentally, you're also getting them excited about STEM, isn't it?
So for me, space is one way that, we inspire children, but space is again in general or in a bigger way part of science and then STEM and everything. So one thing that we have been doing, which I personally feel we need to do, it's not just in city, but in every places, like you said, is exposure to these domains, right? Today, that's one thing that I think we are lacking. I think it's the same thing from the beginning, the lack of information. So when we talk about, at least in cities like here, students are aware of, okay, what are the different domains, because their parents themselves are working or their friends' parents are working, and they are aware of different domains that people are working.
Yes.
And they can pick from what they want to. But when you go outside city where probably their mothers are at home and when they go out and it's only their fathers, and we know that there are very few options that they pick up. So students, not just girls, but in fact, everyone out there lack information on different domains that are there, the STEM domain, different things that are going to be useful, going to be really big in the future, which they can start focusing on right from now as a goal towards, right? So that's one thing I feel we're missing, where we are working towards, and everyone needs to work towards providing exposure. The second important thing that I feel which we should give is the live examples of different domain. I take space as an example, and a lot of students come and say, okay, is scientist and engineer are the only options? No, in space, we have different domains. Like you could become a space lawyer, a space doctor, a space entrepreneur. I mean, like different things. And this is going to be the future. And students might ask, this is like hypothetical career opportunities, but I give them the examples of Indian women being in all these positions, which kind of inspires them, which I feel that we need to do it in every domain. That you study this, you can become, and these are the people who have become already, and this is the steps that they have followed, which probably you can follow. So that kind of exposure and information has to be given. And third, and the most important, a playground for them to implement something that's running in their mind. Because most of us as students or girls, when something comes to your brain, you need to do it. And for some reason, the system that we all have grown up in stops you. Say, okay, you don't have to do it. Just focus on your studies. Study. And like, don't do something extra. And that's something which kind of stops. So we need to create this awareness among be it the schools, the colleges, where you let your students to come up with innovative ideas, let them do whatever they want. I see that's where we can grow in terms of be it R&D or even in terms of business, anything that they want to, if they have to do it, we just need to give them a playground and enough support system. That's what I think we can improve the quality of women and number of women who can do the things.
Thanks so much, Nikita. And you have so much of clarity when you understand the issues, and I'm so glad. I think we should partner. We should bring in like-minded organizations to work on this. I see that we have 9.5 minutes. I don't know where the time went, and it was just too short. But I'll just leave it to all of you, beginning with Susan. Can you just take 2 minutes and try and bring out the points that you want to, which you haven't been able to yet? Yeah.
Just to, because International Women's Day, it's about investing in women this year. And I think that is so crucial, because there's a $360 billion per year shortfall in financing gender equality if we are to meet the SDGs by 2030. So, but one of the things we've been doing here, which really connects back to our other speakers, is this thing about women's leadership and the style of women's leadership. We've documented 75 stories of grassroots women leaders here in India, partly because the government is so interested in women-led development, and we wanted to showcase the impact of these women. And it's really a number of themes came out from those stories, and they were things about how women's collective leadership is quite different to sort of male models of leadership that are common. Not to say men can't lead collectively, but it seems that women are more likely. And these women also were really focused on bringing other women with them. And I think Namita talked about this also. And, it's about sort of seeing the needs around them and bringing women together to work together on these issues. And that often they were very focused on very practical things that would make a difference immediately for women and girls and their families. It wasn't just about benefiting women, but it was about including women and making sure that women also benefited. So I think, really there is a really strong case about investing in women's leadership from the grassroots upwards, because we all have a really important role to play in moving the needle. I think Shelley talked about, we all can contribute to that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susan. Shelley, over to you.
So I just want to make very quick 3 points in conclusion. One, I just want to say this as honestly as I can. Women need to invest in themselves I know that there is this amazing model of how women, you train a woman, she trains a village. And I know that we've all been fed this, and it is all true. But I'm just basically telling women, just do something for yourself. And we just need to start putting ourselves first. We have done this for too many people too often, and that is the narrative we have been brought up with, which has been with a noble intent, but its results have been poor because it's made us at the last of the line and let us really lose potentially any interest in doing anything for ourselves, whether it's education, whether it's health, whether it's financial independence, so on. Second, I think, you know, when in 2015 we started She the People, we started with one story. Today we've told stories of close to 500,000 women. And people still keep asking me, why do women need a separate platform? And I keep saying that we need a separate space to talk about women, because all existing spaces just make women a tab as a part of an existing, you know, sort of an existing cohort. I don't want to talk about women as women. I want to talk about women as people working in ESG. I want to talk about women who are taking the global south to the world. I'm talking about Nikita because of what she does in space, not because Nikita is female, right? So I just think that we need to start looking at women as scientists and mathematicians, and soon enough take away the word women and normalize it. We're not there yet, but we should get there. My third and final thing is that we need to drive home the point that we have to put the money where the mouth is. We just are so much of talk and so little of money. We need the money to get its way where it delivers. And it can't happen, you know, to the point. I think Namita is somebody who will probably be able to add to this. But like, for example, I keep thinking corporate responsibility is such a goal shifting situation. I see them on gender one day. Then women have suddenly become the, you know, sort of passe idea. Now there's LGBTQIA+. We don't need separate. We need this too, both of them. Then will come climate and women. Then other things will get pushed back. Then something else will come. I think we can't forget, this is a multi-lane highway. Women are the world's largest minority. Along with them, there's climate, there are other minority genders, and all of this can't do either or. Please remember to get focused with your budgets and make sure that you don't leave an idea you started off. Walk the talk and take it to a conclusion where results are shown. I think that's something that's important to me as we get on from 2024 to whatever else and however long it takes.
Thanks, Shaili. Women are the world's largest minority. Such a hard-hitting statement. Now over to you, Namita.
Thank you. Thanks. I think, you know, there are multiple thoughts that are going through my mind, but I'll stick to my core of investments in women-led businesses, because I think that's what I've been doing for the longest time. And, you know, it's understood very well that women-led businesses have an essential role in an economy as it contributes to creating jobs, uplifting standards of living, boosting inclusive growth. However, they continue to face challenges in accessing capital, technology, talent. It is as basic as difficulties in registering a business or the changing social or cultural norms that one has to go through even today, right? And, you know, in addition to what Shaili said, increased external headwinds globally of, you know, the pandemic's aftermath, climate change, conflicts, forced displacement, all this is also compelling governments, investors, and policymakers to focus on the larger economic risks, leaving out or sidelining important inclusive aspects like gender, maybe, or women empowerment, you know. And if you look at data, it shows that 17% women run their own businesses, and there are 35% who aspire to do so in the future. However, they need capital, and that will only come if we have those kind of measures. Now, you know, we've seen how the Indian microfinance or the microfinance sector across the world has grown, where women borrowers constitute almost about 96% of the total clientele, right? And they are in various stages of, you know, empowerment with the access to capital. Costs are very high, but that's a different story for another day. But I think, the missing middle needs to be addressed. And this is the unavailability of credit facilities and products for women borrowers in the range of, say, 200K to 500K, where women businesses are looking to double their top line growth by investing in new technology, innovations, creating, state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, investing in talent. And all this, the MFI, the microfinance sector doesn't cater to, nor does, it's underserved as far as larger financial institutions are concerned. And my appeal really, I'll just take a minute, is to institutions like the UN Women. And since I'm taking the advantage of Susan being here, I think there are twofold solutions here. So, Susan, in Zimbabwe, along with UN Women, we created a climate finance facility for women. And I think the opportunity in a country like India is to undertake a kind of a systemic approach to improving access to finance, debt equity, both, where, concessionality, credit enhancements, these need to be brought about speedily so that can go into, translate into growth opportunities. And, we need to leverage the whole multilateral, the DFI space that is out there, where they are not, the mandate is not just to provide credit, but also to meet developmental agenda, SDG 5 and SDG 8. And I think this is how we will optimize using digitalization. I think that's been the core, and bring in more finance, use data analytics, technical assistance. I think that would be really very, very useful. And just a last point, I'm sorry, there's so much to say, but, access to markets, skills, technology, and networks are very, very important. And I think institutions like UN Women, which have the wherewithal and the intent to create an Amazon, say, for women, for market integration, technology, platforms, and giving them market access, giving them finance, I think this will all lead to the upliftment that we're talking about. And mind you, there are examples that need to be taken to scale. So there are financial products out there, but they don't have that visibility nor the scalability. And I think that is something we really need to work on. Walking the talk will be very, very important. So it's not just about celebrating this day, we can't just be talking about women only on the 8th March every day, but it is about what do we do for the year? What's the kind of commitment that we take for the year to bring in that inclusivity, to bring in that women, and to provide that support. And men play a huge role, by the way, in providing this support, right from home to office, right? Your father, your husband supporting you, to your manager supporting you. That's how women will be able to move through the life cycle of marriage, childbearing, tendering to family, balancing that as well as work. So I think, how do we, again, coming back to the point of the ecosystem, I think that becomes very, very important. And that's what I think all of us need to do. Thanks,
Namita. We haven't even come to the caring.
Just wanting to say, I agree with Namita, and we have to catch up.
Yes.
Okay, but before I just go to Nikita, I must say that, the managing director of Bandhan Bank, Mr. Ghosh, and, they were one of the premier microfinance organizations. You won't believe it. Their NPAs are absolutely the lowest because they lend to women. They lend to women from the absolutely underprivileged socioeconomic classes and zero NPAs. So it makes far more business sense also for an institution.
I just wonder, why don't others notice this? You know what I'm trying to say? If they have live examples, they need to just walk the talk.
I think they do notice. I just don't think people believe it somehow, or I don't know. I don't understand. It seems to be nonsensical to me. It's obvious.
I think there are just so many opportunities around that somebody needs to ensure that certain things are focused upon, rather than, like Shelly was mentioning, we are somewhere this year, the next year we go on to another subject, and then we lose our focus. So while we are completely out of time, but you have to conclude.
And Sudha, if I may just, just one last thing. I think even we must appeal to the body that's making these international days. The Women International Day theme should remain constant for 3 years at least.
I know.
Every year we look at a different theme, but maybe there's an opportunity for it to continue, for 3 years, then the impact will come, because 1 year is too short.
I agree. Yes, so now I'm going to have concluding remarks from Nikita.
Yeah, I think this will be concluding, but for me, investing or investment in women is in terms of time, energy, and opportunities. I see that women, I mean, we can only see the number of women growing and coming to really good positions or the higher position. That could only happen when an opportunity is given to them, and ask them to give a try wherein you're investing your time. I mean, it's company's time for sure, but it's okay. You invest a little bit and give them an opportunity where they can show you what they are capable of. You put the goals and say, why don't you achieve? Now you will see that yes, women can also do much more. And when given this opportunity itself is when the women can go to the next level. And by women going to the next higher positions, the fresh women would have come to the positions, get inspired, and they do the hard work. That's something that I see as giving opportunity. And I think lastly, I am someone who believed in creating opportunity. So to all the girls out there, to all the women out there, I always keep saying, you never say there's no opportunity. You go ahead, create your opportunity, get support, get people to help you, and there are people to help you, and you make sure you stand for your goal, and you will see that happening. In fact, like I was saying, when we started this idea of Girls in Space, the people came in and they put out about our program, and a lot of people came in. So when you start something, there are people to support. So you have to create your own opportunity. That's something that I would say. Invest in yourself, like Shaili said.
Oh, this is so wonderful. This is a concluding statement for the panel, I must say. You did really well, Nikita. Thank you so much, all of you. And let's keep this conversation alive in every walk of our life, and let us also catch up and see what we can do together to do this.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, and welcome to the session that takes a hard look. Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, now.
Yeah. Okay, so hello and welcome to the session, which takes a hard, long look at some deep-set prejudices in this country and celebrates the pride of some of the women who are shaking things up. So welcome to Pride and Prejudice. We've gone through and we've seen a lot of statistics that paint a picture of gender inequality in this country. But I guess the genesis of the problem is that the ground rules are so disparate for men and women in the society. Like we women grow up being told and taught that, you need to sit this way, you need to walk this way, you need to talk this way. So while the list of dogmas for women is really, really long, not so for the men. And we are living today in the 21st century, but it's still a patriarchal society where women do not have equal status as men. And they're left behind in the social position compared to a man in multiple aspects, like whether it's family, it's religion, it's law, or even media. Let's take a point in case of religion. Over the years, I believe it's become male dominated primarily because of some reductive societal myths around menstruation. Imagine. And today we have with us some very brave women who are championing the matriarchal lens in society, the inequalities in culture and religion. So please let me welcome Brinda Miller. She is iconic as her artworks, known for her urbanscapes and abstract experimental art. She's been the festival director of the iconic Kala Ghoda Arts Festival and multiple other national and international art projects. Currently, she wears the hat of the education and cultural consultant at the Prince of Wales Museum, Mumbai. Welcome, Brinda. Thank you for joining us on this panel. Also joining us is Amina Nora Pasar. She is a distinguished professor of history with extensive expertise in modern Northeast India, social, cultural history, gender history, oral narratives, and medical history. Her administrative roles include serving as General Secretary and Treasurer of the Northeast India History Association. She has explored diverse topics such as women's role, indigenous church leadership, traditions, etc. And she comes today with a whole host of knowledge and perspective on social dynamics in Northeast of India. Also with us is Aparajita Amar. She is the founder of SHLC, which is Sexual Harassment Law Compliance Advisory. She is a certified sexual harassment and workplace diversity advisor and an advocate, and the recipient of the Exceptional Woman of Excellence Award by the Women Economic Forum in 2019 and 22. She has been the driving force behind anti-sexual harassment policies, enabling workplaces such as ours to be more inclusive, diverse, and gender neutral. She has also presented a research paper on the need for recognition of marital rape in India. And finally, we have Nandini Bhomik. She is an Indologist and former professor, a priest and founder of Shubhamastu group of priests. Her priesthood has earned publicity to such an extent that her priesthood against discrimination has become a social reform. She has appeared as a social reformer in numerous interviews and talk shows and participated in many, many webinars in India and abroad to spread the ideology. So welcome to the forum, to the panel. And I feel really, really lucky to have been, chosen to moderate this session and talk to women like you. It's a topic which is very close to my heart, and I'm really looking forward to an enriching conversation. So let me start with, the first point of discussion that I want to put on the table, and each one of you can actually come with your point of view. When we talk about the societal construct, there is one question that keeps kind of bothering and it keeps cropping up, which is how ancient are these societal biases against women? Was it always like this? Did it always exist? Or was it propagated by some, ruler who kind of, ruled our country, or by politics? What does history say? What has been the culture and tradition over the years? So if each one of you all can actually give your point.
Yeah, I just can add a bit of information here, being a Sanskrit student and teacher myself. I can only tell you that we can go into the Vedic age, and we'll find in the Vedic scriptures that women led a liberated life at that time. They could study, they could teach, they could even perform sacrifices. So it is not that Indian society dominated women from the very, very beginning. We can read it from the scriptures, but later on we came into a dark age. We all know about that.
what does art say? Does it get mirrored in art, Brinda? As in, very eager to know.
I think I don't think it really gets mirrored in art that much. I think it's more about real life, where yes, we do have a tradition of being suppressed in inverted commas. At the same time, I cannot say that it's. I mean, a lot of people may think that it's the men who are responsible for this, but my personal experience is no, that's probably not the case. But yes, historically, I think especially certain sects of society and women from those sects do suffer a lot more. It's not about women like you and me. Regarding art, no, I don't see the problem, except that I see that a lot of women are not successful artists. I mean, it's a male-dominated career that surprisingly, because, it's the women who actually have the time to pursue it as a hobby, and that's how it becomes a profession. But they kind of give it up, I feel, somewhere along the way, because, it's like a time pass thing for them. And once they get married or whatever, happens to them, they somehow let it go. And but yes, it is improving. I think things are getting better. Personally, I have had, I as a woman have had it so good. I've had a lot of support from my parents, from my husband, from my partner, my children. I have 2 daughters. They're also doing very well career-wise. They're into art, architecture, all of that. So I think it all depends on the parents, I feel, more than anything else. And yeah, I think we are doing better than before.
I'm sure.
But
No, the reason
can I just join one more thing, add one more thing? If you come to performing art, then of course we can find, we can be surprised to see that even at this age, we can see that the lady performers, in case of singing, dancing, acting, whether on stage or in movies, such platforms, the ladies always are paid less than the male colleagues.
No,
That
the
is
reason
happening
I-
even today.
The reason I asked about art is, I mean, again, this is a very novice view, I'm sure, but the kind of sculptures we see, I mean, whether it's Khajuraho or, I mean, the sense is that, the society was a lot more liberal, and over the years, something happened to it. I mean, we don't know what happened to it, but obviously something did happen to it to make it what it is today. So that's why I asked the question about how is it mirrored in art.
No, but again, more, I think more male gods are depicted than female gods, actually, female goddesses. It's more about male gods. They also dominate somehow. And even to this day, I think that is how it is. Today is Mahashivratri tonight.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any such, except maybe Durga Puja. I don't think there's anything for women goddesses.
Absolutely. I have an advertising friend who sent me this because strangely there is Shivratri and Women's Day happening on the same day. So he sent me this poster which said Har Har Mahadev, as in her, as in her, H-E-R, H-E-R.
Okay, that's nice.
So yeah, it was very interesting. So, in fact, when I was doing my research on this topic, I came across a study which is like, and the second point of discussion I want to have is on that, which is, in spite of all of this, only 23% of Indians actually feel that women are discriminated against. I mean, I really want to put it on the table here that what is it? Is it that we are in denial, or we are not aware, or is it just that even these statistics are also being done by men, so it happens that way? So what is the bigger narrative out there, and why is it that is it just women who feel that they are being discriminated, or how is it that only 23% feel that women in India are not getting their fair share?
No, it's about sensitization.
Yeah. I think just to add here, just one small point. I think it also depends on how we define discrimination here.
Yeah.
because so many things which could be defined as discrimination, a lot of people take that for granted. That this much is okay, this much is allowed. And when it comes to women in any sphere of life, that is something which is accepted. I'll give you a very unrelated to workplace, a very basic example. During COVID, we saw so many videos on Instagram going viral where females in the house, mothers in the house who had COVID, so, many people were down with it.
Yeah.
Mother was the one who was cooking, and people were putting stories saying, my mom is great. My mom is still performing her duties, and that was being glorified. So I think what we take for granted, how we define what is okay, what is not okay, is only not understood at this point of time. So then when you go out and ask people, do you think someone is being discriminated? They feel, no, there's nothing wrong over here. So how would you categorize it into that,
Absolutely. I mean, and that's a really good point.
Used to such livelihood.
I also think that, celebrating Women's Day is discrimination also. I mean, I don't think we celebrate Men's Day. They don't need it. Is that what it is? So, I think every day should be Women's Day, if you ask me.
Absolutely. I mean, why just eke out one day to kind of celebrate us? I agree. I agree. And, to Parijita's point, as in the fact that I know this glorification for one day and non-glorification for other days, or taking it for granted. I'm sure, and we'll talk more about this. The question comes to you, Aparajita, is I guess women since you've been doing such great work for workplaces, is it that women get labeled in workplaces far more? Like I'm sure all of us have experienced this whole thing about men when they are like kind of aggressive, they are like tough bosses, but women when they're aggressive, they're bitches or bossy. So is it like that, we kind of tend to label women far easier than far more easily than we do with men? What has been the whole experience that you've had with workplace dynamics and equality and diversity at workplaces? If you could talk about that, Apar.
Absolutely. I think you've got it bang on. Somehow when women communicate a boundary violation in workplace, on this is something which I'm okay with, or this is a target I can meet, or I have a family commitment and I'll be able to complete my work, but after this commitment is made, suddenly there's a tag which comes on. She is not focused, she's not ambitious, or she's too aggressive. So for some reason, that boundary violation communication is something which is not taken well. So if we are able to understand that, I think that would help women not get labeled so fast. It really goes down to us realizing our bias is there. And I think that's something which for some reason is not well understood by people. So I primarily do a lot of harassment and sexual harassment related work. And we see cases where people communicate and say that I don't like a behavior, or they don't respond. And people don't want to listen to that. So they'll say, oh, but I didn't get a clear answer. Or they will say that you said this, so maybe you're not a team player and, we are all doing this. So why is it a problem with you? So it's something which really amazes me to date, because if a male counterpart communicates that boundary, we take it as, wow, this person is firm. This person knows how to set a boundary. They know what they want and they know how to express it. I think we've come a long way from where we are, and it's all thanks to all the amazing panelists we have on the with us today, because they've been working in so many different ways. Because I also remember that initially when for the first time conversations like a female priest being there officiating weddings came out, right? It was like, oh, it's a cool thing. But now people actually understand what that means. Why are we having those conversations? So a person saying that I want to get married and I want a female priest being there for me. We understand why someone's saying that now, because we've come that far. But still it does get labeled. People get labeled. Females get labeled more.
Tell me something about Aparajita. Like we have it in our office also, and Posh, is it just tick mark for offices, or are corporates actually living up to it? What has been your experience, and what are the challenges? I mean, are there new policies? Are corporates really living up to it, or is just because we go through like pages of the POSH policy, but I really want to know if corporates are actually delivering on what they're saying on those papers, and what is changing, and what has been your experience here?
I think over the years, it's definitely improved a lot. There's a lot more understanding, recognition. We all know what POSH is. And I would say that it's also because there was a Criminal Amendment Act which came in between after the POSH Act. So, those conversations have started. But we do have a long way to go because right now it's a woman-specific law. And anything which is only woman-specific, like Brinda ma'am said, if there's Women's Day, why is there no Men's Day? So when we say it's a woman-centric policy, they say, but what about men? What about other genders? So till the time we don't have that gender neutral setup, I think organizations and their culture will not be able to utilize POSH the way we want it to be, but there is sensitization. There are conversations. Now, when we go and ask people, what a boundary is? Some people actually get up and say, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Because they understand that they can know more about POSH. So it's not just a tick box, but we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah. So I'll go to you, Nandini ma'am, because I think there's a time constraint that you have also. So do talk to us and do talk to all of us about the social reform that you're championing, and what was the genesis of this, of the gender discrimination in religion to start with, and how deep does the prejudice run, and what are you doing to actually change it? How did it start, and what are the improvements that you've been seeing?
Actually, I've been teaching to college and university students for years together. So I've been in close contact with the young generation, their feelings, their beliefs, what they want and what they do not want. I've been in close contact with that. And myself being a Sanskrit scholar, when I go into the scriptures and turn back and see what the priests are doing, making every ritualistic pujas very, very complicated and elongated. They are stretching the puja to such an extent that the young generation, they are getting bored, they are getting impatient, and nobody is explaining to them whatever is going on, be it a wedding ceremony or a puja at home. Nobody is explaining to them because Sanskrit language is not understandable to the main general mass. It is the duty of the priest to explain everything that is going on. But our tradition doesn't do that. Our male priests, the male Brahmins, they go on murmuring in low notes, and all the people are so happy and peaceful, finding that a great virtue is going on because the puja is being done. Just tell us when we are needed, then we'll come. It is the duty of the male priest to perform everything. And all this, acted into my mind. And I thought that being a Sanskrit scholar, it was my responsibility to bring back the honor of priesthood into the minds of the young generation. So the young generation, girls and boys, they didn't want to go into ritualistic marriages. Most of them used to tell me that we are satisfied with the court marriage only, and we'll throw off a party, and that's the end of it. It struck me that if I try to make them understand whatever is being said, then I think they will enjoy it. And in Bengal, we have a great, rich culture of Bengali songs. Rabindranath Tagore, Nazrul, Dijendralal, Atul Prasad, Rajanikant, lot of beautiful songs, and Tagore songs are based on the puja songs are based on the Vedic literature.
Correct.
So it was very easy for me to connect the mantras with the songs. And another thing I kept in mind, that the young generation do not have so much patience to sit for a long time in the puja. So I have to make it short, crisp. Whatever is being done, I have to explain, and it has to be very short. It has to be entertaining. It has to be divine. And that is what I scripted, the wedding script. I performed each and every ritual just without Kanyadan. Because look, at this age, if we always live a livelihood, a lifestyle which speaks of that time. We are dressed differently now. We do not dress like very old people of the 9th century, 2nd century, or 4th century. No, we dress like what is needed at this time. We do not use those wooden pens which were dipped into the ink pot and then people wrote, and again dip into the milk ink pot and then they wrote. In fact,
Your
we do
liturgy
not
also had to
write.
change. Yeah.
We just type nowadays. We do not write. So we can change our lifestyle in every aspect. Then why won't we change our lifestyle regarding religious activities? So I plunged into this. I immersed into a lot of research regarding priesthood, and the outcome was many scripts written by me, which were initially not very much accepted by society. I went on convincing people relentlessly, fearlessly, that women are not impure during the menstruation. Women are not impure if their husband departs. If they are into widowhood, they can participate each and every religious and social function with equal dignity and honor. I kept on telling people, and you can say it took me about 7 to 8 years after relentlessly talking, that now people have understood, and we are in great demand, and the flag of Shubhamastu is flying high.
That's so wonderful. I mean, it took you 7 years, and like you said, fearlessly. But it is a great reform. In fact, I mean, being from the same state that you are in, I wouldn't have imagined, like, grown up seeing Durga Puja. You know, it's like the picture in your head. You can't imagine a not male priest sitting there and doing the puja. So it was so wonderful to see, your images over there in front of Durga Ma. I mean, it was really uplifting, actually. I mean, it's wonderful what you've done, Nandini.
People say that we should not say Om, we should not bathe the Narayan Shila. Women cannot do that. We will impure each and everything, and the Hindu idols would be impure just for us. So ultimately, we are the winner now.
So Amina, I want to come to you now. Again, you tell us, because we've just heard stories and a little bit of folklore around this, on how Khasis and the whole community continues to be, like I was telling Nandini ma'am before you joined the session, that it's the only surviving matrilineal society. So do talk us through it. It's a very inspiring narrative. You control property to inheritance and even dominate public spaces. So do tell us a little about this that we are waiting to know.
Thank you, Mithun. Most people, especially our lady counterparts in the rest of India, they are slightly envious of the Khasi Jayanti women because they think that they have all the perks of, and position and status and power in a matrilineal society. But let me inform you, this is not so. And the only perks and the facilities that come to the women are in terms of lineage. Right? The surname goes to the mother. And of course, in today's context, we have the inheritance going to the youngest daughter. But again, in the past, when you go through the history, it's perhaps the British colonial ethnographers who perhaps gave a wrong impression that the woman was the heiress and she had sole, custody of the wealth and the assets of the family. But no, Meghalaya is a matrilineal society. And if you read, Chi Nakane, Garo and Khasi, a comparative study in the matrilineal systems, she's written very categorically that Meghalaya is not a matriarchal, but a matrilineal. But some do, even scholars, they do make this mistake of thinking that Meghalaya is a matriarchal, and they question why are women not really powerful as expected, because it's a matriarchal society. That is the crux of the matter. Because it is not a matriarchal society, it is a matrilineal society, and that's why women are not really as powerful as you would expect in a matriarchal society, where the woman is a matriarch of the family and of the state. In a matrilineal society, as you all know, lineage is through the woman, inheritance, and of course, it's a matrilocal residence. Okay, we have Ghar Jamai husbands coming to their wives' homes, and the maternal uncle, the Kni, he is the one who plays a very important role traditionally, and you can say that we have the Khaddo. The Khaddo is the youngest daughter, and she's the heiress. So people think that she's the heiress, but actually she's just the keeper of the wealth box or the treasury. And who has the key? It is the Kni, or the maternal uncle. She's just a custodian. But of late, with the last, you can say 10 years or so, the youngest daughter has come into her own. You know why? Because the power of the maternal uncle has waned, has declined with the passing years. Now, this is because earlier we had joint families, and everybody looked up to the Kni, the maternal uncle, for help, for support, for advice. But with the coming up of towns, nuclear families came up. And for instance, when the Kni is staying in Guwahati, and the family, his wife and daughter, are in a remote village in Khasi Hills. Now, it'll be very difficult. His wife and daughters are with him. The Kni is in a remote village. Only the husband is with the wife and the children. Now, it'll be difficult for the wife to go running up to that interior village to consult her Kni, So the husband comes into his own. Okay, so we have that. But do I join? It's written here, is inviting you to join Green Room.
I think that's a mistake. Sorry.
Yeah, I just click it off.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Now, how does the matrilineal society come up? In the past, it is assumed that it was a patriarchal society. Meghalaya, Khasi Jaintia Hills, was a patriarchal society, and the men were, warlike. They were martial. They go down to the plains of what is today Bangladesh, to the plains of Assam, and in the course of their furor into, forays into the markets, in the huts, in the plains, or in feuds, either they killed in those feuds, or they stay back and marry, the plains women. All right, so they don't come up to the hills anymore. Yeah. So, but one thing must be, the credit must be given to our ancestors, male ancestors. At some point of time, they must have realized that their, continuing disappearance from the homes was causing the emergence of what is called in Khasi society as illegitimate children, because fathers were not there, only the mothers. So they keep asking, where's the father? Where's the father? So they were termed as illegitimate children. Now, these husbands, these males, out of a concern for their women, they said that henceforth, the system should change from patriarchal to matrilineal, so that even if the husbands disappear because of their other commitments elsewhere, or they die, their wives and children will have a comfortable life without the stigma of illegitimate children. Now, when I was doing my as a historian, my journey as a historian, I've learned many things, and I've unlearned many things also. For instance, when we first came to the history classes, we were taught only political history. And for political history is all about elites, kings and queens and generals and commanders. And then our sources were archival data, official documents. And then when we went to the archival, archives in Delhi or in West Bengal or the others, where were the women? We just can't see the women because these are written from the lens of men. And probably they thought what women did is not as important as what men did, external domain triumph over the domestic arena. And so we're very fortunate. Social history came up, and social history pays more attention to the common people, to the marginalized groups, like labor and women. So our writings too have changed with time. And we have seen that when we used non-conventional sources now, like, historians earlier looked down on non-conventional sources. They put much store by conventional sources, like I told you, archival data and the like. But non-conventional sources was frowned upon, was not regarded true historical sources. But now we are turning more and more to non-conventional sources like myths, like legends, okay? And like the diaries of women who managed to,
when you say oral narratives,
we're using oral narratives now. So we're making use of oral tradition and even oral history interviews. And it throws up a floodlight of information. We find that the oral narratives tell us a lot about women. For instance, like you were mentioning just now, that women would want to limit their children, the number of children as they go up the corporate ladder. Now, our men, it seems they were very, very far-sighted, because my grandmother was the child in a family of 25 siblings. 25 siblings. And so you can just imagine the women in those days, like you said, they never complained because they were sensitized to the fact that their goal in life was to look after their husband's welfare, the children's welfare, and probably they loved it. Who are we to question? Probably they loved it because there was no other option for them, and there was no sensitization. And why did these men do this? They did this because in those days there was no paid labor. So a man was considered rich if he had lots of hands in the, in the fields, and these hands would come from his sons, 25, 20 of them. So the poor woman, from your level and from my level, we would be thinking the poor woman, she has no life, because no sooner has one come out and she's in the family way, We don't know about the real status and the feelings, but this is from our, outlook this time. And so, you know what, they said this. They said that when a woman is educated, she will be barren. Now, this is very telling. When a woman is educated, she will be barren. This is one of the, they said to be ascribed to an oracle saying to one missionary, because one lady missionary came to the hills and she thought that this is a matrilineal society. So you would have thought that there'll be lots of girls in the schools, but there were no takers. There were lots of boys in the schools, but there were no girls. So they went to the homes and they said, we can't send our children to school, daughters to school, because the oracles told us that when a woman is educated, she will be barren. Now, this is frightening news for women, because Meghalaya society, they go by the lineage through women. All right, so this was a death sentence for them, and therefore they thought that they should prevent their girls from going to school. Now, yes, but now look at this. I'm really fascinated by the intellect and ingenuity of these men, because today it doesn't mean that when you go to school you touch the books, they're magic and they make the child barren, the daughter barren or the man barren, but it works this way. And I'm really, really fascinated as a woman is it, because they know that education brings knowledge, and knowledge brings power. Right? It's all about power. Gender is all about power relations. Yeah. So the knowledge, education brings knowledge, knowledge brings power. And
can I leave?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm taking your permission because I have another commitment. Can I leave?
Absolutely. So lovely to have you. And I'm sure we'll
you. I would have loved to stay over because I was engrossed listening to her saying, okay. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
And so we find that it was not magical, but it works this way. The more a woman is educated, she will know her rights. And she will refuse to have 25 children. She will say that she has power over her body. And she would, say that she doesn't want all those children to come. And therefore, we find these young people now, even in our state, not to speak of corporates, ladies, even in our state, the educated going up the rungs, of the ladder, academic and corporate ladder, they are settling for 4 children, for 3 children, for 2, for 1, and sometimes none. All right. And then the biological clock keeps ticking. And by the time they think of settling down, they have no children. So those men, don't you think they were right? Is that when you educate a woman, she will be barren. So matrilineal society has, when you look at, I said earlier that women are envied. But when you look at the oral tradition, you find there are, loopholes there. For instance, any society that does not give decision-making powers to its women cannot be called democratic. And we have in Khasi society, we have very few derogatory adages, but some of them are very telling. For instance, we have this very famous one: when a hen crows, the world will come to an end. Now, have you ever heard of a hen crowing? It's always a rooster. So when a hen crows, it portends, evil omen or something. So this is a subtle way of telling women, you better keep your mouth shut, because if you come out on the public platform, if you air your public views, your views in the public domain, you will is going to be bad news for the society. And that's why in the Darbar, we have only men. For many, many years, there were only men in the Darbar. But again, there's another important reason why this adage came up. Probably because even at that point of time, like in the early Vedic period, there must have been women who were very vocal, and they must have aired the grievances of their people. And this did not come down liked by the male, the leaders or the patriarchs in the family. So we find there are contradictions. And today, Meghalaya is at the crossroads with regards to matrilineal, because just like the rest of India, our lady friends are fighting for their rights in a patriarchal system. In Meghalaya, I think a great majority of our men are fighting for their rights in this matrilineal system, to the extent that they have set up an organization called the Singkhong Rinpoche Thamai, which wants to end matrilineal, which wants to do away with matrilineal. They quote the Ambanis. They say that because the men over there, they have the inheritance through the men, and therefore there's no danger of the wealth of the family going through, like when you have a non-Khasi husband, there's a fear that the non-Khasi husband may run through the wealth of that family, but when the wealth stays with the sons, then the wealth stays in the family. So this movement was very strong at one point of time. But as of late, in the last 5 years or 6 years or so, again, there's been a decline. So let's see how it turns out.
Thank you, Amina. So since we are, I want to ask this question, and we kind of need to run a little faster, which is, I asked you this question before also, Brinda, but maybe you can kind of enlighten us on, has art been a mirror to the society we live in? So does it document all that we've been talking about till now about inequality, or how have women been illustrated or sculpted, or is it like we do in advertising? Has it always been about thin, white, and beautiful? So what are the learnings, or has it actually been a canvas where we don't see any kind of inequality? So let us know about this, please, Brinda.
So honestly, I think it's most people's idea, at least in India, is that women should be fair. And women should be, I think there is a certain idea of how they should look.
Yeah.
So it's always been like that. But on the other hand, we have right from Mohenjo-daro days, where we had goddesses who were plump and fat. And then we have, of course, the skinny dancing girl. So we don't really know if that is what was the flavor at that time, or if it was just a depiction of something that actually existed. But yes, I think it's the thing about being fair and beautiful and all comes from the West, maybe, because we do ape the West no matter what. It's not like we want to imitate Africa or the women of Africa, or we don't necessarily like the Chinese, or we don't like those kind of looks. So it's a matter of preference. But I think if you ask me, Indian women are beautiful, whether they're fair or dark, and I think there should be no discrimination. And honestly, it is, I think, just more than the look of the person, of the, say, sculpture. Suppose it is a sculpture of a woman. I think we are quite often depicted as curvaceous. There's nothing wrong with that. I think women are anyway more beautiful than men. So that's the other reason why women are depicted a lot as compared to men. Men are, of course, represented by way of, for example, actually today I am in Aurangabad and I've just visited Ajanta and Ellora, and I saw how, there is Buddhism here, there is Jainism here, there is Hinduism here, and, each of them have their own way of depicting the sculpture. So right now I'm speaking from my hotel room, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So
in
it's
fact,
like my mind that there is a similarity and yet there is a difference. But yes, they can't do without depicting women. And because I think it's just about how good they look, that's all.
Thank you so
Especially
much, Brenda.
with all the jewelry and all of that.
Jewelry, yeah. No, I was saying, in fact, it may be like my understanding, but limited understanding, but I've also seen that sometimes art becomes like an easier platform to have, equality conversations. Like, the whole diversity, equality conversation, I think, is easier said through art than through any kind of speech narrative. So
no, also I think now gender has become a very big thing, especially at the Kalaguda festival. I'll tell you, for example, we had an entire event around transgender and fluidity of gender, and it was quite a modern outlook of all the various things, and everything was wonderful actually to see that how everybody is really quite equal. But yes, it all depends. But it was a popular section, which is what I'm glad about, because it was about exposing people to this kind of a thing. And what better place than the Kalaguda Arts Festival, because it's such a democratic and nice crowded festival that people want to come and they want to see new things. They want to understand what it is, whether it is a talk or whether it is a dance or whether it's a music program. Earlier, Nandini said, certain people are paid more, and I mean, the men are paid more than the women, but frankly, I don't think so. Not at least at our festival, I've seen over the years, things are equalizing quite a lot. So I think that's the way
in
to
the
go.
fine arts. In the fine arts, we do see a disparity in the payment structure. I think only in academics, academics, women and men are paid at par. But we do have, we're not sure about other areas.
No, I mean, if you look at, I think sport is also doing, women in sport are doing so much better.
Okay, we hope so.
So there are fields where women are doing much better than before. In fact, I think this year women did so well in sports. I think much better than the men also. So
no, they do well, they perform well, but with regards to payment,
yeah, I think performance-wise we are like there, and even from profiling-wise we've kind of almost
even the tennis stars, the men are paid more than the women. Cricketers, the men are paid more than the women.
Aparajita would kind of throw some light on, even in corporate spheres, in spite of equal or better performances, the pays are not equitable. So yes,
I think in corporate space, that's also because there are lesser number of women leaders there. I mean, if you go on LinkedIn today and you look at, except today because it's Women's Day, so there'll only be female panels. But any other day you open LinkedIn and you'll only see panels.
Yeah,
no, that's true. But even if you see chefs,
Yes.
You would think women are, would be really out there as chefs because they're cooking at home, so they know all about cooking. But no, there are all the men. There are so many male chefs, far more than there are women chefs. So it's surprising.
That's true. Men are great chefs.
They're everywhere. Thank you all for this amazing discussion. It's been a great pleasure to have you on board. I wish we could have Nandini ma'am for a little longer. But thanks a lot. And on that note, I will sign off. So thank you again.
And remember, every day is Women's Day. Remember that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mithun, and the Times of India team for inviting us. It's lovely to be with this brilliant woman fellowship. Thank you. All the best, ladies. And happy International Women's Day.
Same to you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mithun, bye.
Bye.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Women's Day. So this is so great to see everyone. So hello and welcome. And I'm Seenu Kurian from the Times of India. We are in season 3 of the Future is She initiative. We started in 2022, and we are currently in the 3rd edition, where we have been able to dedicate this platform to celebrating the achievements of women, hearing about their life journeys and their views about women empowerment. The last 2 seasons have been incredibly successful, and we have had very interesting women who had chats with us on their perspectives of Women's Day. The Future is She initiative has been a passion point amongst the women of TOI, Times of India, to move the needle and do our bit to ensure that the world is a more inclusive place to be in. This initiative is dedicated to championing the cause of gender equality, especially in areas that are grossly underrepresented by women, example, STEM. The theme for International Women's Day 2024 is Inspire Inclusion. When we as women inspire others to understand and value women's inclusion, we forge a better world for posterity. A little background on STEM. Women in STEM are underrepresented in India, and this is rooted in societal norms that discourage girls from pursuing maths and science, perpetuating the belief that these fields are tougher or are better suited for men. As a result, India's STEM landscape remains predominantly male-dominated, hindering the nation's ability to leverage its full potential in innovation and economic growth. Today, I'm in conversation with 4 highly accomplished women with incredible journeys who have broken the glass ceiling and have been trailblazers. I just want to introduce our panelists to you. Dr. Nandita Palshetkar. She's the co-founder and medical director of the Bloom IVF Group. She has introduced many technologies for the first time in India, like assisted laser hatching, ovarian tissue freezing, embryoscope, sperm VD, etc. She's also a teacher in super specialty, reproductive medicine in MUHS. She's the only Indian gynecologist who has headed the national, state, and city organizations of the Obstetrics and Gynecologist Fraternity as its president. Captain Shweta Singh, she's the first woman Chief Flight Operations Inspector in Aviation Regulator, Director General of Civil Aviation. From first officer on Boeing 737 to captain and then training captain on Boeing 737, she has trained and evaluated a number of examiners, captains, and co-pilots on all the models of Boeing 737 aircraft in Jet Airways and DGCA. She has undertaken various challenging tasks in aviation, including the spacewalk at the Space Center, USA. Dr. Snita Sinukumar, surgical oncologist. She has a keen interest in women cancer, especially gynec oncology, peritoneal surface malignancy, and hyperthermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy. She has won the B. Braun Award for Meritorious Student in General Surgery for the academic year 2006-2007 during her general surgery training. She's the first lady surgeon with an MCH degree in surgical oncology in Pune and has several publications in national and international journals. Anjali Pandey, she is the Chief Operating Officer of Cummins Group in India. In this role, she is responsible for driving growth of all Cummins businesses, providing leadership and direction to execute organization strategy, and achieving the business revenue targets. Her priorities include developing trusted partnerships with key customers and stakeholders, building strong and diverse talent pools, and improving operational performance. She received the Women Achievers Award from CII Exxon in May 2022 for her notable contributions to diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. She was also featured among India's top women business leaders. I'm keen to have an insightful conversation with all of you. Your expertise and insights will undoubtedly enrich our discussion on gender inclusivity in the STEM sector. So let's start with some opening comments. And then after that, we can build a conversation around the question that will arise out of the opening comments. So over to Dr. Nandita. So if you can just start, I will ask the same question to all of you. What is your journey, and how have you, what's your journey, and what inspired you to be in STEM? So starting with Dr. Nandita. So maybe we can just do about 5 minutes per person on the opening remarks, and followed by our discussion on some of the questions that will come up. Over to you, Dr. Nandita.
Thank you, Sinu. I think it's a wonderful day today. First, let me begin by wishing everyone a happy International Women's Day. For women to get into science is really difficult. When I was a child, I was, studying hard. In those days, I'm older than most of you over here. So in those days, there were only 2 choices if you did well in college. That was engineering or doctor. And I was very good at math. I was very good at physics. So I was really tilted towards engineering. But my first love was medicine. So my father that time told me, okay, if you don't get the marks for medicine, you go into engineering, because he knew I was getting into engineering. But I think, medicine has been a wonderful, wonderful field for me, because when I joined, it was 30% or 20% girls, 80% boys. But today, if you see, there are more girls entering medicine. So I think we've done something right. And it's really beautiful. And the way I entered into the field of gynecology was, I was very interested in women's health. And my father being a politician, I used to go to all these villages and I realized that women did not take care of themselves. Their priority was the men in the family, everybody else. And there used to be so many problems with those women. And that's what pushed me that I must go into women's field. And then when I was in JJ Hospital, I think it was a turning point because we had an OPD, and the OPD, half the patients used to come that we don't have a child, and seeing their anguish, everything, I used to feel really bad. And half my OPD used to be women who are coming, it's an unwanted pregnancy. So I used to really feel very traumatized. Take this baby, put it here. So, that kind, of course, that was very naive thinking on my part. You can't do that. But that was the thing that really pushed me. And let me tell you today, this delicate art of nurturing hope in the face of uncertainty, to witnessing the miracle of life unfold. I think my 30-year odyssey as an IVF specialist has been a testament to the resilience and the strength of women everywhere. And I think that actually gives women a chance that to be in science is something you can really do. And this hope, preservation, the unwavering belief in the power of science to transform lives. And who better can understand than a woman? I think we have the empathy, we connect with them. So I think it's a fabulous line. And so far, my journey over here, actually, I have been encouraged by the number of babies, the number of families that you create. It's an encouragement because you're doing right and you're doing well. So I think, of course, there are disappointments also. But to see those tears of disappointment turn into tears of happiness, I think that's what drives you. And of course, we can't help every single patient that comes in, but it gives you so much. I always thank God for putting me in this field, where you can give, you can change not one life, but families. And I think that aspect of science is something that's wonderful. And all women, we want to open it to everybody. I think that's the beauty of science to me.
Yes, that's the beauty of science, exactly. How science has made our life progress so much, and how technology has actually helped bring so much cheer in people's lives. So over to you, Dr. Snitha.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and a very happy International Women's Day. I would really like to reflect Dr. Nandita's sentiments that I truly believe that this is a wonderful era for women to be in. There are so many opportunities, and there are so many. The sky is truly the limit. We just have to seize those opportunities. And I believe the woman in 2024 is understanding that and is doing that, because I see a lot of women now breaking the stereotypes. That's extremely important. And before I begin to narrate my journey into taking up surgical oncology, I'd like to say that I'm kind of representing many such women, incredible women who have similar stories to say. So I come from a very very modest and very humble background, and at the age of 15, to tell my father that I'm going to become a doctor was something that he was happy, but I could see the worry on his face, that oh my God, I guess that that one thought that happens in every father's mind is my daughter has to be, yes, financially independent, but she has to settle down. Settle down is the word. Settle down early. So when I told him that I'm going to be a doctor, it's a long haul. It's a long process. We don't stop at MBBS. We want to super specialize and do post graduation. Well, MBBS happened, and then the first stereotype break was at home. That no, I'm not going to get into a comfortable, conventional field. I'm going to become a doctor. I am going to be a postgraduate. I'm going to do a super specialty. Then comes, I finish MBBS and I have to choose a super specialization. So I'm a woman. The first thought that comes to mind for it has to be a comfortable woman-oriented field, gynecology, dermatology, 9-to-5 job, come back home. I said I didn't want to sweep my skills, my aspirations, my dreams, my temperament, my potential under that rug of stereotype. I knew that I could become a surgeon because I had the temperament to become a surgeon. And I said, no, I'm taking up general surgery. And there again, my family and friends and my mentor, general surgery for a woman, you're not going to stop at general surgery. You have to do something more. I mean, you've already spent 5 years and another 3 years and another 3 years more. And I said, I'm sorry, but I am going to become a general surgeon. And I entered my first day in BJ Medical College, and I see my batchmates. We are 11 of us, 10 boys, and I'm the single girl. Well, general surgery happened, and the time for super specialization. And I want to take up surgical oncology. Now, in a country of 1.5 billion, there are 2,600 surgical oncologists. And out of this 2,600 surgical oncologists, 150 are women, trained surgical oncologists. 1.5 billion and 150 only women surgical oncologists.
Wow.
And of those 150 women surgical oncologists, there are only 10 of us in the country who practice this absolutely niche branch of surgical oncology known as peritoneal surface oncology and hypothermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy, that's also known as HIPEC. It's a 12-hour-long surgeries. We deal with malignancies involving the peritoneal cavity that is spread in the abdominal cavity. So again, my mentor at during general surgery, it's a very depressing branch. It's surgical oncology. You're dealing with cancer patients. You're a woman. Why do you want to take up surgical oncology? Why do you want to do this? I said, that's exactly why I want to do this, because I am a woman, because I have the empathy. I have the ability to see the glass as half full and not half empty. So that's I got into MCH at Tata Memorial Hospital. It's one of the most prestigious hospitals in the country and in the world. And again, on my first day, we are a batch of 16, and I am the only woman. MCH surgical oncology happened. Then I got into surgical practice, oncology practice, and 2 years down the line, so you know, that's the beauty of science, that's the beauty of medicines. You're always learning, you're always a student, you're learning, we are getting inspired from our patients. We see our patients and we want to do better for them. That's every time a patient walks into my clinic, I understand what new, how better can I treat him or her, how better can I make them comfortable. And then one such day I realized that there was this branch of surgical oncology. There were a lot of women who are getting afflicted with ovarian malignancy. Ovarian malignancy, Dr. Nandita, you would know, spreads all across the abdomen. It's a very morbid surgery, and the kind of treatment that we are giving to our patients with ovarian cancer, it's not something that I was satisfied with. So I started looking for this is when I'm well into my surgical practice or surgical oncology practice. So I took a break from my clinical practice. It's very difficult to take a break when you're already having an established practice, a flow of patients. Go back into doing a fellowship program for a year. I was in Italy. I trained in peritoneal surface malignancy. I came back, and I can't begin to tell you how satisfying my journey as a peritoneal surface oncologist has been so far. Yes, we all have to have a work-life balance. It is a time-consuming surgery. It is a morbid surgery. But I know that today I can do something more, something better for these patients who have been afflicted with ovarian cancer. And that's exactly what I want to emphasize here, that we need to break the stereotype. We need to understand what we are capable of. And I don't think anybody can tell us what we can. Anybody can guide us, but can't tell us that this is not the right field for you. This is not the right thing to do for you, only because you have to be there at home and take care of your family. Only because you have to define a role. I'd rather define myself, and I know that I am also going to define the roles that many women so impeccably perform. So I guess 2024.
Great. That sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, so
Yeah.
that's been my journey so far, and we keep learning.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic. So what I mean, I can really see that passion in what you do, because when you were explaining your journey, you could really see that, you know, what you have gone through, the decision-making process that you had to go through to reach where you are. So I believe this, you know, passion really drives you to where you are, so that I can really see it in you. So over to you, Anjali.
Yeah, so I'm just fortunate to be sharing this platform with all of you ladies. It's quite a pleasure. Happy Women's Day to the audience as well. And yeah, I am a plain Jane mechanical engineer. Again, working in a manufacturing company, which is supposedly considered to be dirty and, you know, not as suitable for women. So back in my days, the choices that women engineers picked up were primarily computer science, electronics, electrical engineering. But then I was quite enamored with mechanical, given the fact that, you know, you can feel, touch things, you can dismantle, you can sort of build things up again. So that really caught my attention, and I pursued this, and I joined a manufacturing company. And it's been a great journey, a journey where every day, now not as much on the shop floor, it's more managerial now in this current role, but building something new, building the nation. We provide engines and prime movers that actually run trucks and buses and, you know, excavators and dump trucks, and some of it, you know, is something that, you know, has been completely developed by our engineers here in India. Happy to share that Cummins as a company already has 30% women across all levels. In fact, in some of our plants, and these are really high horsepower plants, we are talking about a 60-liter size engine, the size of your room maybe, are built by women. And tested and applied by women, right? So just happy to be on this platform and share my thoughts with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anjali. Over to you, Captain Shweta.
Hi, everyone, and wish you all happy Women's Day. Nice to have you all on this platform. So I had a childhood where my parents wanted me to become doctors like you. So it's very touching when I get to hear all your stories. But I always had love for the sky and for the airplanes. So being an aviator and a woman aviator has never been easy. And it's like we are always navigating through obstacles, because it's a male-dominating field, as you all know. And as you grow higher in career, there are different benchmarks for you. It's like a pyramid. How high you go, more difficult it becomes to you when it comes to your male counterpart. So as two of you mentioned, that we have to make deliberate efforts to dismantle the stereotypes. And I would say it is so much ingrained in the system that we all are getting together, including Government of India and even my own workplace, DGCA, which has taken out a lot of policies and papers, guidelines in creating gender positive environment, which eventually leads into our industry. I would just tell you a little background. In like 1930, the first woman pilot who was hired by the airline was kind of terminated because the union did not support her. And yeah, so eventually she committed suicide after 20 years because of financial issues. So
That's
now,
really sorry.
yeah, so but now how we have gone up in the graph is that we are highest, I would say, in our country. We are 15% of women pilots, which is almost 3 times the global percentage, which is compared to the world. And DGCA has issued around 22% of women pilot licenses, and the operation inspectors that we have women are around 20% in DGCA itself. And the industry is growing, the gender balance is becoming, and there are more technical, roles are being given to senior people. And I hope it continues, and roles where the decision making and the technical aspects are to be decided, those roles are being offered, which is a very good way forward. And it's not that they don't need the qualification and they are not competent. It is with the basis on the competency they have been given. We in our own organization have done a lot of work in gender balance, as you just spoke some time back about it, where all the committees have technical women as a part of the committee. There are more opportunities given to domestic training and foreign training to them, and also assignments are being given. The gender inclusive language is being used in more of the documentation. For example, instead of saying manpower, we use like a more like workforce or human resources. And
That sounds better.
yeah. And even air hostess, we don't use it anymore. It's more
Yes.
like a flight attendant.
Yeah.
And even like somebody who gets his license is no more his license. It's someone who gets her/his license. So, or their license. So more language has become gender inclusive, I would say, and the professional skills are being enhanced for women by introducing a mentor program that we are doing in most of the aviation groups, starting straight from DGCA, where we have a list of mentors and mentees. And this is the way we enhance the professional skills. Plus, it also helps in their life cycle issues, which they can deal directly. We have also like done travel desk issues with them in a way, like when they want to travel for different inspections. So they get a car which has GPS tracking, safety has been looked after, safe hotels have been given options. So there's a lot of working has been done and is continuously being done from our side. So the graph is going up, and I would really take this as a mission, I would say, in our own way, where we empower more women to take the skies. And it's by addressing them in different programs and different platforms. So it's not only about my growth, it's about the women to reach more heights and create more favorable environment for the other women to come to the field, especially the new joinees as good aviators.
Great. That sounds great. So, so I just want to ask a few probing questions to all of you. I would start with Dr. Nandita. So, how do you handle failure, especially in your field where every procedure that you're doing has a reasonably high chance of failure? And how do you motivate the team around you and also the patients? Because this will be probably a very emotional journey for most of the people who are undergoing the procedure. Over to you, Dr. Nandita.
Thank you. Failure is very important in life because you can't always have successes, even in general life. I mean, I'm not talking about my field, but let me tell you what colored me. I had my baby when I was studying because my husband is a businessman. He said, I want to be 50, I want my child to be 25. And I had a mother-in-law and everybody, backup systems were good. So I had the baby. And then my mother-in-law passed away when he was 1 year old. So I had to leave all my studies. I was doing post-graduation and I had to come back. So I was sitting at home for 2 years with my child, and I get a letter from the university saying your registration for your post-graduation is cancelled. Oh my God, that really shook me up. And, I was a very naive person. I just went to the university and I approached the registrar and I said, look, this was the problem. I would like to get back. And that man, without batting an eyelid, said, okay. And he said, if you get the permission from your teacher, it'll be okay. We'll let you back in. So I think, like from your disappointments,
Right.
if you put in an effort, I think it
Yes.
goes back. And sometimes, if one door closes, you open the other one. I think that's
You fall down, you pick back up. Yeah.
yeah, and my patients, I always tell them, see, IVF is a treatment which is to be done multiple times. It's a repeated treatment. Please bear with me. We are every time troubleshooting, and every day there's a technological advance which we are incorporating, because we doctors love to study. That's a big
That's
problem. So we incorporate that. And of course, there's always adoption. So there's always hope at the end of the tunnel. And that is what you tell people, that if one thing doesn't work, you have to take a U-turn and try another way. If there's a no entry, you always find, and this has happened throughout my life, that whenever I've had a setback, I would just be sad for just say some time, but then I will work with double intensity and do something else and excel at that. So I think that is what we need to keep in mind, and hope is what really keeps you up.
Well said, doctor. Actually, over to Dr. Snita. How do you push for systemic change around ideas that are new or not that popular, especially in your field, which you had mentioned 150, right? The number of women who are there. So how do you go about making systemic changes that will help more women come into your field?
So, of course, medical field is not there are no shades of black and white. There are a lot of grays in it. Like, mathematics can be 1 + 1 2, but in medicine it can never be 2, because ultimately at the end of the day you're dealing with a human life. So having said that, having the right attitude and the temperament is extremely important for you to venture into any branch of medicine, any branch for that. So the first thing is, if you have the temperament, and if only a stereotype issue is stopping you, that should not be the issue. So we have mentors around, we have teachers. Teachers around. I have students. We understand while they are working with us. We understand that a particular girl, a particular student is extremely brilliant, has the skill, has the temperament to become a surgeon, to excel in the branch, and we try to understand what is the issue that is stopping her. What is the thought process? That is the only way it can work. That is the only, because there is no guideline for this. It has to be a dialogue. It has to be her inhibition. It has to be her acceptance into a branch which is extremely morbid, which requires a lot of your time, which requires a lot of empathy. Believe me, in medicine, medicine itself is a branch that requires empathy, but there is no other branch than surgical and oncology or dealing with a patient with cancer, where you have to have empathy above everything else. So all these factors are taken into consideration, and this is what we try to identify in a student, in an individual, and of course push them by being, I wouldn't say role models, but by trying our best to understand that yes, you can achieve a work-life balance. You can take up a morbid branch. You can see a smile on the patient's face. You can give them hope in a very dismal, in a very pessimistic branch. You still can bring in a ray of hope.
Super. Well, that's great. That's great. Anjali, to you, you are a business leader. So how do you stay mindful of diversity in your day-to-day life, and what kind of institutional changes or initiatives do you bring about to expand, to include inclusivity into your day-to-day life?
So, we went through a whole transformation. It's a multi-pronged approach that we embraced, Sheenu, right? Right from how do we see more women in STEM, right? How do you really inspire them to pick up engineering as a stream of choice, to then have a very clear path, as you get inside the workplace, to driving inclusion, to driving, equity in the process, and really giving meaningful career and building the whole aspiration story and creating role models, right? So multi-pronged approach. To give you an example, we started the Cummins College of Engineering for Women. And there's a college in Pune, in Nagpur, and we are getting ready to start a third one in the northeast part of the country as well. This is our attempt to include the Northeast women in the mainstream workforce of the country. The vision is very clear. We want to make sure that our company is mini India, right? So India has 50% women. We want 50% women and no less, right, in our company.
That's right.
So we've started. We've progressed on the journey. We've reached 30%. We want to get to 50%. This is coming by building the right environment, getting flexi policies in place, reducing machine heights, a whole lot of changes, driving ergonomic changes on the shop floor, making sure, women are provided with the right skills. There is absolute focus in terms of inclusion, clear policies, right, that are also driving it. So all of these changes and these transformations are actually bringing the results that we are seeking for. And we are also acting as influencers for the larger communities, right? Anybody wants to see how to build diversity, inclusion, right? We are happy to share our story and lessons learned, right, in this process. So that's what we are on to.
Fantastic. Okay, over to Captain Shweta. You are in a tough field. All of us are. But yours specifically, how do you encourage women not to give up, and how to overcome fear, flying, to get to the top? How do you just, do that? How do you encourage women to overcome that fear of success and rising to the top?
So in aviation, especially in flying, there's no scope for error.
That's right.
So we have to be 100%, and the only way to reach there is good training and hard work. So you have to be the best in training. You have to attain certain standards beyond which they don't even put you on the plane. After which you have to keep improving yourself, and depending on the environment and the airline, pick up the best policies from the airlines which they adopt you or they offer you. And there's always the good trail of the instructors, and there's again in even the airlines, there are mentorship programs where you keep enhancing your skills. So that's how I would say. And the most important mantra in flying is to stay calm and composed.
Yeah.
And communicate well.
That's right. That's right. So since we are coming a little closer to our the panel discussion that we are having here, I just want to see if you have closing remarks. Essentially, what would be your advice to young women who are starting out their career journeys and who are going to be the next generation of female leaders and who want to come into STEM? What would be your advice? I'll start with Dr. Nandita, just a couple of minutes each.
Yeah, thank you. I think be yourself. Don't be afraid. Your voice makes a difference. And that is what is very, very important, because the world is already talking about inclusion. There are a lot of reservation for women. So take advantage of that. I think that is what we need to do. Have confidence in ourselves, work with passion and focus, and you'll do it.
That's great. That's great. Dr. Snita?
I very much reflect Dr. Nandita's sentiments. As I earlier mentioned, the sky is the limit. Let not finance, let not supposedly lack of opportunity stop any woman wanting to be in the STEM branch. There are lots of people, there are lots of organizations to help women from remote parts of the country to take up, if they have the aptitude, if they have the desire, if they have the passion, which is extremely important, and if they have the drive. This is a beautiful branch, and this era is the era for women to be, rise and shine. Yes.
Wow. Well said, Dr. Sita. Over to you, Anjali.
Yeah, I want to say that it's the imperative which is really important for the country. We want to get to faster innovation, research, and 50% of the population can't be left behind. So if you want to see the country progress, we need more women participation in STEM. Embrace it. You can have a full career here, and let us achieve glory and be those innovators.
Super. Captain Shweta?
I would literally say women take the skies.
Wow. That's a nice way to end the session.
Yeah. And
Super.
wish you all a very happy Women's Day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks all the panelists and the audience who have joined in to listen to these wonderful, awesome women. And we are at the end of the week also and end of the day. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining in. Have a wonderful Women's Day and a great weekend. And let's meet next year. Actually, we should work towards making every day a Women's Day. So why wait till next year to have this conversation? Let's keep having more conversations every day and encourage each other every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello and welcome. We've spent the entire day talking to women across different walks of life on the Times of India platform, with the theme being inspiring inclusion. Throughout the day, you've listened to perspectives and opinions from women across different sectors, different areas, STEM, leadership in companies, other sectors. And they've spoken about what their story is and how the participation of women can be enhanced across these sectors. The representation of women in several of these sectors, unfortunately, is lesser than what it should be. Another area where such an issue does, and one in which women don't actively pursue career in, is sport. And while we're talking about this, it's at a time when the Women's Premier League or the WPL is on. How many women do you hear about among the not so popular sport in the country? That is why today's conversation is so important, and you must listen to it. This is with women who just wanted to do what they aimed for. My guest today for this conversation includes FO racer Meera Erda, Aishwarya Pise, who's a motorcycle racer, and wrestling star, all of you know her, that's Sakshi Malik. They've chosen to make a mark for themselves in areas where few women want to tread. और अंग्रेजी और हिंदी दोनों में आज बातें करेंगे ताकि हम इन महिलाओं की कहानियां और उनके काम को ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचा सकें। साक्षी जी, इस विशेष बातचीत में आपका स्वागत है। वेलकम मीरा एंड ऐश्वर्या, आपका भी स्वागत है।
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me first give a very brief introduction for the three very special women I'm talking to today. Meera Erda is an F4 driver, as I mentioned, nursing her ambition to be India's first woman F1 driver and wants to finish at the podium. And her dream, as I read about her, is to hear the national anthem play as she takes that position. Aishwarya Pise is India's first motorsport athlete to win a world title. And Sakshi Malik, as you all know, how can I forget that 2016 Rio Olympics where she won a bronze medal in that 58 kg category?
Yes.
And she has several other Commonwealth Games and other Asian medals to her credit as well. So let me start with the questions and toss the first one to the youngest women achiever I'm speaking to today. Meera, what did your parents do to support their child for sport, and how did your parents encourage you to follow the passion so that you could start racing at 10?
Well, I would say I was one of the lucky ones to actually get parents who were super supportive about the fact that I wanted to get into racing. And I wouldn't say I wanted to get into racing. It was my parents who presented me the idea that, do you want to get into it? Do you want to give it a try at professional racing? So my dad has this go-karting track in Vadodara where we stay. It's a small karting track, and he started that back in 2009. So I used to just drive around with my brothers for just fun, and I somehow was a little better than them. So he saw that spark in me, and he asked me if I wanted to take it forward and go for professional racing. So the whole family, I would say, loves speed, and I think that was one of the best part about it, that every time I would be out there racing at such a young age of 9, obviously people would question the fact that why is a female out for racing, but my parents always kept me safe from all those comments, and they would be the ones constantly pushing me, saying, Meera, you're not driving fast enough, or you're not doing good enough, you have so much more you can do. So I think it was the constant support of my parents, I feel, who really got me into it at a point where I didn't even know whether I wanted to take racing as a professional sport or, take it forward into as my profession. So I feel they just made the correct decision somehow, and it worked out for me.
So Aishwarya, your story is pretty similar. You started racing young, and your parents have also supported you. So what encouraged you as a kid when you wanted to pursue a career? which is not really seen as a traditional career option for women.
For me, motorsports is something that I wanted to do. I come from a conventional family where everybody has a 9-to-5 job. Motorcycle racing is very unheard of. And when I did pick up this sport as a hobby, I think the biggest support as a woman from India that I did get was that my mother never stopped me from going and exploring different opportunities that were there. I loved speed. I loved the thrill of adrenaline. When the helmet went on, there were no shackles that the society put on us anymore. So it was more about be it the accidents, be it the races, be it there have been a lot of ups and downs. And I think the biggest support that I have gotten from my family may not have been financial, but the moral support that I think every Indian girl today would need to get into any sport.
Fantastic. साक्षी, स्पीड की तो कहानी सुनी, पर कुश्ती के लिए दमखम चाहिए, उसके लिए एक अलग जज्बा चाहिए. आप जब स्कूल में थी तो कैसे शुरुआत हुई इसकी?
एक्चुअली सर, हम बहुत ही जैसे मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से बिलोंग करते हैं, और मैं जिस स्कूल में पढ़ती थी उसमें नॉर्मल स्पोर्ट्स होते थे, रेस करवा ली, एथलेटिक्स का 1-2 इवेंट करा लिया. तो मेरा शुरू से ही स्पोर्ट्स में बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट था कि मुझे बस स्पोर्ट्स खेलना है, मुझे खेलना कूदना बहुत पसंद था. तो मेरे लकीली घर के पास में स्टेडियम मिला और उसमें रेसलिंग थी. तो जो सब इजी और कन्वीनियंट दिखा वो मैंने ज्वाइन किया, क्योंकि मुझे भी एक ऐसा स्पोर्ट ज्वाइन करना था कि मैं भी अपना नाम बना सकूं. क्योंकि जिस टाइम मैंने रेसलिंग शुरू की उस टाइम सचिन तेंदुलकर सर, सहवाग सर ओपनिंग करते थे, और सब लोग उनको देखने के लिए अपना टीवी चला के बैठ जाते थे कि अभी ओपनिंग होगी. और मुझे भी ये था कि मुझे भी किसी ना किसी स्पोर्ट्स में अपनी पहचान बनानी है. तो रेसलिंग मैंने ज्वाइन किया, और मुझे जब तक कुछ नहीं पता था ये नाम कैसे बनेगा, कौन से पोडियम पे जाने से बनेगा, ओलंपिक्स क्या है, एशियन गेम्स क्या है, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था. जब मैंने रेसलिंग ज्वाइन की तो मेरे फादर ने बताया कि दादाजी भी करते थे मिट्टी में गांव में, क्योंकि अपना बहुत, मेरा रेसलिंग जो है बहुत ट्रेडिशनल खेल रहा है. महाभारत के समय से ये खेला जाता है. हमारे दादा और सब एक ना एक बार जरूर कुश्ती खेले होंगे गांव में. तो मैंने रेसलिंग स्टार्ट की, और मुझे पता चला कि आप अगर फर्स्ट आओगे तो आप हवाई जहाज में बैठ के दूसरे देश में जाने का आपको मौका मिलेगा अगर आप इंडिया में फर्स्ट आओगे. तो मेरे परिवार से थे, ऊपर से हवाई जहाज उठते हुए देखा था, और कभी सोचा भी नहीं था कि अपना पैसा लगा करके हम कभी हवाई जहाज में बैठ पाएंगे. तो वो चीज इतनी क्लिक की कि मैंने दिन रात मेहनत करना स्टार्ट किया, और सोचा कि अभी तो कैसे भी करके हवाई जहाज में बैठना है, क्योंकि हमेशा से ये सोचते थे कि जो हवाई जहाज में बैठते हो कैसे इंसान होते होंगे, उनके पास कितना पैसा होता होगा. फिर हवाई जहाज में बैठी, धीरे धीरे गेम के लिए और ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट मेरा बढ़ना स्टार्ट हुआ, और पता चलना स्टार्ट हुआ एशियन गेम्स, ओलंपिक्स, जो एक ऐसा पोडियम है कि हर एथलीट का सपना होता है वहां जाकर अपने देश को रिप्रेजेंट करना. तो जब से मैंने अपना बस ये टारगेट बना लिया कि मुझे भी ओलंपिक्स में जाना है और देश का नाम रोशन करना है.
एक छोटा सा सवाल, आमतौर पे कहते हैं पढ़ोगे लिखोगे होगे नवाब, खेलोगे कूदोगे होगे खराब. ये कभी नहीं सुना था आपने बचपन में?
बहुत सुना था सर, क्योंकि आसपास का माहौल ही ऐसा था. कभी सोचा भी नहीं था कि एक लड़की जो है ऐसे स्पोर्ट्स में जाएगी, रेसलिंग जैसा स्पोर्ट्स चूज करेगी. लेकिन मेरे पेरेंट्स बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्टिव थे. उन्होंने बोला जो आपका मन करे आप कर सकते हो. मैंने रेसलिंग चूज किया, उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया. लेकिन फैमिली को बोलने वाले बहुत सारे लोग थे. इवन रिलेटिव्स भी बहुत बोलते थे कि ये कौन से स्पोर्ट्स में डाल दी, ये तो खराब हो जाएगी, इसका फिजिक खराब हो जाएगा, इससे कौन शादी करेगा. तो ये सारी पेरेंट्स को बहुत सुनने को मिलती थी. इसके कान टूट जाएंगे और इसका करियर, इसका मतलब पूरा जीवन आप दांव पे लगा रहे हो. तो बेस्ट बात ये रही कि पेरेंट्स ने कभी भी उनकी नहीं सुनी, मुझे हमेशा से सपोर्ट किया उन्होंने. और मतलब जितना उनसे बेस्ट पॉसिबल फैसिलिटीज का बेस्ट पॉसिबल मेरे लिए कर सकते थे उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया. लेकिन मुझे बिल्कुल भी ये इफेक्ट नहीं करने, मतलब ये मुझे कभी भी इफेक्ट नहीं होने दिया उन्होंने कि लोग ये बोल रहे हैं. मैं सुनती थी, लेकिन बोलते थे आप करो जो आपको करना है. तो बेस्ट बात थी कि पेरेंट्स का सपोर्ट होना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है.
Aishwarya, what was that motivation that drove you every day?
I failed my 12th. And I think the motivation that I did have coming from a middle class family where, not passing 12th is like, I think, the end of the world. And I think the hunger of being somebody, the hunger of making something out of myself, starting to work at the age of 17. And I knew I wanted to be something, but I didn't know what. But definitely I loved motorsports. The first race that I did go, I finished 4th, and that really put the fire in me. My journey began, and I think what fueled it is that I wanted to be able to inspire and also show all women how motorcycles can also be a profession, not just for men, but also for women, and how it could put you away from the shackles that the society puts on us, that a woman should be a certain way, a woman should only do a certain things. And I think that's what has been my fire.
Meera, for that F1 passion, that's the extreme, that's the ultimate speed that you talk of. What discipline have you had to follow so that your dreams could be achieved? And what kind of encouragement at every stage do you need from parents and your peer group, not just parents?
Well, I feel for me, obviously, when I started racing, I had to give up a lot of things because as everyone, even I come from a middle class family. So obviously to get so much of facilities right away was nothing, that was easily accessible for me. We had to give up like all the normal family things that we were doing. And I had to give up school. Obviously I was going to the school, but the normal school life, I couldn't enjoy that. And I was fine with it, to be honest, because I knew after a point, after a few years, that this is something that I really want to continue and, really work hard to make sure that other women who join later on, or the young girls like me who join later on, do not have to face such criticism. So I had to make sure that I work hard enough and pave a path for them. So all I focused on was how do I get the results on track, and how do I not let everything else, distract me or, take away my attention from the sport. So as much as my dad could, he would take me from Gujarat to South India, basically, because most of the tracks were in South India. And he would drive down, especially because we couldn't afford flights at that point of time. So we would drive down for 2 days and practice there for 2 days on weekends, and then we would return back again for school. So all those, discipline and dedication that I had to put in at that young age really taught me to mature up a lot more sooner. And I feel after that point, I just, kept learning. Every time, I had a failure in my race or I couldn't achieve the goal that I wanted, I would have to take a step back, look at my mistakes, and then again make sure that I do not repeat them. So it's for every sport, or I would say for anything that we do in life. You cannot have too many things to do at the same time. You got to just focus on one aim and just follow that and work hard towards it. So that's what I did, and I think it just worked out very well for me because I didn't really have a lot of other distractions. And luckily, my dad was the one who was always guiding me in the correct way, making sure I have whatever I need. So I feel very lucky to have parents who knew at least what they were doing, and then made sure that, they made the path for me to work hard and just kept me grounded enough to learn things and take the challenges as they come.
फिर आपकी कहानी सुनकर मुझे एक क्रिकेटर की याद पड़ रही है जो कि साक्षी के प्रदेश से हैं, शेफाली वर्मा। मुझे खुद मालूम है शेफाली हरियाणा से नोएडा के स्कूल में उन्होंने एडमिशन लिया और अब वो इंडिया के लिए खेल रही हैं, और जिस ढंग के वो छक्के मारती हैं सब लोग जानते हैं उन्हें एज अ 6 हिटर। साक्षी, ये बताइए कि जब आपने शुरू किया था, कुश्ती शुरू की थी, उस समय की स्थिति और अभी की जो स्थिति है उसमें क्या बदलाव आए हैं, और क्या हरियाणा में वो माहौल है कि लड़कियों को खेल के लिए वैसे मौके मिलेंगे या उन्हें कुछ ज्यादा ही करना पड़ता है, उनसे उम्मीद कुछ ज्यादा की जाती है?
एक्चुअली जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था, मैंने 2004 में रेसलिंग स्टार्ट किया था, तो उस टाइम पे सिर्फ जिस सेंटर पे मैं गई सिर्फ 3 लड़कियां थी, 3 से 4 लड़कियां, बाकी लड़के थे। मेरे साथ मतलब मेरे वेट कैटेगरी का भी कोई नहीं था कि मेरे साथ ट्रेन करे, तो बॉयज के साथ मैं ट्रेनिंग करती थी। फिर धीरे धीरे जो है लड़कियां आना स्टार्ट हुई। सबसे पहला इम्पैक्ट पड़ा जब 2010 कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स जो अपने दिल्ली में हुए, और रेसलिंग ने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया वहां पे। तो उससे एक अच्छा मैसेज गया कि हाँ, लड़कियां भी जो है कुश्ती खेल सकती है, मेडल जीत सकती हैं, क्योंकि अपने इंडिया में था तो टेलीकास्ट बहुत अच्छे से था, बहुत सारी फैमिलीज ने देखा, तो एक्चुअल में रेसलिंग को समझ पाए। फिर गीता ने क्वालिफाई किया तो मुझे भी मोटिवेशन मिला कि हाँ, अगर क्वालिफाई कर सकते हैं तो हम मेडल भी ले सकते हैं ओलंपिक्स में। तो मेरे मेडल के बाद तो पूरा मतलब इतना चेंज हो गया कि जिस अखाड़े में 3 से 4 लड़कियां थी, आज उसी अखाड़े में 60-70 लड़कियां हैं। 2-3 सेशंस डिवाइड करके ट्रेनिंग करना पड़ता है। तो लड़कियां बहुत ज्यादा मतलब अभी रेसलिंग में आ रही हैं। अभी पहले मेरा आने का मकसद कुछ और था, फिर लड़कियां आई सिर्फ की नौकरी मिल जाए, लेकिन अब सिर्फ ये सोच के आती है कि मुझे ओलंपिक मेडल चाहिए है, वो सोच के रेसलिंग ज्वाइन करती है। जो कि मुझे बहुत प्राउड लगता है कि मैंने ये मैसेज जो है सबको दिया, और पेरेंट्स को भी ये, पेरेंट्स, बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स मेरे पास आते हैं और पूछते हैं कि हम ऐसा क्या करें कि हमारी बेटी जो है आप जैसी बने, ओलंपिक तक जाए। तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है कि मैंने बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स का माइंड सेट किया, वो अपनी बच्चियों को रेसलिंग में ला रहे हैं। तो बहुत ज्यादा चेंज है। और जैसा कि आपने देखा ही होगा पिछले कुछ दिनों से जो हमारा रेसलिंग का वो चल रहा है, उसके बाद थोड़ा सा ही पेरेंट्स को डर तो जरूर होगा कि अगर फेडरेशन में, रेसलिंग फेडरेशन में ऐसा चल रहा है तो हम अपनी बच्चियों को ना करें। लेकिन मैंने अपनी रेसलिंग से संन्यास ले लिया, लेकिन मैं अभी भी फाइट कर रही हूँ और चाहूंगी कि बृजभूषण और उससे जुड़ा हुआ कोई भी आदमी जो है कभी फेडरेशन में ना आए, कि बच्चियों का डर भय खत्म हो और वो खुल के जो है अपनी कुश्ती कर सके। तो रेसलिंग तो मैंने त्याग दी है मेरी जूनियर्स बच्चियों के लिए, लेकिन मेरी फाइट हमेशा से मेरी फाइट कंटिन्यू रहेगी जब तक मेरी रेसलिंग को क्लीन नहीं कर दे, मेरी रेसलिंग पूरी क्लीन नहीं हो जाती। मैं जब तक ये फाइट करती रहूंगी। काफी इम्प्रूवमेंट है और चाहूंगी जो आने वाला ओलंपिक्स है उसमें, अभी तक तो सिर्फ मेरा मेडल है, बहुत सारी बच्चियां हैं जो मेरे यंग लड़कियां हैं वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेडल्स लेके आए।
इस बारे में बात करेंगे साक्षी, क्योंकि कुछ और मुद्दे समझ लेते हैं, पर ये जो मुद्दा आपने कहा है रेसलिंग फेडरेशन के बारे में, उसके बारे में मैं बात करूंगा थोड़ी देर में। Aishwarya, I'd now love to try and understand both from you, Aishwarya and Meera, on the challenges as a teenager. Not that Sakshi, आपसे भी पूछूंगा teenager का challenge. What is the biggest challenge you faced, Aishwarya, in pursuing your dream as you grew up from the early years to becoming a professional? You're on mute, Aishwarya.
Motorsports for women, or motorsports in India as a career, was unheard of. For a woman, definitely it was a far-fetched idea, but for a man as well in India, there were very few men who had made motorsports a career. So for me, I think when I did start, there was no direction that I could head in, that these were the steps that I had to take to go to a training school or to go to a race or the championships that I should look at, or what is the future in terms of motorsports. I think that's one big challenge that I did face in the beginning. And motorsports is more about skill. It's not about you being a man or woman, because once the helmet goes on, it's just you, the track, and the motorcycle, and whoever crosses the finish line wins the race. When I started training for racing at Apex Racing Academy, I was the only woman on the grid, racing amongst 42 men. The whole first season, I was racing among men. I was never treated differently with the training school, be it my trainer Jiva or my fellow riders who I used to train with. They treated me like an equal athlete, which gave me a platform to learn the skill at an equal level. And from there, I think signing on with TVS Racing in 2017 as a factory racing athlete, which made this hobby not just a hobby anymore, but it made it a career, which kind of defined a path. Okay, we were going to do XYZ races every year. And from there, I started aspiring to be able to hear our national anthem on the world stage of motorsports. I started planning to race the World Championship in 2018. My first attempt to go race the World Championship as a teenager lasted in a very bad accident where I almost lost my life. I ruptured my pancreas. I was in the hospital for a month. That's where my work towards winning the World Championship in 2019 began. And I started from that hospital bed with my coach to plan, okay, this is how much time it would take for me to recover. This is how I would like to. I started creating an ecosystem, including my sports psychologist, to my physical fitness coach, to my skill coach, to everything in place to go win every race and to win the World Championship and put India on the map of world water sports as a teenager in 2019.
My God, as a teenager to dream all that. साक्षी, किस उम्र से आपको ये लगने लगा था कि ओलंपिक या एशियाई खेलों में पदक आप उनके बारे में सोच सकती हैं, और महिलाओं में ऐसा विश्वास कैसे आ सकता है ऐसे सपनों को हकीकत में बदलने के लिए? आप क्या कहेंगे, कैसी सोच की जरूरत है?
जैसा कि मैंने पहले मेंशन किया, मैंने तो बहुत छोटे सपने से स्टार्ट किया था, और जब वो सपना, छोटे छोटे सपने जब पूरे होते हैं और वो फीलिंग होती है, तो वो सबसे बेस्ट फीलिंग होती है। बहुत सारे सेक्रीफाइस किए मैंने अपनी लाइफ में। कभी मैं रिलेटिव्स की शादी पार्टीज में नहीं गई, और पेरेंट्स बहुत बोलते थे कि चल एक टाइम की ट्रेनिंग से कुछ नहीं होगा, लेकिन मैंने कभी भी मतलब अपनी ट्रेनिंग मिस नहीं किया। तो मोटिवेशन सर, मतलब मैंने मुझे लगा था जब गीता ने क्वालिफाई किया तब वो बहुत क्लोज मैच हारी थी, तो जब मुझे ये लगा कि जब अपनी एक इंडियन वुमेन ओलंपिक्स में जाके रेसलिंग में इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म कर सकती है तो मेडल क्यों नहीं आ सकता है। उससे पहले कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में भी हमारे बहुत गोल्ड थे, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में भी मेडल्स आना स्टार्ट हो गए थे, तो मेरा हौसला बहुत बढ़ गया। और मैं द सीक्रेट बुक को मैं मतलब सीक्रेट बुक को बहुत मानती हूँ, और मैं मैनिफेस्ट करती हूँ बहुत ज्यादा। तो जब से मुझे भरोसा हुआ कि ओलंपिक्स में जाके इंडियन वुमेन भी मेडल जीत सकते हैं, तब से सर मैंने मैनिफेस्टेशन बहुत स्टार्ट किया कि मैं ओलंपिक पोडियम पे हूँ एंड मेरे हाथ में इंडियन फ्लैग है, हाथ में मेडल है, और जो जो मैं मैनिफेस्ट करती थी किया मैंने इतने सालों से, वो एग्जैक्टली सेम ओलंपिक्स में मेरे साथ हुआ। तो मैं लॉ ऑफ अट्रैक्शन को बहुत ज्यादा मानती हूँ। तो यस, फिर मेरे बाद तो बहुत सारी लड़कियों को भी उम्मीद हो गई है कि मेडल्स ला सकते हैं ओलंपिक्स में भी। मेरी स्टार्ट हुई थी वो यही हुई थी कि जैसे सुशील पहलवान जी का, योगेश्वर पहलवान जी का भी मेडल आया ओलंपिक्स में, तो एक कुश्ती की बेहतर शुरुआत होनी स्टार्ट हो गई थी कि हाँ, रेसलिंग अभी ओलंपिक्स में जाके अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है। तो बस जब से ही बोलिए अगर वो ला सकते हैं तो मैं क्यों नहीं ला सकती हूँ। तो बिल्कुल जब से मैंने अपना एक टारगेट सेट कर लिया था कि ओलंपिक्स में जाना है, कैसे भी करके मेडल जीतना है।
एक सवाल आ रहा है ऑडियंस की तरफ से। अनन्या राव का एक सवाल है और ये पूछ रही है, अंग्रेजी में लिखा है उन्होंने, कैन वुमेन हैव द पावर टू सस्टेन इन द फील्ड ऑफ स्पोर्ट? क्या महिलाएं अपना एक करियर बना सकती हैं स्पोर्ट में, मोटे तौर पर किसी भी खेल में जो उन्होंने चुना है? साक्षी, आप उनको
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बना सकती हैं, क्योंकि बचपन मेरा गांव में गया, फिर यहाँ के मम्मी पापा मुझे शहर में ले आए, स्कूल में डाल दिया। कभी अपने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि मैं जहां आज बैठी हूँ मैं वहां बैठ पाऊंगी, कि मुझे अभी पूरी दुनिया जानती है, भारत वासियों से इतना प्यार मिलता है, कभी सोचा ही नहीं था। जो भगवान ने मुझे दिया, अच्छी लाइफस्टाइल अभी दी है, तो ये सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि मैं ये कर पाऊंगी। अगर मेरे जैसी एक ऐसी फैमिली से निकल कर उस लेवल तक जा सकती है तो बिल्कुल कोई भी लड़की कर सकती है, मतलब। लेकिन उसमें बिल्कुल वो जज्बा होना चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत सारी जो है डिफिकल्टीज आती है, बहुत सारे ऑब्स्टिकल्स आते हैं बीच में। मैंने जब स्टार्ट किया तो मेरी बॉय कटिंग थी और मैं साइकिल पे स्कूल तक जाती थी। रास्ते में लड़के मुझे बोलते थे, लड़का है लड़की, अपना जेंडर तो बताती जा। तो मतलब इतना हर्ट लगता, इतना दुखी होती थी मैं कि मतलब क्या गलत तो ट्रैक चूज नहीं कर लिया है। बहुत सारा मतलब ऐसा टॉन्ट सुनने को मिलता था स्कूल में भी, क्योंकि रेसलिंग बहुत मुश्किल गेम है, बहुत डाइट का इम्पोर्टेंट ध्यान रखना पड़ता। तो मैं स्कूल में दूध की बोतल लेके जाती थी, क्योंकि ट्रेनिंग इतनी ज्यादा हार्ड हो जाती थी। तो वहां भी बच्चे चिढ़ाते थे, कोई मेरे पास बेंच पे बैठने के लिए तैयार नहीं होता था कि ये दूध लाइए, एक पता नहीं क्या है, क्योंकि
वो अभी दोस्त हैं?
हाँ अब भी जो लड़कियां सर, जो लड़कियां मतलब क्लास में फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड फोर्थ तक आती थी, जो मुझसे बात करना भी पसंद नहीं करती थी, मेरे साथ बेंच शेयर भी करना पसंद नहीं करती थी, आज वही लड़कियां ये बोलती हैं कि कब आप घर आओगे, हमें आपसे मिलना है, एक फोटो चाहिए। तो ये चेंज जो भगवान का है ना, जो मैंने अपनी लाइफ में देखा है, ये मैं हमेशा से थैंक यू गॉड और ग्रेटिट्यूड करती रहती हूँ कि कहाँ थी और कहाँ तक मैं आ गई हूँ। तो बिल्कुल हर कोई लड़की, हर कोई महिला जो चाहे वो पूरे मन से ठान ले तो वो कर सकती है।
Okay, Meera, next question to you, and what to understand from you, and I'm trying to generalize a little bit. The average teenager today, for them, the screen is very important, video games, cartoons, and often their peer group is online. What kind of mental makeup does it need to follow a passion like you have?
I feel it takes a lot, to be honest, and the kids themselves need to have that passion and they need to know that, okay, this is what we want to do. So I train a lot of young kids now and I have my own karting team. So I have, I think, 2 or 3 students right now who have been racing nationally. And I keep telling them this, that you really need to be strong and you need to, cut down on screen time. And I think, I have seen the change amongst those kids, especially this one girl that I've been training. She's, I think, around 14 or 15 years old. And, the school. So there was just one situation where, so basically I handle her social media account and the peer pressure was so much for her that she really wanted to, her friends kept asking her that you should come up and you should make your own account. And she made her own account separately. And I was like, I have no problem if you want to do that, but I would be okay only if you perform well on track. एक बार अपना ट्रैक पे परफॉर्मेंस लेके आओ. इफ यू हैव दैट enough focus on track, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है if you have your screen time or if you hang out a lot more and just be more present on social media. But until and unless you do not give me the results on track, you're not allowed to do any of those things. So what he sees, and right away she realized that you're correct, G. Like this is something that really scared me, that, okay, if I'm not doing well on my track right now, I cannot, expect to get all the screen time or social media access. So right away she deleted that account. And I feel, that power that I had, that, okay, at least I can give her the right way. So I try my best to encourage young kids that, okay, you can have your time, but you also have to put enough work towards your goals. And when you are on track or when you're preparing for your season that is coming up, make sure that all your focus is on that and your studies, of course. Everything else, you can have your vacation period later on, but until and unless you do not get the results, you have to keep working hard. And a lot of times I've seen that, social media really affects the young kids if they have access to it when they're on track. And it becomes a lot of pressure for everyone around as well. Their focus goes away. So I try my best to keep them more engaged into activities. I try to ask them to go talk to the mechanics, try to learn about the cart, the engine, how to set up their carts, to help the mechanics, pack up the tents after the races are over, or, just talk to the drivers. So I feel all of those activities actually even make them grow as a human being, and also, keeps them engaged with their friends on track and doesn't really, attract them to go towards social media that much. So I feel that is very important, that you need to have that balance. And हम लोग जितना भी बोलेंगे, in the end, it's the kids or, it's the young generation who really have to follow that and who have to realize कि नहीं, हम लोगों को ये balance खुद करना पड़ेगा. So we can just show them the path, but the young generation needs to be more aware about what their goals are and how they want to achieve it.
Okay. Now let's try and understand also some of the challenges that you face as sports people. Aishwarya, as you look to establish yourself as a professional, given the sport that you practice, which has a relatively limited following in India. What are the challenges that you face and how have you tried to address it? And before you answer, I'll just give a little context to it. In India, racing faces a challenge of, allow me to say this, of being in different camps. You can follow one particular, maybe the MRF or the JK guys. There is this little bit of challenge and the challenges that occur because of that. It could be different camps. So how have you tried to address that, Aishwarya?
I think being a woman at racing and the kind of racing that I do. So let me explain a little what is the format of racing I do. I used to do road racing, which is a circuit format where we all start from the start line, and whoever crosses the finish line first wins the race. That's one format of racing. The other format of racing, which is where I face most of my challenges, is the cross-country rallying. Cross-country rallying technically happens over 5 days or 2 days or 15 days. These are the different formats that exist. As a woman, I think we don't have adequate washrooms to actually use when we are there. But I think over the years, we figured how we tackle the situation as athletes. But apart from that, as an athlete, I think be it a male or female, from raising sponsorships or from being able to have the right bike, which I'm very grateful to be a part of the factory team, which helps me have the right bike, the right team to make the race perfect. But I think these are the kind of challenges that I do face, being able to race in different races. So the rallies that I do, we don't have a navigation system. We have something called as a road book, which is a paper roll through which we have to navigate based on the Odo, and we get from point A to point B. That's 400, 500 kilometers each day into 5 days or 2 days or 15 days. And the biggest race that I want to go for, it's like the Olympic of racing. It's called the Dhaka. We have had very handful number of women that have ridden till date. We have literally 4 men from India that have participated from here. And I think it's not just about being a woman that's a challenge, but it's also the sport that brings the different grueling challenges to the mind, body, and the machine.
That's quite a combination. साक्षी, आपने उस बारे में बात की जो हाल में महिला की कुश्ती खिलाड़ियों के साथ हुआ, उस पर एक सवाल। आप भी खिलाड़ी हैं दूसरों की तरह, और किसी भी विपरीत परिस्थिति में आपको खड़ा कर जो भी प्रतिद्वंदी है उसको जवाब देना आता है। मैं ये मानता हूं किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन को ये आता है। आपके और दूसरी महिला कुश्ती खिलाड़ियों के साथ जो भी हुआ, क्या आप दूसरी महिलाओं को भी वैसे ही उनके खिलाफ खड़ा होने की सलाह देंगी आगे के दिनों में?
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल। आज तो वुमेन्स डे है और इस मौके पर आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा है, तो मैं बिल्कुल कहूंगी अगर आपके साथ थोड़ा सा भी गलत है, आप आवाज उठाइए। अगर आपकी नहीं सुनी जाएगी, आज एक लड़की ने आवाज उठाई है, कल 100 लड़कियां उठाएंगे, फिर 1000 लड़कियां उठाएंगी। धीरे धीरे ऐसे ही तो हिम्मत बढ़ेगी वुमेन्स में, लड़कियों में आवाज उठाने की। तो बिल्कुल कभी भी गलत होता है तो बिल्कुल आवाज उठानी चाहिए। हमें 10 साल लगे ये हिम्मत बनाने के लिए। मैं समझ सकती हूँ कि बहुत सारी ऐसी महिलाएं होंगी, लड़कियां होंगी जो आज भी आवाज उठाने से डरती होंगी, लेकिन मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी, आप खुल के अपनी आवाज उठाइए और अपने पेरेंट्स से बात कीजिए। जहां भी आप कंफर्टेबल, आप वहां बात कीजिए, लेकिन ना तो गलत सहना है, ना झुकना है, ना डरना है। आप बिल्कुल सक्षम हो कि आप आवाज उठा सकते हो। एक ना एक दिन बिल्कुल आपकी आवाज सुनी जाएगी।
बिल्कुल। Okay, there is an audio, so there is some audio issue there. Okay, let's move on. And this question is to Meera. In the drive to become that F1 driver that you want to be, what keeps you going every day? What's that, whoever's listening to you, they want to know what keeps you motivated enough, Meera?
I feel my only motivation is...
Yeah, Meera, go ahead, please.
Yeah, my only motivation is to be on the racetrack, and because that's my home, to be honest. And once the helmet's on, as Aishwarya says, like there's no gender, obviously, and then you just go into a whole different zone once the helmet's on, and it feels at peace, to be honest, I feel. And that's my only motivation, that every time I'm on the track, I want to win, and I want to get the best results out there. I want to prove it to myself, nobody else, but I want to prove it to myself that this is the goal that I can achieve, and then get on to the next one right away. So I feel that's the motivation. I keep telling to myself that you have reached this far over the past few years, so there's a long way to go for you. So just keep going and keep working hard towards it.
Okay. Now, just one question that's come from the audience, and since we are speaking to a bunch of women today on Women's Day, this question does come up. Okay, can we, okay, we'll try and move on as some audio. Okay. Okay, we'll try and carry on with the conversation. So just this question has come from Bharati, and this is a very simple question. Any one of the three of you can answer. Is being fat wrong? Often you have this issue of trying to look good, and it comes normally for a woman. Anyone who'd like to take, is being fat wrong? That's what she's written in the questions.
Being fat, I think being fat or being thin is a perception that the society is set as how a woman should look, or what color she should be, or what she should wear. I think it is for every woman to accept her in the body she is, in her own skin, and be healthy. Not being thin isn't healthy, being fat isn't completely unhealthy either. But I think it's finding the right balance between health, being able to maintain our health, for us to feel strong. Looking good to the world is not the most important thing.
Okay, doing good and achieving your dreams probably is more important. Last, just a few minutes, so last questions to each of you. Meera, what's the message for those who want to follow you and achieve something that you've done?
The only message, not just to the females, but to everyone who's listening to us today, find that one thing that really makes you happy. It can be anything at any age. Just keep trying. You can live a normal life, but always have that one thing which is your escape. And just, enjoy life, and just don't give up towards your goals, because you never know, the next moment might be, your big moment for you. So whenever you find that thing that keeps you happy, follow it and keep trying to work hard towards it.
Okay, Aishwarya, in the 10 years or so that you've been in motorsport, has your peer group recognized your achievements? Do they and others get inspired by your achievements?
Yes, definitely. I think when I started, I was the only woman on the grid. I didn't have a marker to look at, but I aspire to inspire many more women to come into the sport. Look at this as take this up as a serious sport and not just a hobby, and not let the naysayers pull us down, because there are going to be many of them. And I think if we have a dream, we need to follow it, put in the hard work that it needs, and keep going towards it, and we will achieve the goal that we are aspiring.
साक्षी, आपसे कई लोगों की उम्मीदें थी और ओलंपिक्स में आगे मेडल लाने की। 2004 में हमने राज्यवर्धन राठौर को देखा, 2008 में बिंद्रा साहब ने गोल्ड लाया, उसके बाद 2016 में और लोग भी हुए, और 2016 में आपको ब्रोंज मिला। कॉम्बैट स्पोर्ट में इंडिया ने बहुत बढ़िया किया है हाल में, अक्रॉस ओलंपिक्स, एशियन गेम्स। आपसे जो सीखना चाहते हैं, आपके साथ जो अब तो आपने रेसलिंग छोड़ दी है, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे उनको?
मैं कहना चाहूंगी, मैं अभी भी जैसे हमारा खुद का अखाड़ा है, छोटे छोटे बच्चे बच्चियां आती हैं, या कहीं भी जाती हूँ, तो मैं यही कहती हूँ कि आप बिल्कुल, सबसे पहले तो फिट रहना बहुत जरूरी है। आप स्पोर्ट्स ज्वाइन करें या ना करें, लेकिन फिटनेस अपनी लाइफ में अपनाना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। और आप स्पोर्ट्स करते हो तो बहुत ही अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि मैं एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन हूँ। तो मैं उनको यही कहती हूँ, अपना बताती हूँ कि मैंने जब स्टार्ट किया था, मेरे पास फैसिलिटीज के नाम पे जीरो था। मतलब ये भी नहीं पता था कि फिजियो नाम की कोई चीज होती है या इंजरी होती है, उसे कैसे ठीक करते हैं। और मतलब लाइक बिल्कुल जैसे इंजरी होगी तो नॉर्मल बस पट्टी बांध दी, ये नहीं पता कि अंदर इंजरी क्या है क्या नहीं। अभी तो इतनी सारी फैसिलिटी है, जगह जगह पे ग्रास रूट पे भी काम हो रहा है। तो मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि इंडिया में बहुत ज्यादा फैसिलिटीज बढ़ रही है, और आप बिल्कुल जो भी आप स्पोर्ट्स करना चाहो अपने पेरेंट्स को बताओ। और जब मैं एक छोटे से गांव से निकल के अपना जो है ड्रीम पूरा कर सकती हूँ, तो आप भी बिल्कुल कर सकते हो। अपनी पूरी लगन, मेहनत, सबसे ज्यादा डिसिप्लिन और पूरा हार्ड वर्क के साथ अगर आप अपने पैशन को फॉलो करोगे तो आप भी अपना जो भी ड्रीम है वो अचीव कर सकते हो।
Thank you so much, ladies, for taking out the time. It's fantastic speaking to sports persons and more so women in areas where not many Indians, बहुत ज़्यादा लोग मोटरस्पोर्ट में महिलाएं नहीं दिखाई देती हैं। तो ये फैंटास्टिक एक्सपीरियंस है मेरे लिए ऐसी महिलाओं से बात करना, और साक्षी जी आपसे बात करना। Thank you so much for taking out the time and being with us. For all of you who've tried to tread a different path, you make us all proud and hope you can be an inspiration for the teenagers who are watching, so that one day they can go down the path that you have walked on and perhaps go far ahead and make the country proud. And for you, the viewer, thank you so much for watching. You will scarcely find more inspiring women to fire up your dreams. If there is something that you have learned from the three amazing women we've been speaking to today, and a whole host of others who we've been speaking to all day long, please let us know in the comments and in the feedback that you'd like to share. Thank you so much, ladies, for being with us today.
धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.
A very good evening and a warm welcome on behalf of Times of India to esteemed personalities on this panel. It is a great honor to have each one of you on Future is She Season 3, a platform crafted to celebrate women, her achievements, her unique stories, and inspire other women to be part of this spectacular journey and show solidarity. A spotlight on uplifting and inspiring women to pursue goals without bias or barriers. Today's discussion is about inspiring inclusivity and role of women in entertainment. Before I set the stage rolling for a dialogue, I would request my colleague Shobha to do a quick introduction of our esteemed panelists. Over to you, Shobha.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Let me introduce Rahel Padamsee. She's vibrant, versatile, dynamic, well-known theatre personality, well-reputed in the field of theatre production, design, and execution of mega event, and her company, Ace Production Private Limited, has been involved in all these activities over 30 years. She started acting at the age of 15, directing at the age of 16, produced her first play at 19, and started a production company at 22. That was Rahel Padamsee for all the viewers out here. Let me get the next panelist, Divya Palat.
Thank you, Shobha.
Force. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome. A dynamic force in the entertainment industry renowned for her creativity and innovation and passion for arts. As the founder of the Balancing Act production, she has helmed a diverse range of spectacular shows and events and immersive experiences, pushing all the boundaries of creativity and redefining entertainment. She has produced masterpieces such as The Graduate, starring Zinat Aman, The Verdict featuring my favorite Madhu, Tanisha Mukherjee, and A Personal War starring the handsome Vivan Bathena. Balancing Act was nominated for 2 Cannes Gold Awards in 2018, particularly for the Puma campaign, Sood Gali. That was Divya Palat for you viewers.
Thank you, Shobha.
Thank you. Most welcome. Let me get on to Vinta Nanda, producer, director, and writer of several television serials, including the trailblazing Tara, Shatranj, Umeed, and many more. Formerly director ideation with Z Network, Vinta was also the president of NGO Project Smita, which worked with creative communities harnessing the power of popular media for social good. Vinta has produced several documentaries. She has directed and written White Noise, starring the handsome Rahul Bose and Koel Puri, which screened at Cannes and at several other international film festivals. Currently, she's serving as the director on board of the NGO CORO. That's Vinta Nanda for the viewers and all of us here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me introduce you to Ojis Rajani, makeup, hair, and fashion stylist, graduated from Miami School of Hair and Makeup, USA. She is one of the best celebrity and bridal makeup and hairstylists in this world for me. She has worked in the industry for 25 years, styling models, giving stunning makeovers to all the Bollywood actors and actresses, and has worked with some of the biggest Bollywood divas, including Sridevi, Aishwarya, Priyanka Chopra, and Deepika Padukone. She is director at Ojis Rajani Hair and Makeup Academy. That was all the panelists for today evening. Over to you, Preeti.
Thank you so much, Shobha. Setting the stage for the discussion, I would like to open the question to all 4 of you. My question is, what is your view on the role and status of women in entertainment industry, on screen and behind the screen, in respect to inclusivity? Anita?
May I request Ojis to just be on mute? I think she's busy with the event, so there's a lot of calls coming in for her. Yeah. Thank you.
You want me to start?
Yes.
Preeti, if you could repeat the question once again, because it was not very audible. Yeah.
The first question that I want to roll out is, what is your view on the role and status of women in entertainment industry, on screen and behind the screen in respect to inclusivity?
Well, I think it's a long journey to the goalpost, as we all know. So I would say the struggle is on, and on both sides, in front of the screen and behind the screens. In front of the screen, I mean, we all know that the whole blitz and the spotlight, etc., is on the women. But we are still fighting for equality on several levels. To start with, of course, is in the pay parity that exists right now. The hero is paid much more than a heroine, and the same thing exists in television as well. And OTT, I think we've just kind of glided into that space with the same norms and the same cultures that film and television were presenting to women. But having said that, I would say that we have made a lot of progress. Especially, we've had to deal with something very interesting, actually, and I would like to take you through that. Because when I started, for instance, in the industry, and I made my first series called Tara, which was quite a big hit.
Much ahead.
Yes, it was much ahead. We were much ahead of the times that we are in now.
Absolutely.
You know, whether it was the presentation or the characterization of the woman, or it was the inclusivity and the comfort zone for women to work in the industry.
Yes.
But there are complexities here because at that time, there were lesser people in the industry, so it was more manageable and women were taken care of in a much different way than they are today. But today, then there are other reasons why women have, because times have changed. So somehow I think our industry has not evolved along with society. Women today are much more empowered and much more clear about what they want in their lives. But that's not being reflected on screen. Whereas there were much fewer of us then who were clear about what we wanted in life, and we were, very emboldened and wanted to to say our piece. And we had the playing ground to do it. So we are dealing with multiple complexities. We were ahead of our time in our storytelling in the early 90s until 2000 happened. As television grew and as the, the distribution, you can say playground grew bigger and bigger, there was a lot of fear among, the gatekeepers of society, and they kind of brought the axe down on women's storytelling. So we were pushed back as women in the storytelling space by about 20 years, unfortunately. And we are now catching up. And OTT has been a big catalyst. Kind of help us catch up with our storytelling. On the other side, what happens in the industry, women are struggling, but at the same time gaining ground. There are many initiatives, there are many groupings that take place in the industry today. I'm part of many such groups where women get together, they support each other, they fight for each other, they hold each other up, and so there is that kind of, which the thing that we used to complain about when we were younger, that men are a club, women are also becoming clubs now, and that's very beautiful. And there is that club of women and club of men, and people help each other. So I do see something very positive coming out of it in the next 5 to 10 years. I think we'll be there. But right now the struggle is on, and the push and the pull keeps on happening on a daily basis.
Thank you so much, Venta. I would request Rel to give her views.
You're on mute,
You're on mute, Rel.
Sorry. Hi, and happy Women's Day to everyone.
Thank you
I
so
think it's
much.
fantastic that we're all on this panel together. I think we all know each other, and it's great that we are in this space. We're very lucky to be able to be in this space. As we speak, I have a production going on with 15 different NGOs participating as we speak. I have an all-woman team that's leading this initiative. We have, just to mention, because it's Women's Day and we're talking about women, in the theater, we have our technical team, which are all women. Our instructors are all women. everybody pretty much on this.
Absolutely
today.
spectacular.
So we're very happy that, A, we support this particular kind of endeavor, and B, I think we rock. I mean, there's nothing more to say about the fact that, I think we're excellent at what we do. We multitask, we're creative, we are able to run with the ball. And I think everyone on this panel seems to be of the same kind of thought process. But coming back to the industry per se, I think the fact that theatre, I think, has always been okay. I mean, it's not been, overtly supportive of women or men in that sense. Theatre is a very struggling space. And we're not as lucky as film and OTT and television, of course. Though the nice part about it is that most of these actors are from the theatre. So, they've got a good grounding in the theatre. But coming back to women in theatre, I think the fact that we have a huge number of women producers, and I think that's very important when you call the shots, the producers, the directors, you're in a position of empowerment, you're in a position of validation, you're able to actually set the narrative and decide what you want to do. Recently, we had used very interesting 2 plays on social change. One was on child sexual abuse called Bitter Chocolate, and the other was Untitled, which was on women's issues. So again, we used the idea of women, their issues, and we actually got about working with civil society in the theatre to effect civil change, where we got them involved and committed to give back. So in that sense, I think we're rocking. What can I say? Women rock.
That's brilliant, Rare. That's brilliant. I would like Divya to put her viewpoints.
Yes. Well, I think, Vinta, you've been a huge, spearhead change. I think, when Tara came out, it was something that we all looked up to. We all watched and enjoyed how you wrote it, and we were very excited about that. And I think you're right. We did go back a lot, in the 2000s, we went back a lot. And that did affect us moving into this industry, because I started moving into this industry around that time. Now, like Rahel says, in theatre, I was very lucky. When I was producing theatre, there was no real difference between man or woman. I mean, you had the idea, you had the vision, it didn't matter. You could produce, you could direct, you could do whatever you wanted, provided you had the talent. And that was lovely. I thought we could do the same thing when we moved into television and film and so on and so forth. However, there the rules were a little bit more rigid, is what I found, is at least when we were starting in television and film at that point. And I felt that those rules were a little bit more rigid than they were in theatre. Whereas you didn't have the flexibility to move from, especially where production was concerned. And I thought it was important to start challenging those roles. So 85% of my office, and not just because I think that, yay women, but I think that they're the best people for the job. So 85% of my production team is women. And more importantly, my production head for the ad films that we do and the television productions is a woman. Now, traditionally, that role is usually done by a man. And, it's not that I took her because she was a woman. She was just very well qualified for the role. So I just didn't feel it was fair to discriminate against her because she was a woman and because you're used to seeing something like that. But I think it was people like you who were challenging society at that time. It's taken us a few steps. It's going to take us a long time to get, back to a certain foothold. But I think it is, like you're saying, if women empower other women, if we don't discriminate and we say, oh, okay, this is great. You want to direct, you want to do an action sequence, it doesn't matter. And I remember I was directing an action sequence for Making the Cut, which was a television show that we had on MTV. It was a car action sequence. And I was directing it just the way I direct anything else. I'm not great with cars, but I do know how to choreograph. And I said, this car would move and this car would move. And I had numbers for them. And the driver seemed to understand me. And I remember for a second, the client side, like giggling or snickering, because they didn't assume that a woman would be able to direct an action sequence. And we got it done. And it didn't really make much of a difference because, I mean, honestly, you have a shoot to do. You don't have the time to, bring an ego into this. But I thought it was so interesting that they had already assumed a gender role. It would be okay if I was directing something that was emotional or heart-wrenching, but to direct something that they felt would be a little bit more masculine may not be up to speed for a woman. So I'm so glad that you're saying that there are more women's groups and women's clubs and women supporting women, because honestly, especially when you move from theater to television to OTTs to everything that you're doing, I think we need to just not define a woman as to what we think they should do, but, just work on them and, work with them basis capability. And I think that's the most important.
Absolutely. Couldn't have agreed more. Thank you so much, Divya. I would like Ojas, if he could jump in. I know she's in middle of her shooting, but I would like her to.
Yeah, Ojas, if you could just unmute yourself and come over. Yeah, she's there, Preeti.
Hi, darling, everyone. Sorry. Actually, I'm backstage at the Miss World, so it's a little chaotic, but I'll try and be quick. So I think it's first of all lovely to meet everybody, because I think both of us know each other. And like, I love what Divya said, what Ryle said, that yes, I think it's very exciting, because I think my journey has been from 28 years, and I graduated from America. The minute I came to Bombay, my first break was given to me by a woman, by Urmila Farangila. So I shall always be obligated. And I think we've always looked at women in a very positive role. Unfortunately, I just lost my mom and dad last year. But I think my mom had always put a very positive, upfront focus on me, because she was a Brahma Kumari. And again, Brahma Kumari is run by all women. So I feel the whole women drive, the force, the way we are, I think it's so positive, though they feel that, women have their differences or whatever. But I love, because if you see, my whole team is all women out here. I mean, we're more than 50 women out here doing backstage, and we've been here from 5 days. And I think it's really commendable. And with God, there's not been any fireworks, because I think, people are understanding each other and trying to work in unison. And again, I would love to say, I was just talking to the Miss World team that normally we've seen when there are so many women under one roof, there are fireworks, but here there are 120 contestants plus designers, stylists. But I'm saluting all the Miss World individually, that they both share each room, each of them share a room out of 2 different countries. And there's a lot of competition, there's a lot of rivalry, jealousy. But I haven't seen that from the past 5 days I've been with them, and tomorrow's the final day. And I really salute them. And I think also, earlier people were not serious about taking women seriously. But I think now, if you see, avenues have opened up worldwide. Even so many people from villages. I run an academy, but there are so husbands who are so supportive. Earlier, men were not so supportive. Women, getting the beauty business or maybe doing makeup for Bollywood or whatever. But I feel now there's room for everybody. And I think all the women out there have set so many examples that, especially our business of hair and makeup, a woman can even run the house and yet do makeup, because it's all a freelance job. So you can look after kids, you can cook in the house, yet do a shoot or do a wedding, makeup, a bride's makeup, or do whatever you have to do, or even run classes from home. I have a lot of students who are not able to go out because they have small kids, but they even run their makeup classes from home. It could be a small, humble background, but I think there's enough space for everybody. And I think I've been seeing it evolve day after day. My academy has been 14 years, but I've seen more than men. There are more women who are registering. Even I was talking to Nita Lula the other day, even she has more than a drive force of all super women. So I guess everywhere we go, there's so much more happening. And like you said about, Vinita, about women directors, I think there are so many fantastic women directors out there who have been so well applauded and, kind of accepted so well. So I think there's a lot of scope for us. And I think worldwide, every woman is kind of honored, respected, and celebrated. So I really salute each one of you. And I think there's lots more to achieve yet.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Ojas. Over to Shobha.
Yeah, so my question is, what are the biggest challenges women are facing in this industry, and how do we overcome the same? it can start with anyone. Yeah.
I think being stereotyped. I think that's still an issue for women. At least that's what I face today. I mean, I know that every time we're at a production, we would have, say, unions coming down. They're expecting the production manager, who's a man, to come and speak to them, and we have a woman. So I think it's important that we shouldn't let stereotypes define us. I think that's extremely important, and we shouldn't allow it, even if, like, these old stereotypes do affect in some way. We need to stand up for other women and just support them, and just make sure that, we don't allow it to cloud our judgment either. And like when Vinta was saying about equal pay, I think that's a huge important thing to think about. I mean, again, we're not paying, actors and actresses right now at that level or that scale. But I'd hope that when we did move into films, that both Aditya and I would not be looking at a person as to whether they were a woman or a man, but looking at the quality of the talent and the role. And I mean, we've been able to be lucky and, able to do that at work. And I hope that we can continue doing that and not let society dictate how we should pay people based on just their sex, because that just seems absurd. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm hoping that, if others make that kind of change, I mean, they did it with sports and with tennis as well. They slowly started making that change. It takes one set of people to start making that change. It can then be supported by the rest. So we'll have to start doing that. I think it's just important to be able to do that.
Thank you so much, Divya. That really made a lot of sense to this question, really. Rahel, what is your opinion about it?
The challenges, I feel, obviously, like I said, theatre is really, really very niche. And the fact that there's not that much of it, being supported. I think definitely one of the challenges is a lot more support in terms of, we need government support, we need technical support. I think we need a lot more training in the technical area for women, whether it's to do with lighting design, set design, sound design, all the areas. Of course, acting and directing and producing, I think people are very, very, very competent at. And we do have a huge amount of, technicians as well that are women. But I feel this is something that really needs a huge input and push, especially from the government, to be able to get that up and running. Culture is what, creates a nation. That's what it's all about. If you don't put it out there, you're just, what can I say? Only about the dollars and the rupees. We have to be able to be about our soul, our culture, our heritage, our legacy, our new ideas, our children. All that is required. And I feel theatre is a huge medium to get that across. I also feel that, we are using theatre as a means for social change, and especially with children. So we're talking about gender parity, we're talking about gender equity, we're talking about roles, gender roles, all throughout our curriculum that we do with our children in our theatre programs, where there is no real differentiation. We presume that they are equal. And once you do that, I think you set the norm that there is no disparity, and the more people get to see that, the more you understand that this is what it should be, and it has to be. We're 50% of the population. It's ridiculous that we're in 2024 having this conversation about why women should, have more rights or more, equity in whatever they're doing.
Thank you so much, Rahel. It's so great to hear from an industry specialist like you. It's so elaborate. I'm sure the viewers will be extremely happy to hear this from you. Over to Ojas. Ojas, what's your challenges? I'm sure you'll have.
I think I would love to say one thing is, being from the beauty business, you never see men being trolled if they're looking old or if they're looking fat, even if it could be our heroes or whoever it could be, whoever our idols are. But why do women only get trolled? And that's so bloody unfair. You know what I'm saying? I think till date, when we watch Instagram, people are only criticizing women. And if you see the comments, also the women who are more than putting comments than the men, which is so really sad, So I wish, people look at this in a more positive note, and I think, accept the way people are, because we're all going to age, we're all going to be fat, or we're all going to be, dark. And I do a lot of bridal makeup, and I live in a very plush town called the World Town with a lot of rich Marwari Gujarati women. Until date, there's so much pressure on those poor people who are born dark. their son could be like a fat, dark, ugly Govinda, but they still want an Aishwarya Rai to
They
be their
would
bride,
still want.
which is really sad, but it's still the bitter truth of life, if you know what I mean. Even the mother-in-laws, being a woman, also want that, and so do the sons. I just had a very unfortunate incident in my neighbor's house. Her son is slightly not so great looking and not so fair, but he still wanted a fairer girl. He got engaged to some girl who's from a very big short family. He called her engagement off in 10 days because his friends say your wife is fat and not so good looking and she's dark. Imagine. Living in 2024, if this is the way we're talking about looks and being dark or being a little plump, I think we all need a big awakening everywhere worldwide. And I see this more happening in India than abroad. I've lived abroad. I still keep on traveling and work, but it's not so judgmental there. But still in India, if you see this trolling still keeps on happening. For what reason? I fail to understand.
Thank you,
they've
Ojas.
I'd
just like to
to another level. I think beauty is so underestimated and not understood well.
Yeah, you were saying something, Divya? You were saying something?
I'd love to come in on that, Shobha. Just one.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I was saying, Ryle, yeah. I just wanted to come back to Ojas on that. And I say, do not give agency to people who troll. Do not give them that satisfaction that they have reached you. I would please urge you and beg of you, just accept that everybody is equal. I know it's very tough. I know that it all gets, all the numbers get crunched. But my point to you is, once we take a stand and once we say, look, this does not work for us, it is not acceptable.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry?
it's best to ignore, I guess, definitely.
Yeah, no, it's not only best to ignore, but just do not accept. That is the bottom line. If you know within yourself that you are an equal partner and you have absolutely every right to be whoever you are, then that's all you need to know. All of us. That's what we need to know. We are so conditioned. We're so conditioned by patriarchy that we do not allow that to happen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ryle. Thank you so much, Ojas. And I'm sure this has really made a great difference to all the viewers. Can I have your view, Vinita?
Both Divya and Ryle have spoken wonderfully, and so has Ojas, and I think they've covered the entire gamut of things. From my perspective, out of all the things that they've said, what seems to have I can talk about is I think we don't recognize the value for diversity and inclusion. That's one thing that we need to do effectively and very consciously. Because one of the biggest issues that we always talk about, and wherever conversation about patriarchy and women's issues comes up, we talk about unsafe spaces. And the simplest possible solution to that is to increase the number of women in those spaces, and it'll become a safe space.
Yes.
The more of women that they are on the streets, the more women that they are in the offices, the more women that there are in all possible circumstances, automatically, like Ryle very correctly said, 50% of our population
50%.
are women. So why is 0.0001% women visible on the...
Divya too mentioned 85%.
Yeah, exactly. Divya also mentioned the same thing. So why is such a small, minuscule percentage of women visible? Is what I feel is a very big issue, and we must fight it for, make people understand the value of inclusion and diversity, the value of how much we will gain as a society, as a culture, as a business, or as, just families. Half the reason why families are afraid to let their women go out and work is because of lack of safety.
Yeah.
Now, if there is an environment in which there are many women, that fear will go and patriarchy itself will start getting resolved. I mean, people will start thinking differently. So that's really my view on that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Vinita. Over to you, Preeti, for the next question. Yeah.
Picking the thread from where we are leaving, the next question that I would like to throw is, what is your journey in contributing to a more inclusive ecosystem for women in the entertainment industry? Are you addressing anyone in particular or just? No, so we could have all of you, if we could have,
You all are the queens of
Queens, yeah.
entertainment industry.
Any contribution or a step which you
Yeah.
really remember, and
Yes,
would you like to share it with the audience and us? It will be great.
So I can start with saying I'm proud to say that I think from my first play to now, I think in my first play, women were paid much higher than the men because their roles were much more substantial than the men. And this is for a lot of the roles because every play that I wrote, I tended to write stronger women parts because I was writing it from my point of view. And so therefore women were either equally matched in scenes or perhaps had a stronger role to play in certain situations because like Rahel said, often plays mimic or try and make societal change, and that's what we wanted to do at that point. So I did have very strong women, and I was lucky to be able to write those plays and get those plays produced, and they came up on stage. So I know that where salary differences came into play, which is something that Vinta and I were both discussing a little earlier, I know that we were not making salary differences basis of them being men. I know my women were paid more. I was proud then to start when we moved into television and we moved into ads and now into digital films as well. I was proud to have a stronger women office. Not because of anything else, but they were just much more capable of dealing with a lot of high pressure situations, which a lot of production is. And so sometimes you just need, to just buckle down and just get the work done. And sometimes, the best person for the job is a woman. And it was just that simple. And I didn't want to put them just in traditional roles like, where we put them in the art department or in costume, because those seem to be the most traditional roles that you can put a woman in. And sure, there are fabulously qualified women who are absolutely perfect in them, but we should also look at people who might want to do different roles. So when I had a woman who wanted to do finance and she was really wonderful at it, she is in finance and she handles all my budget. And I found a woman who knew how to negotiate with vendors, who was not afraid to pick up the phone and, make sure that people came in for the auditions, or that she would, look for the right catering, the right vendor, speak to the unions and all of that. And she was also a woman. I didn't say, oh no, traditionally, I don't know, it's going to be a late shoot, so I'm not sure whether a man should do this or a woman should do this. Immediately, I thought that, a woman should. And, I've made sure that all the women in my offices, even if they haven't yet done production, learn in different spheres and don't just go in something that's traditional. So I think that way I was able to do my little bit in trying to change it. There's so many things that I'd like to do. And there's so many places where I'm still being, put into a box or being made to fit into a box, and I keep breaking free from that. But I've been lucky to have been surrounded with very, very strong women and very, very strong men who don't believe that boxes should exist for women or for anybody for that matter of fact. And that I'm lucky to actually have. So I'm allowed to break from those shackles, but I'm hoping to be able to allow the freedom to more people, to include them in my journey, to try and challenge societal rules and to make sure that we give the best person the job rather than just the best sex.
Wow, she's taken us to an entire 360-degree, Preeti.
Sorry, I talk a lot.
Excellent. No, it was so informative. Very much required.
So, Shobha, just to come in there, like I mentioned, we have a huge team of women. So we have almost 100 women on our staff, and those are, our permanent team. Of course, apart from that, we have a lot of freelance people that also come on. In fact, I am constantly being told that I'm being very sexist. The other way, because every time I put out an ad, I say, listen, I want only a woman for XYZ. And if I put it out on social media, they say, oh my God, we can't run this ad. It's too sexist. We can't run this. So I said, well, try and figure it out in some way, because that's the way we want to work. And that is really the way that I feel that we have achieved and accomplished so much to be able to, do the stuff that we do. The other thing that I feel that because of our foundation, which is our Create Foundation, our give back is very high in terms of women and children. So this year we have initiated a campaign which is to make Maharashtra the safest for women and children globally. It's a big ask, and we're working very closely with the Mumbai police, with the Maharashtra government, and of course with the judiciary to be able to get this up and running, and of course the BMC and the other schools as well, because I feel that unless you impact children and explain and understand that there is no difference between a girl and a boy. And unless you start at a really young age, you're not going to win the battle at all. So I feel that, designing a communication, designing theater, designing all kinds of content for children from the age of 6 upwards and their parents who then come in and interact with them is a huge area that we can work on, using theater for societal change and making the space, as Vinta said, more safe for women to go out. So we're working with the police in terms of the 103, which is the women's safety helpline number. We're working with the police again in the bastis, where we're sensitizing the men to the issues that are at hand, which need to be addressed, which again we are doing through theater. So there's a lot that's going on, and we're trying to be able to marry the two, change and using it through the idea of drama and theater and inclusion. That's what our whole contribution has been this year.
Amazing, brilliant. I think we are taking some big steps towards inclusivity when it comes to entertainment. And Shobha, would you like to take the next question?
Maybe Ojas wants to
Ojas,
say.
would you
on
like
this?
to-
I think, yeah,
Yeah.
she's not added her comments on this. Yeah. Ojas, you want to add anything to this?
Sorry, I think I agree with Ryle said completely, that I think there's so much happening by the government, by everybody. Sorry, I'm going to be close to my phone because there's backstage noise happening. And I think today there is a lot of awareness and a lot of inclusivity, I would say. Now people, like how Divya said, that whether a boy does a job or a girl does a job, I think it's more on your finesse, on your work ethics, on your professionalism. So I guess there's a lot more room for everybody. And definitely people are judged by their work, not by their, sexual discretion, I would say, to be very honest. But yes, I think there are so many more avenues, so many more opportunities where women are conquering. And it's not like a competition that we're seeing between men and women. But I think women also are kind of giving their 100%. And hats off to those women who handle their home, their family, and work. Like my sister, who's a banker in Standard Chartered Bank in Dubai, she is like killing it. So I'm bloody proud of her, and I salute her every day because I've lost my parents and I only have her. And I always tell her this. And in the morning also, I called her and I wished her, saying, "Happy Women's Day, and more power to you, because you're my next mummy who has given me so much of positivity and a reason to live properly." Like she was my, I think, pillar of strength, because I was very broken down. And I think that was the woman who was my next mother, who kind of, really gave me new birth to have a purpose to live, because I was very defeated. I was very lonesome. I was very depressed. But I think my sister was there with me, guiding me like a guardian angel. And I always call in all myself a destiny's angel. And I believe in the Brahma Kumaris, who are super women. So I salute all the super women for making me a better person and being able to speak to all of you all so happily. Love you.
Thank you so much, Ojas. Thanks a lot. Very touching.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Preeti. So my question, okay, guys, you all must be very happy to hear we've got almost around 1,100 viewers who's, watching this, the entire event. So this session is rocking, I must say. So my next question is, how can we foster more participation of women in creative roles? Over to Vinta first, and then I would take it to Ryle and Vidya.
Thank you so much. I think it's more of recognizing the systemic barriers that there are in including women, and addressing them. And Ryle had said a little earlier in one of her answers that, education and creating pipeline programs for women, training them in all those fields. Because the spectrum is large, it's huge. The number of jobs on offer, the number of skills on offer are massive. But, besides acting and direction, and now in cinematography, there are a lot of women who've stepped in, and we have many DOPs. In sound recording, we don't have so many. In art direction, we have some, but not as many as they can be. In all various departments like lighting and various other departments. There's so many jobs that women can take on, but a lot of them require skills. So training is one part. Second is like addressing the systemic barriers. And I also feel very strongly that, we are still not, between us, I think between Rael and Divya and me, Ojas and you and Preeti, we have a pretty optimistic, environment in which we are existing. But in the larger context, there isn't a conversation which is out there and in your face. Discussions like what we are having don't happen in a larger context. Inside organizations, inside production houses, inside studios and stuff like that, where people sit around and talk about these things that we are talking about and give everybody an opportunity to talk. I mean, coming to talking, there's another thing that happens in because most of these organizations and studios and production houses and networks have very hierarchical structures. And in that, as it is, be it a man or a woman, speaking out of turn is considered to be wrong. Whereas a person sharing their ideas, so patriarchy also impacts men. And men also at the receiving end of that hierarchical structure where you don't give a free open space for people to share their ideas, to talk. They are forced to give your credit for all your ideas to your boss or to your male colleagues if you're a woman. So these are the things that need a lot of discussion. One of the real big issues that we do face is that in India, and that's very cultural, we conflate confidence with respect. So if someone is confident, we think that's disrespectful. Because this is coming from a very intrinsic Indian cultural behavior pattern within us. So that's something that I feel that we really, and in the entertainment world, it's even more so because someone who's creative, someone who's very accomplished, that becomes a guru and that becomes somebody like so huge that everyone has to pay their respects to that person.
So I take a pause out here. Vidya, my question was, how can we foster more participation of women in creative roles?
Yes.
If you could just tell me 2 lines on that, at least that will, answer the viewers are waiting for that.
I started with that. I think we digressed into something else, but
you digressed into something else. So we are missing on the core answer.
Yes. So one of the things that I think, like I said, what I started from is education, creating information pipelines, and recognizing systemic fault lines like, discrimination and the usual, the most known factors, recognizing them and addressing them and having conversations around them, creating platforms for people to express themselves and talk to each other.
That's really interesting. Yeah, great. Over to Rael.
Yeah, so Shobha, I was thinking that, in fact, I think cinema is really the key factor in all this. I mean, I'm going to refer to that. I think very importantly, content. Content is key. I think content has to change, and that will definitely give birth to a lot more creativity for women. So, for example, if we're talking about very important issues and we're not talking about stupidity and frivolity of, boys chasing girls and, all this nonsense, misogynistic rubbish that goes on, and we really address key issues, I think the whole narrative will change. The whole atmosphere will change. Women will want to have agency. They will want to get involved. They will demand for more creative jobs and will get them. But that has to start with mainstream cinema. I think it's key. And this is a message to all the mainstream producers out there and directors out there of Indian cinema. And I mean that across the globe, across the board, not only Bollywood, of course, the South, North, East, West, everything. Engage the women. Engage the women. We're 50%. We need and we want and we deserve to be engaged and be part of society. 50%.
Thank you so much. It was 100% perfect.
And how true. I think we need to walk the talk. There should be 50% women, 50% men everywhere.
Everywhere,
All
everywhere.
walks of life, not just theater or entertainment, but everywhere, across.
I think 51% women will also do.
Yeah. Well, happy Women's Day.
Divya, may I have your inputs on this?
Yeah, I think if so beyond just the training and the challenging of what role a woman should do in in our industry, if we also ask unions to try and open up, because a lot of the times your membership is also dependent on the sex that that you have, and that should be, especially in the technical spaces, I think that should open up a lot more, because you're right, we don't have enough people in lighting, we don't have enough people in art direction in terms of women, we don't have enough representation there. And though now that there are some fabulous women DOPs, I know that there are more people with that keen eye, and I think that if we try and ensure that women are trained, women are welcomed, women are encouraged to be in that space, it becomes a much safer working environment for women. It allows women to earn and stand the same ground as men. It allows them, therefore, I think, a more equal footing in society. And I think when a woman shows that she can actually earn, run her household, and be in the same footing as a man, I think it also a little bit, I'm not saying all of it, I'm saying a little bit of her equality in situations where there is inequality could be restored. And I think that we would have a large part in playing with that if we ensure that our unions, our rules also change and move with the times, and make sure that we are not differentiating against sex.
Thank you so much, Divya. Thank you so much. Over to you, Preeti. Ojas, she's not to be seen, so yeah, there she is.
I would love to add to what Divya said, was that it's so true that high time people do not do that discretion of men and women. Because I remember when our makeup association started, they had the same drama that men can do makeup, women cannot do makeup, they can only do hair. And I remember they tried to stop my card for 3 months. And again, my lovely God-sent angel, my mom had come with me to the union like one little baby. I took my mama, and my mama, I think she just said these 2 words to them, and that guy shat his brick, and they immediately gave me my card without stopping elsewhere, So I think high time people accept talent. Yes, we do not, disrespect men or women. There's talent everywhere. But may the, chosen one win, right? I mean, whoever's more talent, whoever's more kind of, good at their work. And I've seen even in Bangkok, I'm sorry, but I've seen men are so lazy out there and women are so hardworking. They're so inspirational. If you see in Thailand, those women, I can't tell you how hard they work. Whether if we've gone for ad shoots, movie shoots, weddings, oh my God, they are like killing it and slogging it, and how, kind of there, they don't have the luxury of servants and drivers and maids, but look at them, how hard they are, and they look at the house, they look at the husband, the kids, and their work. And all the top wedding planners are women out there.
Yeah,
So
I totally agree
salute all
with
these
you.
people. I salute all these people, and I feel, there should be more and more acceptance for this than, looking at what each other's sex is. Like I said, look at the creative, look at the talent, love how they are said. And there's so much talent everywhere.
Everywhere. Thank you so much, Ojas. Over to you, Preeti.
Thanks a lot. Now, just briefly, 2 minutes. I just want you all to share your fun experience where you have embraced inclusivity and seen a positive outcome. 2 minutes. So 56 seconds each. Who wants to go first? Ojas?
Sorry, come again.
I just wanted to know one fun incident which you have experienced in the space of inclusivity.
Oh, you're going to laugh about it, but till date, whenever I travel from so many years, be it any airport in India, internationally, whenever I travel, I always go to the women's line, and they've never stopped me, though my voice is deceptive, or using the women's loo. In fact, I think I've got so much of love and affection in India, for all the places in India and all the cities, and I'm truly grateful for that, because I think maybe there's a lot of awareness in smaller cities. I do a lot of masterclass in South India, small cities, but they all call you ma'am, and they give you so much of love and respect. So I salute each one of them, and at the airports or anywhere I go, I think I'm truly, truly grateful.
Absolutely. What about you, Vinta?
Well, I I think at a very early stage in my career, I kind of realize that the best way to just go on in life and do what you want to do, and the way you want to do it, is to stop acknowledging that you are a woman at work. So I've been able to deconstruct that, and it becomes a little funny because whenever I'm at work, I'm not aware I'm a woman. And if anybody is aware, they really like get thrown off. And I'm fine with that. So that's where that's how I conduct myself as a woman at work. I don't think I'm a woman at all.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Divya,
I think inclusivity, it's a tricky one because I started first acting in films, and I was acting in films from the age of about 16. Then I got my first multiple sclerosis attack in 2003. And through multiple sclerosis, when you're in films, you're a particular size, you're looking in a particular way. I mean, trolling wasn't that big a deal that time because there was no social media at that point, but it's still, you're always worried about how you are supposed to look or supposed to act as a woman. And it was a lot of stress, I think, on that. I got MS, and in a hospital bed with a tube up my face, I put on 40 kgs being fed with steroids, and that was that. And then suddenly at the end of it, I was told that I may not walk and I would be left side paralyzed. Then suddenly I didn't have to look at myself as a woman anymore. I stopped worrying about what I was going to appear like. I just said what I could do. And so every day became about how I can, rather than, what I should do or what is correct for me, because there was no correct for me anymore. There was no for me anymore. I just had to go ahead and just do everything and just learn that it didn't matter whether I was a woman or a man or whatever. I could do whatever anybody else could. And what I could do was only going to be defined by what I believed I could do. And so my world was going to be defined by me and not by my sex or what people told me I could do. And I think that has encouraged me to bring about inclusivity in the workplace, because you are only as good as you believe you can.
Thank you so much, Divya. Thanks a lot. Rel, over to you.
Right. So this is just something that I wanted to share. I mentioned earlier that we have our Create Foundation, and we work a lot with children from marginalized societies. And these were girls who actually do live in the slums. And we worked with them. This is part of the Kurniv Foundation. Pehchan is the name of the NGO, actually, to be able to go out there and speak their mind and talk about what it is that impacted them. And they actually got to present at the United Nations NGO CSW, that's the Commission for the Status of Women, event that they were invited to. And I felt that, that made such a huge difference to not only them as children, as individuals, as young adults, but also the fact that their parents and everybody in their community got that kind of, understanding that, look, this is also possible. This also can be done. And we just have to get out there and do it. I do not accept that we should at all be one step below or one step to the side. It has to be equal. There's no other word for it. So on that note, women rock. That's all I can say.
So much. Thanks, Rel. Shobha,
Women rock, really rock. I think we
really rock. We really
Yeah.
really rock. Okay. So what are the future trends of women in the industry, looking at the changing dynamics, emerging OTT and the content being the hero? So, Vinita?
So the hero is like a generic word now. I don't think a hero belongs to a man to start with. Like,
No,
in the
hero
sense-
is hero.
We meant content being very important.
Content,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. So the content
being
the
extremely
hero.
important.
Yeah. So there has been a tremendous democratization of content. I mean, from films, it became television, and television proliferated everywhere. And then films became larger than life and became huge experiences. And in the meantime, OTT came, so films have become even bigger and larger in size. So this churn is going to keep going on. And content is definitely going to be what people choose to watch. At the moment, what we are experiencing in the industry is that nobody has control on the distribution any longer, because people can reach out because of the democratization of the technology that is available. People reach out. As a filmmaker earlier, you released your film and it was there in the theaters for X number of weeks. And people could actually go and see that. And if they missed it, then they just missed it and they had to wait for it to come somewhere else. But now that's not the case. Now you choose what you want to watch, and there are 7 billion people in this world, out of which more than 4.5 billion people actually are consuming content. So there is that democratization in terms of people's choices. At the same time, as a filmmaker today, I don't need a studio or a network to grant me or commission me a project. So in that sense, even creativity has been democratized to such a large extent that today I'm seeing documentary filmmakers, 17-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 25-year-olds. They are filmmakers who are making short films. Film festivals have kind of sprung up just everywhere. And there are films going to festivals which will never come on an OTT or a theater, but there is a whole circuit of audiences which is moving from festival to festival who are watching them. So these kids don't even care if their films don't come to a theater. So there's a lovely, lovely, wonderful experience that creative people are having at the moment. And until someone can harness it, it's going to be out there for everyone to enjoy, I feel. And storytelling is really, I don't think anyone can say this is good or this is bad. Whoever's telling the story, for him, it's good, or it's it's about who's telling a story. As simple as that.
Thanks so much.
Rael and Divya, would you like to jump in?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. The sound had gone at that time.
Shobha, do you want to share?
Yeah, I will read the question again
trends?
for you.
So
The
sorry.
question was, what are the future trends for women in the industry, looking at the changing dynamics, emerging OTT, and content being the hero?
Content being the thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think I agree. Yeah, definitely with Binta. That there's so much more out there. There's so much that people have access to, and frankly can create. So given that dynamic, and I think now I don't think everybody's too excited by AI. So we'll kind of sidestep that one. I think it's important. I think the fact that also women are being given a voice, because of social media, I think also, the fact that it's all out there, they're able to say what they want to say. They're able to make their own videos, their own shorts, their own whatever it is that they want to do. They have become influencers in so many different ways, and not only which lipstick to use and what perfume to buy, but definitely, life choices. I think in that sense, we're definitely going to get a lot more diverse content, and we're going to get nuggets of it. I don't think they're going to be made 3-hour films like Martin Scorsese, but I think definitely we're going to have, a lot of more impactful work being done. And I think it's great. I think it's awesome that, also that women have that voice and that they can do that, and more power to them.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Actually, it'll be up to us. It'll be up to like a Binta, Rael, or Ojas, and people like us to exploit the power of entertainment today. Because if we write the shows that we would like to see, if we cast actresses in the shows that we would like them to be in, it is up to us to actually harness the power. So, right, it's the best time for entertainment ever, but it really is up to us to exploit and to use that power for our benefit. If Ojas continues to make our heroines wear full head of makeup when they're sleeping on a bed, you're not going to get that realism anymore. If we continue to write our girls as,
nothing more than puff pieces or people who are just, dancing around trees, then we can't expect change. It'll be up to us to tell the stories that we want people to know. It'll be up to us to kind of, harness the amazing ability that we have right now with entertainment being almost tipping over to try and make the societal change that we want to see. So yes, this is bigger than ever, but it really then is a huge amount of responsibility for everybody who is in the industry right now to try and make it the industry that they would like to see going forward, rather than just say, we'll ride on the bandwagon and just enjoy the ride. Ride on the bandwagon, enjoy the ride, but tell the stories that people need to hear. Tell the stories that you'd be proud to be part of.
True. Yeah.
Make it Tara today.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Divya. Thank you so much. Ojas?
Hi. I'd love to add to this very cute gesture that I think makeup has become very realistic now. I think gone are the days when women are,
I
fluttering
knew she's
warm
coming with
makeup.
it,
I
Divya.
think people like us brought a big radical change 27 years ago. Urmila's, any of the films or Aishwarya, it's always been very minimal makeup. But like I always say that it's always been a woman's world, be it a Cinderella, be it a Beauty and the Beast, be it the Little Mermaid. I've always grown up with my girly things and I should always cherish them. And I think I would always believe in the power of women because I think women have been so loving, in all genres, right? I think whether you're worshipping a goddess or Rani Lakshmi Bai, or like I said, I have very fond memories and somebody laugh at me right now. But I remember my school friends used to laugh at me because all the boys in school would, read Hardy Boys and I, girly one, would love to read
Nancy Drew.
So I think that's the way women have put that impact on me and I really love it and I feel very happy with all that. Until date, whenever I'm in a cutie mood or when I'm depressed, I still read Nancy Drew on my iPad and believe me, it makes me feel so happy, relaxed. It takes away all my stress of the day. So I think that's a very cute thing. Brian, you would agree with me, right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And immensely grateful for the enriching and valuable time spent on this panel with some wonderful takeaways. And collectively, let's forge a more inclusive world for women. When women aren't present, we must ask, if not, why not?
When women are discriminated against, we must call out poor practice.
When the treatment of women is not equitable, we must take action.
And we must do this each time and every time. Step forward in solidarity, everyone, everywhere can and should inspire inclusion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being on the panel. Thank you so much, Preeti. Thanks, everyone.
Yes, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Awesome. All the best, guys.
Okay, do the heart. Preeti wants a heart to be done.
Yeah, I want some hearts to be done.
God bless everyone. God bless everyone.
Thank you so much.
And make every day a Women's Day. Make every day a Women's Day.
That's lovely.
true.
Divya, that hearts are so lovely.
Let's celebrate every day as Women's Day. I completely echo that.
Let's all meet in
I don't
person and
think so.
have a good time one day.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so done. We'll do this soon.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Preeti.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye, Ojas. Bye.
Thank you.
That was a good one. Very nice. हाँ पूरा live चल रहा था ना Times of India के लिए. Okay, now how are you going to send me that stuff?